Hi.
Hello.
This is the beginning of the episode.
This is the beginning of the episode.
Hello.
We've got hello. Welcome to Leaving the Party. She forgot to mention.
I forgot to. Sorry, I'm so tired.
I know. I
forgot to mention at the beginning of the episode, the next game we're going to be playing is Parasite Eve. So if you're playing along, play Parasite Eve before the next episode. And if you're not playing along, then whatever.
Yeah, we just finished recording, and you can probably tell from the length of this episode we've gotten a little silly. So check out Parasite Eve, and now the episode will begin.
Have fun. Be yourself. Do you think Cameron Winter is hot?
Yeah, I do.
He's a little scrungly. He's sort of a scrungly character.
He's definitely scrungly. Yeah.
Is he gay?
I don't know.
I find, and this is obvious, but I find certain gay guys so hot. Like Troye Sivan, obviously. I don't know. But the reason I know that I'm a woman is because when I talk over someone, I feel really bad. Because I think gay guys have like a superpower. Like you can put two gay guys in a room and they will both be talking at the exact same time. And somehow they will be like perfectly understood between the two of them. But if I do that, it's like an immediate sorry situation. I hit the sorry button so fast. And that's how I know I'm a woman.
That's the main thing. If you say sorry for interrupting someone one time, they throw you in the
in the machine.
in the machine that turns you transgender.
Put that gay boy in the machine. Now.
Okay, do you want to do the podcast?
Yeah, how you feeling? You want to do a podcast?
Yeah.
Hello, every pony, and welcome to Leaving the Party, a chill podcast about role-playing games. My name is Kerry.
I'm Tess.
And today we are talking about Chained Echoes, an indie JRPG by Umami Tiger. Tess, how are we feeling today?
I'm good. I was a little grumpy this morning, but then I basically just locked in.
That's all it takes.
Problem solved. Yeah.
If anyone in the world is out there sad for any reason, just get your shit together.
Skill issue. What really happened is I was talking to my good friend Kerry for a little bit, and now I feel better.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
I was talking to my good friend Tess for a little bit.
Oh,
I'm feeling right as rain.
Wow, she sounds awesome. What have you been playing, Kerry? Besides Chained Echoes, I don't want to fucking talk about Chained Echoes. I want to talk about what you. I want to talk about what you've been playing.
Trying to talk about Chained Echoes, man.
This girl keeps calling me, being like, "What do you think of the Overdrive meter?" And then
enough.
And I'm like, "Stop talking about it. I want to hear about Planescape Torment."
I've been playing Planescape Torment. I got two games I want to talk about real quick. I've been on a huge CRPG kick in the past month or so, because this is an aspect of role-playing games that I've sort of neglected, I guess I would say. There's not a lot of CRPGs I've really been into. It wasn't until I got really absurdly, unhealthily sucked into Baldur's Gate 3 last year that I decided that I wanted to go back and try to play some of the other sort of games in its lineage as a way to avoid playing Baldur's Gate 3. It really fucked me up. I was playing it all the time.
That's really funny. Did it work?
Yeah. The first thing I did was uninstall Baldur's Gate 3, and I haven't played it since. And so I've been playing a lot of CRPGs. I tried because there was a big Steam sale at the beginning of the year where they were almost all of the big ones were on sale for sub $5. So I tried Baldur's Gate 1. It was cool. It's fun. It's neat. I think there's something to be said about how weirdly simulationist Baldur's Gate 1 is. It's very much not designed in a way to give you a whole narrative arc and story. It's more so designed for you to be a person who just sort of exists in the world and wanders around and into a bunch of different scenarios. And sometimes those scenarios are going to kick your fucking ass because you'll walk into a room with 30 people in it. It's not at all designed with your pleasure in mind, which I think is really funny. but I sort of fell off of it. And the one that I did manage to stick with is Planescape Torment. Planescape Torment is the 1999 game that was made by Black Island and Interplay, which are the groups that made like Fallout and Fallout 2. And it's using the same system as Baldur's Gate 1, the same sort of like real-time with pause CRPG system. And the way that works is that it's using the like mechanics of Dungeons and Dragons 2nd edition, and which is technically turn-based, except it's playing it in real time.
That's so funny because no one talks about 2nd edition. Like that's maybe the first time I've ever heard the words Dungeons and Dragons 2nd edition uttered.
I've become intimately familiar with Dungeons and Dragons 2nd edition in the past month or so.
Yeah.
But it is Dungeons and Dragons 2nd edition has like a turn-based battle system, and the games sort of do as well, except that they play out in real time. And so in order to like actually play it like a turn-based game, you sort of have to like pause all the time by just pressing the space bar and giving everybody commands.
Yeah.
Really cool games. I got really into Planescape Torment, sort of because out of the like CRPGs I've played, it's sort of doing the least Dungeons and Dragons and stuff with it. It's not really concerned with the battles that much. They're sort of just a thing that pops up and you do them and they get out of the way pretty much. And what it's really concerned with is just like walking around and talking to people. You play as like someone they call the nameless one who wakes up in a
bed.
What is it? No, not a bed. No, some other sort of place where you lay down. What is the building called where they keep a bunch of dead bodies?
The morgue?
Moratorium?
Medieval. Is it medieval style or is it?
It is and it isn't, because it doesn't take place in Faerun, which is like the basic setting for most Dungeons and Dragons stuff and all the Baldur's Gate stuff. It takes place in like a city called Egyl, which is in the astral planes, and so it's like a place with a bunch of portals. And
it's the city of doors.
Yeah, I think
there's
so.
One of them
Egyl.
in D&D that's the city of doors.
That's Egyl for sure.
Yeah, I remember reading that in one of the books.
Because Egyl is supposed to be like this place where you can go to get anywhere else. You know, there are portals all over Egyl, sometimes with to other places within Egyl, and sometimes to different planes, and sometimes to wherever else. So it's it's the city of doors. And the game is all about trying to find out, because you wake up in this morgue and you were dead. You're trying to find out, like, why are you dead? What happens to you when you die? And who you are. You're trying to, like, walk around and ask people, like, do you know me? Do you know who I am? What is going on here? Tell me about the city. Yeah, it's really interesting because I have been following role-playing games for the better part of my life. And having not played this, it's really funny going back to it. This game from 1999. That is asking all of the questions that role-playing games have been asking themselves for the past like 25 years since then. Sort of like, what does it mean to play a game where you die and then you can load your save and it undoes your death, basically? And what does it mean to be a player character, and what special powers and abilities are player characters afforded in the world? And all sorts of questions like this. And so I've been really interested in it. I've only played like 15 hours of it or so. I got to an annoying part, and so I sort of fell off of it.
Yeah.
Because whatever, I got to an annoying part. But it's been really fun. And then the only other game I've been playing is a game that I've been playing with you and Yvonne and our friend Laura. I've been playing Left 4 Dead 2, which is it just rips.
It's so sick. It's awesome.
It's so sick. I am just having a great time running around and shooting people.
Yeah, I don't think either of us play like a ton of shooting games. I play Fortnite occasionally. There is something about shooting guys with a gun that is like so viscerally satisfying that every time I go back to a game like this where I'm like, oh yeah, this is awesome. And Left 4 Dead is really scratching that itch of like mowing down zombies with a big gun.
Yeah, it is a really sickening part of our little human minds that it's so fun. It's just so fun to shoot people.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
And yeah, but we've been playing a lot of Left 4 Dead 2, and that is great. It's just like I wrote a little bit on Backlogged about Left 4 Dead 2, and mostly I was just writing about how everything in the game is so designed to be so like viscerally satisfying. from the ground up. And some of that is just like the physics engine is really good, but a lot of it is like a really close attention to detail that I think is really cool. So Left 4 Dead 2 is really fun. We've been real Left 4 Dead sickos lately.
Yeah, it's so awesome. I was noticing a lot when we were playing, like the level design in that game is like unbelievably good. Like we were mostly playing levels that I had not played before, or definitely hadn't played in, I don't know, 10 years. And like we so seldom got lost, even though it didn't feel like a hallway simulator. We always ended up going the right way, and it didn't get like turned around or anything like that, which is like really
there's usually like one or two ways to go, but you never get confused about where you're going. Yeah. And it doesn't feel like there's only one or two ways to go.
Yeah.
You know?
They aren't doing like the yellow paint thing or the hallway thing.
Right.
And it is, I feel it being above my head of like how these levels are put together to make you feel like that. But it's sort of similar to like, there's some bits in Portal 2 that feel like that. Some parts of Half-Life 2, I think Half-Life 2 kind of fails on this count sometimes. Like,
can I get on my podium? Can I get on my high horse?
Please do.
I fucking hate Half-Life 2. Half-Life 2 drives me absolutely insane.
Say it. I never finished it. I only got halfway through because I got lost in a big desert area and I couldn't figure out where to go.
I know exactly the desert area you're talking about. Yeah. So since we were playing Left 4 Dead 2, I was in like Valve shooter type of mood. And I booted up Half-Life 2 the other day. I played it for I played like 5 hours of Half-Life 2 in the past couple of days. And almost the entire time you're driving around in a stupid little boat or a stupid little car, and it feels awful. Yeah. And it's like there was a moment where you get out of the stupid little boat and you go through a cool zombie town, and there's a bunch of zombies and stuff. And that part was awesome. And then immediately they put you back in the car. It drives me crazy. I hate the car. Yeah. So
it sucks.
And also every single character in Half-Life 2 wants to suck your dick so bad. They're always like, "Oh, Gordon Freeman, you're the Gordon Freeman. Oh my God, it's the hero, Gordon Freeman. We love you, Gordon." It drives me insane. Oh, I wish I could have worked with you in Black Mesa, Gordon Freeman. Suck my balls and dick. I don't know. It really pisses me off how much of it's like everybody loves Gordon, the game.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Half-Life 2 sucks. Leaving the party official position.
Half-Life 1 is lit because every single character treats you like dirt.
That's much better. Yeah.
It's so funny. Like all of the scientists are like, "You're late, Gordon. You fucking suck at your job. Go get into the test chamber, put the rock in the beam, and destroy the world." And you're like, "Okay, I guess I have to do that."
I was playing something recently where everyone loved you.
Did they know me?
I don't know.
It's just like this really like transparent like male wish fulfillment that I find really grating.
Yeah.
Because it's like there's like two, maybe three female characters that I've met in Half-Life 2 so far, and they're all like, "Gordon, your dick is so hefting big, and I love you so much."
It actually like
I don't care.
It is like a lot like pornography. Like the sort of like sometimes in pornography you will see like this woman or man, if you're into that sort of thing, be like, "You're so hot. I love." Oh, you know where I see it is like you see it on Instagram sometimes of like talking at you, like doing narration, and they're like, "I love sucking you off." And every time I see something like that, it just feels like, you don't know me, man. Like it feels it's like so transparent, like instantly. And I feel like it just takes you out of it, and it's like, what are we doing here? Come on.
Yeah.
Treat me like a human being.
Extremely. There's even like you meet, because there's the girl that sort of follows you around and appears a lot in Half-Life 2. Her name is Alex. They made a whole game about her that nobody's played. And nobody except rich people. And Alex is always following you around, and she's always talking about how much she loves you, basically, and how awesome you are. And then you meet her dad, Eli Vance, and he's like, "Do you want to fuck my daughter?" Basically, like he's like, "Oh, crazy. You're yeah." Well, he does this whole thing like, "Oh, there's nothing that Gordon can't handle except maybe Alex." You know what I mean? It's like, "Oh, okay, man. I don't know. It's just whatever." It's probably one of the best games ever, I guess, but I just don't care.
I don't know. It's no Putt-Putt Saves the Zoo.
Yeah. It's no Pajama Sam 3, you are you eat what you eat from your head to your feet. Fuck, I stuttered.
Fuck. It's no Uma Musume Pretty Derby. Yeah, I've been playing the Dragon Quest 7 demo. I finished it last week. It's really good. I had this feeling when I booted up Dragon Quest 7, the demo, and I heard the sort of Dragon Quest title screen theme, and my heart sung in a way that I feel rarely. I was overcome by the feeling of like, God, Dragon Quest speaks to me. Joy. It just speaks to me so profoundly. And I'm really excited. It's very good. It's got all the Dragon Quest stuff. It's got people who say really interesting things when you talk to them, funny little non sequiturs. It's got a story that is heartfelt and simple, but also touching on something very meaningful. Yeah, I'm stoked.
Which one is Dragon Quest 7? Is that the one where there's like your family and stuff?
No, Dragon Quest 7 is Fragments of the Forgotten Past. It is I think the second remake of Dragon Quest 7, the most recent one, which comes out early February. It will probably be out by the time this podcast comes out, where you are a kid on an island and you end up in a situation where you go, there are no other islands in the world, and you end up in a situation where you are on a different island, and everyone's like, there's no way there's a different island. There's only one, the one that we're on. And then you have a little adventure on that island and you come back to the first island, and then both islands are there. And everyone's like, what's going on with this other island that has just appeared? And that's kind of the demo. That's like the first 5 hours of the game.
There's a Dragon Quest game. I don't remember which one. You start as like a little baby kid, and the game takes place over the course of your whole life. Do you know?
Yes, this is Dragon Quest 5.
5. Okay.
I have not finished it. I started it on the Nintendo DS, and it was too hard, so I gave up. Is what happened.
Is Dragon Quest 7 one where you can collect monsters?
No, that is also Dragon Quest 5.
Fuck.
Yeah, that one has everything.
Okay, word.
It's actually one of the funny things is like they haven't remade Dragon Quest 5 since the DS, and that is probably the third most popular one after 8 and 11.
The only Dragon Quest game I've played is 3, and I've only played the like Switch remake of it.
I do think that one is like the most classic. Like it feels like, yep, we're playing a JRPG.
Extremely.
I would love to do 11. I actually yesterday I hooked up my personal computer to the television and opened up Dragon Quest 11, which I had on PC with like higher resolution mods and stuff to like make it look really good. And I was just running around and it looked so beautiful. And I was just like, wow, this game is awesome. I'm really excited about the Dragon Quest 7 remake. Yeah, and I've been playing Final Fantasy Tactics as well, which is another remake of a classic RPG, the Ivalice Chronicles for Nintendo Switch.
Yes, I know of this one.
I've played
the fuck out of this game.
It's so awesome, dude.
It's so sick. It's crazy.
When did you play it?
I never finished Final Fantasy Tactics when I was playing it as like a teenager, but I played it most recently when it was remade last year. And yeah, I was really into it this most recent time. I mentioned it in our alpacas last time we recorded, but I remember finding it really hard to get used to certain tactics stuff. I know you were talking about with me how it's annoying when they're like, they have the guest characters that aren't actually in your party, and so you can't control them.
Yeah.
And then also I found it really hard to get used to how like certain actions take longer time to start up. And so it's like when I first started, it was hard to predict like when my attacks would and wouldn't land. But I think that's something that I figured out at some point.
The sort of like turn order display stuff, like so much of the UI is like really thoughtful and interesting because it's like a complicated game. There's a lot of mechanics going on at once, portraying them all on the screen and getting you to understand everything that's happening is quite a task. And they mostly do a good job.
Have you had any Final Fantasy Tactics friendly fire incidents?
Many. Yeah, I've definitely killed my guys before. When it
took
has
me a while to figure out that you could like shoot if you're attacking with a ranged weapon, you can just hit your other party members in the back of the head if they're standing in front of you.
Yeah. Yes.
Like you don't shoot over them. You really just blast.
Yeah.
them.
There is some calculation that they do for that I don't fully understand anymore. But like if you're high up, if you're high enough up, you don't do that. You can shoot over them.
Yeah, there's an elevation.
Yeah. So there's elevation, there's like directionality of facing. There's like all kinds of mechanical interaction. That's really fun.
But who needs it? Because Agrias can just call down lightning from the sky.
That's damn true. I agree. I love her so much.
She's so sexy.
She's so sexy. I sent it to the group chat, I think, but in her like description, Agrias is this one woman who's like she's like a knight. She's blonde. She's so cool. She's like protecting the princess. And her like description in the codex. The codex in Final Fantasy Tactics also is like so awesome. It's so good. Anything you could possibly want to know about Ivalice is there.
Something I've always been confused about, because I know Ivalice through Final Fantasy Tactics, and there are very few bunny people in Final Fantasy Tactics. I don't know, maybe none.
I think it's none. I think the bunny people were added later.
Okay, word.
I think the bunny people are from Tactics Advance. Yeah, here's Agrias's description. There's like a little thing about she's a knight who's protecting the princess, and then instead, her father raised Agrias as a man with the intention that she take charge of the family. While she quietly adhered to her father's wishes, she rarely felt comfortable playing the part of second-born son. Many such cases. Many such cases.
That's my boss.
Yeah, we love Agrias.
My girlfriend.
Yeah, so I've been enjoying Tactics.
When I played Final Fantasy Tactics last year, did I tell you that I made characters based off of most of our friend group? You were like a white, because there's all the guest characters that you can add as party members, but you can also just like create party members.
Yeah.
So I made you a white mage. I made Yvonne a black mage.
Nice.
I made a Kerry, even though I also had Ramza.
Oh yeah, maybe the best part of Final Fantasy Tactics is the gay love story at its heart.
Oh my god!
Like it is a game about lovers, two boys who are in love with each other.
Two boys who are fated.
Yeah.
To do homoerotic battle.
Yeah. But they have to fight each other because they arrived in a complex political situation with different beliefs.
That's what it's all about, man.
Here's my number one recommendation, actually, if you're going to play Final Fantasy Tactics, the Ivalice Chronicles. They don't show you the cinematics in the game. You have to go to the codex. You go to like summary of things that has happened. And in there, you can watch the like fully animated cutscenes of the two boys in love with each other.
Wait, really?
Yeah, did you not see this? It's so good.
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Yeah, these are all, you would remember. These are all, they're animations, I think, from War of the Lions, which was the PSP one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's so awesome. It's like, it's a movie about these two boys who are in love with each other.
That's so sexy.
It's so awesome. So
I'm gonna have to open Final Fantasy Tactics again.
You can just go watch them all in order. But I'm not like a big Final Fantasy person. I recently created some drama between Kerry and I. We recently had a rift in our friendship because I wrote, I would say, a pretty negative review of Final Fantasy IX.
Pretty scathing.
And
review of
say,
my favorite video game.
Yeah, I will say I do like basically everything about the game except for the ATB meter, which I want to see on the gallows by noon.
This was a big rift for us. We had to get leaving the party corporate and the union involved.
Yeah.
We had to renegotiate your contract.
Yeah, we came to the table hostilely.
Yeah, I did enjoy your scathing Final Fantasy IX review.
Thank you.
I don't even necessarily disagree with most of it.
I do think it's basically a skill issue. Is that like I don't
it's
really
unfortunate. When you sent that review in our chat, I was trying really hard not to say skill issue because I knew it would make you mad.
No, I think I agree. I agree that it is a skill issue. I just think that like if you're making Final Fantasy IX, like if you're trying to make a game that's accessible and like trying to tell a story primarily, like just don't make it impossible to understand for someone who's never played a Final Fantasy game before. Like just make it easier for anyone who's not a complete sicko to play like your game that is sort of framed as being like about the story and characters. But whatever. That's my opinion. I think I just want to summarize my opinions about the ATB meter really quick.
Sure.
So in Final Fantasy IX, hold on, let me pull it up so I could accurately summarize my points.
She's pulling out a giant 900-page document.
I'm pulling out a big knife. Part of the combat system includes a meter that instead of like just selecting your attacks, you have as much time as you want to pick them and then they go in order that you pick them. There is a meter that ticks up over time, and when the meter fills up, then you can select your attack and do it. There are a lot of problems with this. I get the idea that like it's turn-based battle like with a time constraint, so you're like gotta stay on your toes.
I think part of the idea is like you know, all your characters have different like speed and agility stats and stuff like that. And so the faster your character is, the more turns they're going to be able to do. Yeah. And also it wants to apply that sort of pressure to you to make you try to be able to think on your toes while the battle is happening quickly in front of you and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think basically the problem with this is that it disincentivizes learning the game. Like it disincentivizes like learning what everything does. It punishes people for thinking, really confuses the order that events occur. If you fall behind at all, it becomes like really difficult to understand what's happening in the combat. Like if you already cannot understand all of the things that are happening on screen, you cannot take a second to like figure it out because you are under time pressure. Like you have to just like keep going and keep selecting, which is very frustrating to me because I want to know how the game works and I want to understand how to play it. Sue me. And that is like heavily disincentivized because like if you do that, you are going to lose the fight. That was my experience. I just think that they should let you actually pause it, and so you can look around and see what's going on. And then once you understand, then you can turn the ATB thing on. But can you not pause it during battle? No. Well, you can pause it, but it doesn't. It's like a regular pause. It's not like it's not a pause where you can select your options. Yeah, and I can already hear the comments on Spotify or wherever people leave comments. I can already hear you tweeting at leading the party. The wait mode. She knows about wait mode. I know about wait mode. It doesn't work. You're stupid. Wait mode. Have you considered that you're a fucking idiot? You're a dullard. Yeah, I'm smarter than you, and it's not that I'm bad at the game. Well, it is that I'm bad at the game. It's just, well, whatever. There is a mode called wait mode that it pissed me off even more because it tempts you. It's sort of it gives you it bears false witness. And it says we're going to wait whenever the bar is full so you can take a moment to look through your options and try to understand the combat system better. And I said to myself, oh, okay, that makes sense. That seems like a really useful tool for someone who doesn't already understand everything that's going on. And I need to look around and like see how much damage like attacks are doing, what the turn order is. I want like some time to look through the menus. And that promise is false. What it actually does is it only really pauses the game when you're in a menu selecting a action. When a new character's turn arrives, it does not pause the game. You have to navigate into the skills menu or the items menu and then make your decision there, which is stupid because if you're doing that, you've already decided that that's the thing that you want to do. So you need to just pause it on the main screen. It's such an easy fix. It's such a simple fix. It's a weird distinction to make that like, yes, the menu that says like attack, guard, item, skill, that is not a decision that they're going to pause the ATB meters for. And instead they're going to only pause when you've already clicked on the menu that says skill or the menu that says item. Yes, which is a less consequential decision. Like the first one, if you're choosing attack or defend or item or skill, that is a more important decision than if you've already clicked skill, which skill you're going to use. it boggles my mind. It pisses me off. I will come back to it when I... And also, this is not helped by the fact that the animation lengths in Final Fantasy IX are so long that, like, you cannot understand the sequence of events that are happening, the order in which the animations are going, unless you are watching them.
Over the course of one animation, usually most people's ATB meter will fill.
Yes. So you have to both watch the animation to see when it ends, to see how much damage it does, and like what the sort of elemental implications of it are. And also select 4 different people's move and then remember the order that those people go in, because it doesn't tell you the turn order. You just have to have noticed when the bars were filling up while you were also looking at the animation, while you were also waiting for the damage numbers, while you were also selecting that the movie that you need to select. I'm going to crash out.
So I love this game. I think it's awesome.
Basically everything else about it, though, is really awesome. Yeah.
I never had this issue, but I think it's maybe because I'm goated.
Yeah, I unironically agree with you. I think it is a skill issue, but
I don't think it's a skill issue that Tess needs to get better. I think I should be worse, but I just am. I'm not. So.
I think there's a difference between a game like Dark Souls, where like getting good at the game is the point, and a game like Final Fantasy IX, where it's like clearly the core is like the story and the characters, and like it's not hugely consequential to make the game a little easier for someone who hasn't played this style before. Like
this
that's not
is a problem that we're going to return to almost every single time we talk about a JRPG. But the idea that you want to have like a heartfelt story about a collection of characters with a bunch of different interests who are sort of sent against each other and then have to team up to create or to defeat a greater evil and whatever. The idea that is the thing you want to portray in your game, and you also want to have an incredibly complex battle system where you're fighting a bunch of monsters all the time. I think that those two things oftentimes are fundamentally at odds.
Yeah.
And it does create issues in certain games. So that's something that we're probably going to return to a lot, what you've identified here about Final Fantasy IX.
And I think it's also like this is a problem that like I'm a gamer. I've played games. I know basically how they operate, and it frustrated me. I'm not familiar with this particular mechanic, but like I think developers often wildly underestimate the skill of someone who is not already familiar with the mechanics that they're working with. And that can be an intentional choice, and that's fine. Of like you need to know how the 2-stick camera controls work. You need to like understand like the implications of pressing various buttons, that there's going to be a pause button, there's going to be a jump button, that like combinations of buttons may have different things. Like you need to move with this stick. All of those things are learned skills, and you need to be very aware of that when you're like playtesting and designing your game. And I think especially with older ones, this is like not properly considered. Like, you ever like try to like get your parents to play a game, or like someone who like, or like watch someone who doesn't play a lot of games, like try to navigate 2-stick camera controls for the first time? It's like they're terrible at it. And like, of course, you forget how complicated and difficult that task is. And I think like that kind of onboarding is like underused, under prepared for. You take for granted when you're playing games for your entire life, you take for granted the fact that the left stick controls walking around and the right stick controls the camera. And you like understand that intuitively, and therefore it's easy to assume that everybody else understands that intuitively. But if you give a controller to my mom, she would be so pissed. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. I was watching a friend of mine play Celeste for the first time. She was over here. We were watching a movie. I was like, I think you would like this game. I handed her the controller. And there was like, she doesn't play a lot of 2D platformers, but she plays games. And the ease that I felt playing that game compared to like the way that I was watching her navigate the screen, I was like, oh, this is like this is the exact kind of thing that you would only get through playtesting with people who are not like already super invested in your genre. And like, that's like really important. It's really important that like you can make games like that like people who are stupid like me can't like get fucked up because of your ATB meter.
I felt just so give me bad the weight watching you when we were playing versus mode in Left 4 Dead. I felt so bad watching you try to play as the hunter.
Oh, I couldn't fucking figure it out. Yeah. I couldn't figure out how to do the special attack as the hunter, and you and Laura and Yvonne were all being like, you need to click and then click again. And I was trying to do it and I couldn't figure it out. I was just standing there and then I got owned.
The thing you need to do, and I'm gonna say it again, and it's gonna be equally useful, which is not at all. But you have to like hold crouch, and then that charges a meter, and then once the meter charges, while you're still holding crouch.
Oh, you have to hold crouch. Okay. But well, that's interesting because every other monster that you play as in Left 4 Dead, you just click. None of them
work like that.
There's none of the.
It's just
crouching.
The hunter.
Well, yeah.
There were a couple times while we were playing, I would see you walk around as the hunter and then like stand still for like 10 seconds before I shot you.
That was me trying to charge it.
And I was like, I would kill you and I'd be like, that felt really bad. I shouldn't have done that.
So basically what we've learned here is that Tess sucks at video games. I don't know how to play them and I never will. Out of spite.
Yep. That's what I said.
That's what I'm saying, definitely. All right.
Okay.
Anyway.
You want to talk about chained echoes?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't have an ATB meter, so.
Yeah.
We're chilling. What is, Kerry, what is Chained Echoes?
Yeah, Chained Echoes. Chained Echoes is a 2022 indie JRPG. With heavy inspiration from, and now that's sort of a deceiving thing that I guess we can get into later, but it's not from Japan. I think the guy is from Sweden, the guy who developed
He's German, but yeah.
German. Psych. But he took a lot of heavy inspiration from the SNES era of JRPGs, stuff like Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, Chrono Trigger, Suikoden 2, like all the SNES and Xenogears, yeah. All the SNES and like PlayStation 1 and Dreamcast era JRPGs. And he has what they've done is they've taken a whole series of genre trappings and little gimmicks and scenes and tropes from all these things and use them as a well of inspiration to create Chained Echoes, which is a game basically exactly like all of those other ones, except with a lot of modern polish, a couple of really, really well-refined systems, an incredible, like super good battle system.
Yeah.
Like a really, really just stunning feat of turn-based battle design.
Yeah, it's in the vein of these games in that it's like you have the battle mode, and you have like a battle system that is basically turn-based. And then like you walk around the world and experience the story. And you have a bunch of people in your party who all kind of like have little personalities, and events transpire to come to a head at the end where you kill God. Spoilers. That's not even true. I don't think you even do actually. But
there's a God situation for sure.
There's a situation, but I think maybe it would be good to do the development.
Yeah. So you've done more research about this than I have. I haven't.
Yeah, I
know that like.
Yeah, let me do my little spiel and.
Please.
Okay. Chained Echoes is developed by Matthias Linde, who did programming, art, and writing. The cover art was by Yo Kanzawa, who's a Japanese artist who also worked on Fire Emblem Heroes and some light novel illustrations. Some of the backgrounds are by Andrew Silverman, who's a pixel artist. He worked on Terminator 2D No Fate and Savior. You can find illustrations on his website. And you can also see some of the ones he did specifically for Chained Echoes. They look pretty similar to the style of the rest of the game, which is mostly done by Matthias Linde. The music is by Eddie Marianukroh. He also did music for a VR game called Final Approach and some Game Jam games, but seems to do mostly traditional self-published music. He is also working on another classics-inspired RPG called Seeds of Nostalgia. You can look him up on Bandcamp, and you should, because the Chained Echoes soundtrack is on there, and it's really excellent.
Goes hard.
The game was published by Deck 13, the publishing arm of Deck 13, not to be confused with the developing arm, which also published Crosscode and some other 15 or so other games that are also in the kind of indie realm. So the sum total of this is that Chained Echoes is basically a one developer game with some aspects, major to minor, covered by other people. And a lot of the interviews with Matthias Linde, the developer, bring this up and are often asking for advice. And I liked this quote he said about people asking for advice. "I have no advice. My story is different from others. There is no go-to formula. If you want to work on your indie game, make sure to keep your day job as long as possible. Learn in your spare time. Financial security is key. I see so many people giving up everything and sacrificing themselves. That's ... dangerous." He used Unity, Photoshop, Sprite, and Tiled, which is a tiling program. He learned to program while making the game, and also bought some assets from the Unity store. He points out specifically the pathfinding programming, which he thought would be difficult, but was able to buy the assets for it from the Unity store. And this all connects a bit to what we were talking about last episode with Pokemon Lazarus and the solo developer pedestal putting on.
Right.
So while it's definitely true that Matthias Linde did the most work, an enormous amount of it, and it's not strictly untrue that he is a solo developer. I admire it greatly. I'm not trying to insult him. I just
years and years of work.
Yes. Yeah. Years and years. There is a long history of tools developed by others that enabled that to happen. There's the hiring of outside help for music and other art. And he takes pains in interviews to point this out. He is always complimenting the music. He says about Eddie Marianukroh, Eddie is a god. Honestly, he is a master of music, if not the master of music. I cannot state that enough. His work is incredible. We agreed that he had free hand on the music and that he could create the tracks the way he wanted. I trusted him. I didn't ask questions. I guess that's why the soundtrack turned out the way that it did. He has a feeling for the situations, the scenery, and wrote the music especially for the game and made sure it did capture the 90s feelings of a JRPG. Yeah, and we talked about this last episode, but the games industry loves to be one guy made a game and he did it all himself. And that's just, I think, kind of misleading. At the very least, an incomplete picture.
That's a really cute quote.
Yeah, it's really cute. He seems like a nice boy. He seems like a nice guy from interviews. When Matthias Linde was a kid, he made small games with RPG Maker, but never finished one. Many such cases.
Don't I know that?
Chained Echoes started development in earnest in 2018, but he had been working on it a bit before. That was when he created a website and social media. He said, I think you need to have some kind of basic visibility on social media. And initially the game was called The Grand Grimoire, and you can still find a couple assets with that name online, which is kind of fun. He studied communication design, and he said it would have taken 10 years or so to finish the game if he didn't quit his job. And in order to do that, they launched a Kickstarter in February 2019, which was successful, met several stretch goals. Up to that point, he had been promoting the game by posting pixel art on Reddit and Twitter and promoting the game under that. And the pixel art is really beautiful. A lot of it is, pre-alpha kind of assets. And so you can see the game evolve if you go look it up, which is really interesting. I read a lot of interviews for this, and basically every single one starts with, quote, "What are your inspirations?" And it was just really funny to me because if I was him, it would have driven me insane. I would have been stop fucking asking me that. You could go read the other 14 interviews I did. But anyway, he was very nice about it every time. So shout out Matthias. He talks about Secret of Mana, Suikoden 2, Xenogears, Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy, the ones that you talked about earlier. The mech design was also inspired by an anime called Visions of Escaflown, which I've never heard of.
Escaflowne?
Okay.
Escaflowne,
you've heard of it?
Yeah. I have heard of this. I haven't seen this show, but I know of it.
Okay. Apparently there's mech.
I don't want to... Yes, there are. I don't want to overestimate how much I know about this. I know very little about it, but I know of it.
I did not watch the anime in preparation for this episode.
I think the thing that is really significant about Visions of Escaflowne here is that it's like a fantasy mecha anime. They're like, which is really similar to what Chained Echoes is doing. It's very much like they mechas in the sense that they are like suits of armor that are really big rather than they are big machines of power and industry. And, obviously because they're mechs, they end up having to be both. But,
Yeah, we will come back to the mechs to talk about them later. Oh, yeah. Don't you worry your little head. The ship is in a fishkutter style, which is a kind of fishing boat from the North Sea. I would guess this is specifically about the airship that you fly around in. It looks like, I would call this like a tugboat kind of aesthetic. You will recognize it if you Google fishkutter style. The things he talks about for like design goals is like the fast pacing of the SNES era, the depth of stories of the PlayStation era, and modern day design philosophy. And it's interesting to look at it through that lens because I think you can see all of it. Like you can see the kind of like grand PlayStation story, the like brisk combat of the SNES, and then also like design decisions that are very modern, very like the latest technology we have in designing video games. And he tried to make the game how he remembers his childhood experiences with games. Quote, "If you start them up today, you will notice that a lot didn't age very well. And yet in my head, they are still the greatest games ever created. And I tried to design Chained Echoes how I remember those titles." Some things he deliberately did not include, and this is related to like the sort of more dated designs of older games. Some things not included were missable content spread through several playthroughs, cryptic optional side stuff that you cannot complete without reading a guide online, and also fan service, quote unquote. I'm a big hater of the term fan service. What fan service means is like girls' underwear, like looking up girls' skirts. Right. I'm a fan, but that's not fan service to me. I think it sucks. And he also thinks it sucks. And I appreciated that. The game has about 110 to 150,000 words in it. It was originally written in English and so had to be translated back into German.
Oh, interesting.
That's the end of my development notes. Thank you. The development notes corner.
Yeah, I don't have a Wikipedia corner for this one, really.
Yeah, I don't either. I thought about it and I couldn't come up with anything that needed Wikipediaing. Do you mind if I go pee?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, actually, I need to pee as well.
I'm just gonna right here.
Here we go. So we're back. I'd like to get into Chained Echoes and what our thoughts are about it. But before that, I've prepared a little segment here because we're going to be talking, a lot of what we're going to be talking about when we talk about Chained Echoes is going to be about the JRPG. And I think that I would like to have a little bit of history around that because
I would like that too.
Chained Echoes is the first JRPG we're covering on the show.
JRPG stands for Japanese RPG, or Japanese role-playing game, just for our...
Yes, that's right. And Chained Echoes is the first JRPG we're covering on the show, and for the sake of convenience, I think that's what we're going to continue calling it. It was developed in Europe. It's a European game. It's not a Japanese game, but it's pretty inspired by so many of the games that are Japanese role-playing games, like Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, Suikoden, Chrono Trigger, Xenogears, like you mentioned. It carries similarities to all these games, and these games are what you think of when somebody says JRPG. But I wanted to talk a little about the history of the JRPG, which I think is really kind of a complicated thing. There is a video that I wanted to talk about. This video is called Why Japanese Fantasy Has Dungeons, ... and Sometimes Dragons. This is a really, really cool video by this channel Weird Place on YouTube that I follow. They do like tabletop role-playing game videos that are really like informative and cool. And in this video, the host Lee talks about the history of 20th century Japanese fantasy and why it resembles Western fantasy so much. Because in the West, our conception of fantasy as a genre typically comes from things like Lord of the Rings. But in Japan, Lord of the Rings wasn't officially translated until 1972, and it doesn't really end up catching on like that in the way that it does in the West. And so the question is like, where does this style of Western-inspired Japanese fantasy come from? And it turns out, because there's this style of Japanese fantasy that has to do a lot with knights and with parties of adventurers and whatnot. And it turns out that it largely comes from tabletop role-playing games like Dungeons and Dragons and PC role-playing games like Wizardry and Ultima. So in the mid-1980s, we start getting a new kind of Japanese fantasy that has all these aesthetic similarities to Western fantasy, like wizards and elves and dwarves and whatever, but are really different in attitude and tone and content because it's a couple steps removed from things like Lord of the Rings, and it's being reproduced in a different time by Japanese people and in a different context, who are creating it from the perspective of Japanese people, and they're creating it for Japanese people. And so what Lee talks about in the video is this series called Record of Lodoss War. Do you know anything about this, Tess?
I have heard of Record of Lodoss War, Deedlit in Wonder Labyrinth, which is one of my favorite game titles because it's so long and kind of is nonsensical if you have to think about what it could possibly mean.
So Record of Lodoss War, it begins as a transcribed and edited Dungeons and Dragons game that's published in like computer magazines.
Wow. I did not know
this
that.
So this is they have these people who will play Dungeons and Dragons together, and they'll transcribe everything, including like their conversations about the game, and then they'll edit it and they'll publish it. Or they published it in computers magazines in like the mid 1980s and stuff like that. And eventually this series gets really, really big, and it turns into novelizations, it turns into manga and anime. And the people who made Record of Lodoss War eventually make their own tabletop role-playing game called Sword World because of some issues with trying to use Dungeons and Dragons and stuff when the Dungeons and Dragons company didn't necessarily want that.
And so Sword World. Sword World.
Yeah, Sword World
so
is
awesome.
And so Sword World and Record of Lodoss War becomes like a big origin point for this style of Japanese fantasy and Japanese role-playing games. And around the same time that this is happening, we start seeing stuff that we call the JRPG develop. This is stuff like Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. So this is where, like, in the mid-1980s, we start seeing all these like party-based fantasy games start popping up in Japan. And this happens sort of independently from the fantasy RPGs that will soon start popping up in the West, Western RPGs, like more of Ultima and Wizardry, and eventually stuff like Baldur's Gate, Fallout, Planescape Torment, whatever. And so we have these two cultural sort of lineages of role-playing games that are both inspired by the same source material, but have splintered off sort of geographically for tons of different reasons. And at first, during this period, the distinction that was made was between what we called console RPGs and computer RPGs. A lot of what we think of as JRPGs were considered console RPGs because they were games that were published on the SNES and the PlayStation and the Dreamcast and the NES and stuff like that. And we called these Western RPGs computer RPGs because they were typically published on PC, like Baldur's Gate and whatever. But eventually, it becomes a lot more common for Japanese role-playing games to be published in the West and Western role-playing games to be published in Japan. And the video gaming market becomes a lot more global. And around then, it's when we first start seeing the phase like JRPG being used in Western markets. So the term JRPG comes from like this sort of globalization of the video game market, where we start to have like this distinction between these games, this cultural lineage of games that were developed in Japan and this cultural lineage of games that were developed in the West.
Yeah, because this is the first time that like those games are appearing in Western markets.
Right, exactly. I'm going to reference a Polygon article here. I have the link that I think I shared with you before.
I read this. It's really good. Everyone, if you're listening to this and you're interested in this, you should go read this article. It's really good. When I read this, I was like, oh, I remember reading a similar article, like sort of about the same thing. It wasn't this one. And I tried to look it up. and Googling like history of JRPG and racism turns up with like the most foul Google results that have ever
yeah, I bet
returned, like the most Gamergate shit. So I just was like, never mind. So don't do that. Just go read this Polygon article. is my recommendation.
Yeah. This is a Polygon article and it'll be in the show notes. So will the video I was just talking about, but this will be in the show notes. It's called "The JRPG Label Has Always Been Othering." This is from a couple of years ago. It's by Kazuma Hashimoto. And Kazuma argues that there is a lot of historical Orientalist baggage that this phrase carries. The phrase JRPG. From my understanding of the article, the JRPG phrase originates in some forums in the mid-90s to sort of make this distinction between the two styles of role-playing games. But in the late 90s and especially the early 2000s, there is a lot of racist stigma that begins to form around the reputation of the JRPG in Western games media, especially in Western games media. There are a lot of game reviewers like G4 and Game Informer at the time, and even press conferences for Western adaptations of games, like they mentioned Devil May Cry, where all these people are always talking about how JRPG characters are always feminine, girlish, they're wimpy compared to the Western RPGs and other games that were releasing at the time, which often featured these sort of like broad-shouldered men like stuff in Gears of War. The market had changed a lot for video games in the early 2000s, and the JRPG, in comparison to the Western market of video games, begins to be seen as this sort of othering label. And this is now a part of a very long history of Westerners depicting people from Japan and others in Asia as like effeminate and wimpy and whatever. That goes back a really long time. So there's this like very racist history in the West in games culture. And I think for a lot of people, the JRPG is caught up in that. The article was written because a couple of years ago, when Final Fantasy XVI was doing its press tours, there were some interviews where the director, Yoshida, says that for some developers, they felt that it was a discriminatory term. And when they were hearing it, and for some people have some bad or complicated feelings around it because of what was said in the past, which I think is just something that is like worth keeping in mind when we talk about JRPGs. I'm not really interested in arguing whether or not it's a term people should or shouldn't use or anything, because it's a very useful sort of category. I say JRPG and you know exactly what I'm talking about for the most part. But I thought it had a really interesting history that I sort of wanted to bring up when we talk about what this game is doing. Because I think Chained Echoes wears the category of JRPG really proudly. It's very like nakedly and happily inspired by the staples of this genre. And it's really happy to be counted among them, I think. That's what it wants, you know?
Yeah.
I mentioned this more to like cover some historical ground for the show so that we can all be on the same page going forward about the history of this genre, because that's going to be a continued conversation, I think.
Yeah.
And we're going to come back to it a lot on this show.
Yeah, I feel like there's another article that's linked to in that Polygon one that's on GameSpot and by Peter Brown that's interviews with the Xenoblade Chronicles X development team. It gives basically the point of this is like some people on that development team say we don't really like it. They say, quote, Hitoshi Yamagami of Nintendo says it's not our idea to add the J. And then Tetsuya Takahashi from Monolith Soft is saying, I don't feel like people are saying anything negative when they say JRPG. I feel like it's become a genre category at this point. So the point is like different people have different opinions about it. But like the problem, right, is like you were saying, like games coverage primarily viewed these games that were imported as like firstly Japanese and secondly like their mechanical or story like design patterns.
Yes, exactly.
And then like used like existing stereotypes in order to denigrate them. Like they picked one that was convenient about like Orientalist ideas and was like, okay, we can do this in order to make fun of these things that are not as familiar to us. And so I think like, yeah, like it's the thing that is inarguable is that like that term has been used for racist ends. But it's also true, like it is like a style of design, the like turn-based, party-based fantasy story RPG.
Right.
Originated in Japan, like during a specific period in time, like has certain like mechanical implications. And like I think, like you said, it's useful to have that term. And also, like, I feel like there is something to be said for like an acknowledgement that like to many people, this is a good thing. Like Like,
right.
the racism of the people covering the games is not like the end all be all of like what people think of these games. So
yeah, Western games media does not encapsulate the entirety of thought around video games.
Yeah. Western games media famously unbiased.
Yeah, and like that's what I was saying about Chained Echoes is that I think Chained Echoes really loves the JRPG, you know?
Yeah.
And I think that it shows a lot. There's like this is a game that was really made with a lot of love and care and attention to the sort of history of this as a genre.
Yeah. Swag.
Period.
Yeah. It's like I feel the games are filtered through the racism, you know, like the racism is there first. And then like whatever terms you use, whatever like ideas are present in those games are going to be like twisted into prejudice by people who are prejudiced. And so like, yeah, that's why we wanted to bring it up to be like, these things existed. We don't feel that way, obviously. The term is convenient to use. And also like, I think there is value in keeping it around from some perspectives. Yeah.
I'm not interested in like starting discourse about whether it should be used or whatever. No. I just think that it's an important history to talk about. Yeah. I feel like, you know, it's worth mentioning the typical like Orientalist philosophy around this sort of thing is like, oh, well, you know, we're describing this thing as Japanese in Orient to the normal RPGs that we play. This is like why the CRPG label has stuck around as still the CRPG, but the JRPGs aren't really called console RPGs like that anymore, you know? But yeah, whatever.
Yeah, basically whatever.
Basically, that's the official leaving the party stance. Basically whatever.
Basically whatever. Yeah.
What I'm more interested in talking about is how much this game whips.
Yeah, it's awesome. Actually, I have one more thing that I wrote down I want to talk about is you mentioned manga and comics. Or this is something they talk about in the article too, is like, I didn't write down which developer said it, but like they made the comparison of like in America, like we will say manga if it's from Japan and comics if it's not, which is ridiculous because they're the same thing. I was thinking when you were talking about like how the sort of origins of modern comics in Japan are filtered through both like more traditional Japanese comics, like pre-1920 styles of sequential art in Japan, synthesized with like imports from the West during the first half of the 20th century, and how that comes into like things like Astro Boy and like there is an enormous amount of influence in Japanese comics and animation from Walt Disney and from like Western magazines, because those things are changed and filtered through different cultures and like given time to develop. Like now we conceive of them as different things, and I feel like that's a nice parallel for games where like things cross cultures and then they like change and adapt over time. And like any time you're trying to like draw strict boundaries about like what like as countries art forms are like you're gonna have problems. Like
yeah.
It's good that things like cross over and are influencing each other, and like I think like
strict boundaries like that.
Yeah. I think like the most obvious like example of that change was like just the term role playing game at like RPG, which is like at this point like no one really even knows what it is. Like people have such wildly different opinions about what an RPG is.
I've talked about this on the blog before. Like a genre is a thing you use and not a thing that you are. Like it's just it's sort of a palette rather than a defining category. And to try to define the edges of what a role playing game is or isn't it's a useless waste of time.
Yeah. Anyway, that's I was trying to say like what you said about it is a useful term. We should know the history of it. Kind of move on with our lives, I think.
It's pretty much exactly.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much the only way to do it. I think doing anything else is like you're gonna get lost in the weeds, buddy.
Buddy? Did you say buddy?
Yeah. You're gonna get lost in the weeds, buddy.
Yeah, buddy. Keep up.
Shall
we talk about Chained Echoes?
Yeah, let's do it.
So Chained Echoes, it's a game. It's a JRPG where you fight, you have swords, you have magic, you have mechs. This is like the big pitch on the game, I think.
Yeah.
Is that there's big robots that
I think that's the pitch to you, baby.
This is the big okay, well, maybe true. This is the big
I like the robots too, but it didn't strike me as much as I think it struck you.
This was the big pitch for me, probably. I was very excited about the mechs. This is one of the that was the thing that made me buy the game. I was like, holy shit, they're doing a Final Fantasy with mechs. That sounds sick as hell.
Yeah, I bought it because it was woke.
That's true. Yeah, so let's see. Where do we want to start with Chained Echoes? This is such a big, ridiculously large game.
Yeah, let's go over just like the basic structure of what the podcast is going to look like now that we've done our introductions. So we're going to start with like a no spoiler section or minimal spoiler section in terms of story, at least. So we're going to talk about like our broad thoughts about the game, basic opinions. Then we're going to talk about like sort of mechanical spoilers. So movement, puzzles, UI, combat, a lot of combat, like the sort of game design outside of things that are revealed over time. And then we will have in the second half of the podcast, the spoiler section. And that we will not hold back.
We're going to be talking about all of it.
You may or may not kill God. It's one of them. Well, who could say? Hard to know.
No one knows. We might be the only two people who have completed the game.
That's actually this is actually maybe a good place to start. Is like one of the reasons I really wanted to play this game is because like I have heard a bunch of people talk about it on podcasts, and none of them finished the damn game. It was pissing me off, man. And this is one of the things I like. One of the reasons I want to do this podcast is because people on podcasts don't fucking finish the games they play. But I was really interested into why that was the case, because it seemed like more than norm. I had a couple of friends who had started it and then bailed, and I have a better understanding about why that is now. I'm glad I found the secret. I do think it's really good, and everyone should play it if they. Well, I think it's really good.
Should we talk about
Kerry?
the like I also think it's very good. I think it's a bit long in the tooth, but I think it's very good. So you play as Glenn. Like I said, it's a RPG with mechs. You play as the game starts. You play as a little boy. He's not little. He's a regular boy. His name is Glenn.
He's a young man.
He's a young man. He's a young adult, you could say. And it opens with like a Chrono Trigger joke sequence. I don't know. Have you played Chrono Trigger?
No. I started it. I've played enough to get the Chrono Trigger joke.
Yeah. The Chrono Trigger. It opens with like a little Chrono Trigger joke where you wake up in your room and your mom is like, "Oh, come outside, Glenn. Come get your day started or whatever." And then she slaps you, and it's like a hard cut, and it turns out you were having a dream, and you're on a big ship. And Glenn wakes up, and it was a dream sequence, and he is a part of a mercenary group called the Band of the Iron Bull with his brother in arms, his boy, Kylian, his good friend. Then Kylian and Glenn have sort of like a Star Wars thing going on with them. Yeah. In my opinion, they sort of like Kylian is sort of like our Qui-Gon Jinn to our Obi-Wan, or like our Obi-Wan to our Anakin. Yeah. Or vice versa, maybe. It's just, but there's definitely a Star Wars thing going on.
Kylian has a big older brother kind of vibe.
The game starts with them going on a big mission, and they have to destroy a crystal as part of this mission. And are we good to talk about? It's like the very.
I think we should basically leave it at that. I think it's useful to talk about like the beginning of the game because it introduces like you have an airship that you're flying around on, and
yes,
the mechs make their first appearance here. You kind of learn the battle system. It also kind of sets the tone of like this is going to be a story heavy game where you like go into not a dungeon but like an open level and like do a sequence of battles through that with your party. And so that's what the opening is teaching you is like you need to know all of the moves that your increasing number of party members can do. It's teaching you about the overdrive bar, which is an aspect of combat. It's kind of walking you through all of the mechanics and then setting up like this is going to be the inciting event of the rest of the story.
Yes.
And the heavy focus on like dialogue, on like the politics of this world are all kind of set up in this beginning.
Yeah, you learn pretty quickly that there is a big, this is like the sort of premise of the game, but there is a big like 150 plus year long war that has been going on.
I think they say that like in the opening.
Yeah, exactly. Throughout the continents. They have these like Final Fantasy Tactics style like little graphics between every like act of the game where they catch you up on all of the like political movements that are going on in the country. But basically there's 3 kingdoms in this continent, and they're all at war with each other, and they have been for 150 years. And the game starts with a big incident. The game starts with a big incident, is what I'll say. We sort of pick up on the aftermath of that incident, and we travel around with a big party. And the party's goal is sort of to try to figure out a way to stop the war, sort of.
Beat the bad guys.
To beat the bad guys. And that's like the most very basic idea of what's going on.
And this will remind listeners of many other JRPGs. And it is definitely doing that kind of story structure. I think the writing is like really sharp. It walks this really nice line where there's a lot of it that feels a little corny and enthusiastic and like on the nose. Like people very often just say exactly what they mean and exactly what they're thinking. They don't really talk like normal people.
Love that for them.
Yeah, but the writing is also really strong. Like they're complex characters with complex ideas expressing themselves and like their relationships with each other, with power, with like the villains of the story. All these things are like really well conceived. And it's exciting too. Like there's a lot of twists and turns. I was surprised more than once about the events that transpire. I think like that the story of the characters are like very easy to get attached and invested in. That's
something that I think is really, really competent about this game, is that there is a really strong sense of pacing for most of the game.
Yeah.
I feel like and this is something that also ties into the way that the game works mechanically. I think that I will say I was so high on this game. I think that this is like, it's sort of the way that this game is structured as like both a narrative plot structure as a video game, but also as a mechanical system. The way that those two coincide with each other is like really genuinely like beautiful in the sense that like they have figured it the fuck out.
Yeah.
How to do this as a JRPG.
Yeah.
Because the like plot of this game there's always like a pretty cool, interesting set piece or twist or something that is like a big like dropping the mic moment like around the corner and it's always so exciting because you get like rewarded with these like really cool key art and stuff like that is, you know, a little different from the style of the game. You don't ever have to grind to get there because you only improve your characters by following the main story, doing big boss fights, or doing stuff on the reward board. And there's a system called the reward board that sets up small tasks for you to do and rewards you with points that you can put into your characters and stuff like that. And as well as items and whatnot.
Yeah.
And so the way that you progress your characters in this game is by taking an interest in the story and progressing the story, as well as taking an interest in the world of the game and the game's structure by going out of your way to do these tasks and stuff like that. So there's no grinding. There's no like, you don't ever have to go into a field and be like, I'm just going to kill monsters until I get to a high enough level to beat this boss. It's like, you beat a boss and it gives you points, or you follow the story and it gives you points, or you do reward board stuff and it gives you points. That shit is just it's such a phenomenal structure. It's really, really impressive how they've managed to like put this mechanical structure around the narrative that you want to follow in the game. It's the two never get in the way of each other.
Yeah.
And I think that's really, just really, really well designed about this game.
It's the lack of grinding like goes both ways in making it not too hard and not too easy. Like I often have a problem in JRPGs of like, I like doing the combat, so I will go do a bunch of combat just for fun and then be over leveled, and that ruins the fun.
Yes. And
I really noticed in this game, I was not worried about doing that or not doing that. I could very easily just be like, I'm going to exist in the world. I'm going to go do my little tasks, and I don't have to worry about like the sort of like difficulty implications of what I'm doing.
It's invisible.
It's even more obvious so there's another, and we'll talk about this more in a bit, but there's another kind of combat system with the mechs that sits alongside the kind of normal one. And the skill upgrades for the mechs are not locked behind boss battles like the regular combat system is. And I, maybe 2/3 of the way through the game, was struggling in a fight with the mechs. And I went out and grinded because I like doing the fights, and then realized afterwards what I was doing. And I was like, oh, I've made it too easy for myself. And so I realized like in that, in between the two modes of like progression design, one of them, which was gated to bosses, was gated to the story rather, was really effective, and I didn't have to worry about it. And then the whole rest of the game, whenever I was in the mech fights, I was like, man, I wish I hadn't over-leveled myself. So just it was in very sharp contrast for me. Also, one more thing about the pacing of the game is the sort of like level of energy varies in a really nice way. Like you were saying, there are these really big story beats at the end of the acts that you get all the art, like you said. Often after that, you will get like a downtime. You will play as a different character other than Glenn, the main character, and sort of do small like mini games, little tasks, things that are not combat. You'll have a lot of character moments of people just like living their daily lives. And there's a lot of this game that is like invested in making that feel good, invested in like, you don't get tired from it being too high energy all the time, and you don't get bored by it being like a slice of life. It really keeps it brisk the whole way through.
They also like, I feel like the two main characters sort of in this game are Glenn and Lenne. Lenne is she's beautiful with red hair, and I love her. And I feel like the game really, like Glenn is like kind of our main boy, but I feel like the game really flirts with the idea of having Lenne as the protagonist a lot as well. And it jumps between those two an awful lot. And I really like that. And it doesn't like, it's really nice being able to play as multiple characters.
It feels like Glenn is the one from whose perspective you are looking through most of the time, but he's not like always the most important person or the savior. Like very often you will feel like a regular person where like someone else is more important right now, and I need to prioritize them. And like my own ego has gotten in the way of that a little bit. And that is both true like in story terms and in like how the player is made to feel. Like how Glenn is made to feel and how the player is made to feel are very similar in a couple moments. And that was just like really good narrative design.
I also just love Glenn as a character. Yeah, he's really good. There's a lot more that I have to say about him in the spoiler section. But when you meet Glenn, he's very like, there is a quiet determination about him, about his mission. He really wants to do the thing that he's set himself out to do. But he's very apologetic, overly apologetic. He's very like, he's an anxious boy. He really is worried about how other people are feeling, and in a very like genuine way that I think really works with some stuff later on. And I like that about Glenn a lot. Yeah, it's very cute because there's a great scene between Lenne and Glenn really early on where he keeps apologizing and she's like, "You've got to stop doing that, man." I related to that a lot.
Yeah. The dynamics like that between the characters are really well drawn. There's also like a sort of side mission between two characters who you would not think would really get along, and then like they reveal parts of themselves to each other in that mission. And this kind of thing happens a couple times where like interactions between people develop both their characters, both through like narrative and mechanics. And I think like this game is full of that.
Yeah, the way that like all of the party characters interact with each other, and also the way that you frequently get the perspectives and like get to play as a primary character for all of the party members is really satisfying. It's like they do this. I mean, we talked about Final Fantasy IX earlier, but this is a big thing in Final Fantasy IX that I always really loved, is that like Zidane is like your main character, but you are constantly hopping around from perspectives for all of the other characters. You get to play as all of them. And it sort of makes it feel much more like an ensemble cast rather than a game about Zidane, even though that's fundamentally what's going on. And there's a really similar thing here where you're always like hopping around between perspectives for all of these really fun characters and getting to know each of them.
Let's take a little break if you want. And then we'll come back and talk about the other mechanics of the game. Yeah, I would love to keep talking about this, but I want to give specific examples, and I would like to do that in the spoiler section.
Totally. Yeah, let's come back and talk about some mechanical battle system stuff and whatnot, and then we can get into the spoiler stuff.
Yay!
Yippee! Yay! Is everyone excited? Does everyone love video games?
I love video games. I'm gonna go pee.
Yeah, I gotta play with my cat. She's freaking out.
A T and P, they call it.
Yeah, let's get cracking.
Okay, Kerry. What do you think about this game mechanically? What are your big opinions?
I think it's pretty much sick as hell.
Yeah,
and awesome. Okay, let me clarify that. I think the turn-based battle system in this game is one of the better turn-based battle systems in a role-playing game.
I would agree with that.
Like, period. Like, I think that's. It's incredibly competent, and there's a lot of stuff that goes into that. I think the most significant thing is the overdrive bar, which sort of drives and like dictates how play works in the battle section constantly. To like very quickly summarize, the overdrive bar is in the top left of the screen. There's a bar with a couple colored sections. It's yellow, green, and red. The basic flow of combat is that each action, especially attacks and skills, increase your overdrive gauge. If you keep it in the yellow, then everything behaves as it normally would. And if it's in the green, you take decreased damage, you deal increased damage, and you spend less TP. So you want to maintain it in the green. And if you keep doing attacks and you don't keep your overdrive bar in the green, then it'll go into the red at the end of the bar, which means everything costs way more skill points. You're going to take way more damage, etc., etc. It puts a big, like, there's a big alert symbol. It's like, and it's like overheated. And so you don't want to be in the red section.
Yeah.
The way that you decrease, because everything you do increases the overdrive bar, except every like 3 or 4 turns or something like that, the overdrive bar will change the type of skill that it's showing in a little window on the left side. There are a bunch of different types of skills like elemental attacks, debuff attacks, buffs, heals, that sort of thing. And each of those has a different icon. And that icon will appear in the window on the overdrive bar. And when you use a skill that is associated with that icon, then it's going to lower the overdrive bar a significant chunk. And so the idea is that the combat itself sort of is randomly dictating what moves you need to do in certain situations in order to keep your cool and maintain the overdrive bar in the right range.
Yeah.
And so there's certain times when you are really high on your overdrive and there's a move that you really want to make. And sometimes you're like, oh, but I just shouldn't do that because it's going to put me into overheated. And instead I should make this smart move. You can also lower your overdrive bar by swapping party members. So in this game, you can have 8 party members with you at a time, 4 in the front row and 4 in the back row. And when you swap your party members, it decreases the overdrive bar a little bit and puts that person in the back row in the front row, which gives you the ability to use them. And this is just, it's genius, low-key.
Yeah, it's so smart. The play pattern that the overdrive bar leads to is that you will sometimes have to make suboptimal decisions about what move you're going to use. But you get to decide which characters broadly are going to use those suboptimal skills, how frequently, and how much you need to prepare for the future. So like as combat goes on, the overdrive meter sort of tends to tick up. Like it's almost always going towards the red. And so you need to take usually like one character's turn. Someone will need to use a suboptimal skill in order to lower it back down. And so the decisions that you're making are like, which of my character's moves are most important? Who can I sort of use to back off? Or alternatively, like, because the thing that lowers the overdrive bar is a type of skill, sometimes it's like, oh, all I need to do is use a healing spell. So I'll bring out my healer, do the heal that I need to do anyway, and then it's not suboptimal at all. Right. So it like adds this extra incentive to like consider the sum total of actions that your characters are going to do during the round, instead of just like everyone doing their best attack all the time based on the state of the boss. There's like it broadens the consideration of like what the best strategy is.
Yeah, it encourages you to use a much wider variety of moves in a single battle. Yeah. And I think that this also works because of the way that the buff and debuff system in this game works, which is to say it works really well. Like in this is something that people I think sometimes complain about with JRPGs, and I am one of these people, where it's like you have all of these skills like sleep or slow or whatever, that'll put an enemy to sleep, or it will, lower their agility or speed or whatever. Or, debuffs that lower an enemy's attack, or it paralyzes them or whatever. There are certain enemies that are immune to almost all like status effects in games like Final Fantasy and stuff like that, where it's like if you have spec'd a character out to be the status effects guy, that person is useless in most boss fights, But Chained Echoes, that shit works because everything works on the status effect system. Like all attack buffs and attack debuffs are applying status effects to enemies or to your party.
It's siloed into magical and physical, but for the most part, yeah.
In any, like, if you're applying a attack debuff to an enemy, it'll appear over their head. It'll be like attack break or mind break or whatever, things like that. And if you're applying a buff, it'll be like agility up, and that will be a status effect that is affecting the character. By the time you get late in the game, you're going to have several status effects on every single person in the battle, basically all the time.
Including the enemy.
And so, like, there are healing status effects, there are regular debuff status effects, there are attacks that inflict status effects. You're constantly, like, almost every single time you're doing a skill, you're going to be doing a status effect in one way or the other. And the game operates on the system. Yeah. Which is like a huge contrast to a lot of like traditional JRPG design where like they don't want you to be able to paralyze a boss. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The game is
very
instead
willing to do that.
Yeah. It's instead very much designed around the fact that you're going to use all of the resources that you have available to you all the time, which is incredible. It's really cool.
I had this problem where like I was not using like the status effects character, and I was really struggling with a boss, and I googled like how do I beat this boss, and there was like a Reddit thread that was just like you just need to use the status effects guy. And ever since then, like that's what the game taught me, and this was pretty early on. Like
suddenly Robb is in your party again.
Yeah like it was teaching me like, no, this will work, you do need to consider it, you need to, like, for the difficulty of the game. You were gonna say something and I interrupted you.
What was I going to say? I don't remember.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It doesn't matter. I think I was just going to say that it like this plays into the overdrive bar really well, because the overdrive bar, like I said, is encouraging you to use all of your different abilities. It's like sometimes the overdrive bar is telling you to use a buff, and it's like, well, I don't really need to use a buff, or I don't really want to use a buff, but you find as you use it that it's actually really, really helpful to give everybody an attack boost just because you need to lower the overdrive bar, or vice versa. It's like really helpful to debuff an enemy just because you need to lower the overdrive bar. And so it's like it does force you to make these suboptimal decisions, but you can play it smart. You can sort of play around it. You can see the overdrive bar and say, oh, I know that I need to do a debuff at some point in the next 3 turns because that's when it'll swap, to a different skill type.
Yeah.
And so you can play around like within these 3 turns, I'm going to have Glenn do a defense break, or I'm going to have, I don't know, I'll have Robb poison someone or whatever. The 2 systems really like play into each other in a really satisfying way.
I think the party swapping also like encourages this because like you were talking about, each person is paired with another one. So you can swap out for exactly one other character. So it avoids the problem of like you have a huge amount of characters in the back that you need to like, you can swap out at any time. The decision is very restricted, and it's a decision you make before the battle starts about who's paired. But like often how this manifests is like you will have, or something I was always doing is like, I have my debuff guy. I'll have Glenn like apply a debuff, and then I will swap in like a healer on the next turn. And you don't lose the turn when you swap. It's like extremely advantageous to swap all the time. There's like this little sound effect also that plays where it's like they clap.
Yes.
Which is really sick.
There's also a great motif in the menu because the game's called Chained Echoes. They're like linked together by a chain in the menu, which is really cool.
I didn't notice that. That's really cool.
In the like pause menu, your like back row is linked to your front row like that.
Oh, that's really cute. Yeah, so it swapping a character out lowers the overdrive bar, which is good. It enables you to have access to a wider variety of skills, which is good because you will need them for the overdrive bar. And then it also allows you to like put Glenn in, he debuffs, and then I swap in for my healer on the next round, and I don't lose a turn to do that. And so it's like it is allowing you to access the entire mechanical, like all of the mechanics available to you without it being suboptimal to do so. Like the mechanics are all pushing you to like, no, you need to use everything that's here. There's also like you can like insert crystals into weapons, which we'll talk about, but some of them give buffs when people get swapped out. They will gain HP or something when you put them in the back. So there's like all these systems that are like telling you like you need to engage with this mechanic. It's important. And it feels good. It feels really good.
The crystal system is awesome. It's like, it's a little bit insane. It's so you'll find like crystals around the overworld, and these crystals will do things like agility up, attack up, and you can use a blacksmith or whatever to put the crystals into your weapons or your armor, and they will apply that to your character as passive abilities. Like, oh, this character has an HP drain crystal. And this is sort of how you build your characters. Like you have the skills that you can get through your regular progression, and then you have your passive skills that you can get through your crystals, and then there's things called class emblems which you can equip, and they will also give you extra skills and extra passive abilities. But the crystal passive skills is sort of how you build all of your characters, because they will make, if you really like lean into the crystal stuff, because it's really, this is something about it, it's really difficult to navigate. The menu low-key sucks for the crystals, and it's one of those things that's like
annoying. Yeah,
it is pretty annoying. It's one of those things that's like it takes some effort on my part to want to take part in it, but when you like fully commit yourself to being like, I'm gonna be a crystals boy, you can make some really fucking insane builds. That's true. I want to talk about, I'm not gonna, and this is minor mechanical spoilers, but I want to talk about a character today who I love. Her name is Sienna.
She's so good. She's
so good. The later you get in the game, like Sienna's great. She's a lesbian thief and she's awesome. I'm not going to get into like plot stuff for spoiler reasons, but she's got a red motif going on. She's got red hair and red clothes, and she has a cool katana. She's very cool, whatever. Yeah. That's not what's important. Sienna is the most powerful human being in the world. Nobody in Chained Echoes is more powerful than my Sienna character. She's like late game, she can destroy the world. I want to talk about my Sienna build. Yeah. She is best when you spec her into attack and agility. Agility is great because the higher her agility goes, the more turns she takes. And the more turns she takes, the more she just kills and kills and kills. She has this move that you learn pretty late in the game called Dragon Fang, wherein if you use it, you multi-attack 1 to 5 times per turn, and the amount of times you attack scales with agility. So that means if you have really high agility, Sienna can get to do the equivalent of her base attack damage every turn 5 times. Yeah. You can give her the vampire class emblem, and using that, you give her the passive ability, HP Sacrifice. This means that every single attack that she hits somebody, it sacrifices a little bit of her HP, but I've gone ahead and given her a crystal that restores her health every attack. So it comes out in the wash. Yeah. And by sacrificing that HP, she does even more damage. Yeah. So she usually ends up healing more than she hurts.
Yeah.
And once she learns those vampire moves, you can also give her the bandit class emblem to increase her agility score even more. Give her some crystals that increase her agility and her attack, maybe even a passive ability where her agility increases every time she's attacked. Things of this nature. Keep doing shit like this. She will take a turn, I'm not joking, like 3 times as often as everybody else. And each time she's doing more, like 5 times more damage than the rest of them. It's insane.
Yeah.
I also gave her a crystal, which gives her like a 12% chance of paralyzing with each attack. And if she's attacking 5 times per turn, takes a bunch of extra turns, she paralyzes a lot of people, which is helpful because she has an ability that allows her to do an attack with 3 times damage on a target who's paralyzed.
Yeah.
This ability activates her Petal Storm ability, like many of her other abilities, which also allows her to do an attack with 3 times damage on whoever she likes. This is all really good. Except you'd think like this makes her sort of a glass cannon, right? Right? But she has this ability. She has another ability. It's called Shadow Step. And she evades 2 physical attacks she receives after using it, which is a great ability when paired with Quick Step, which increases your agility by 35% until you are attacked next. So when you Quick Step and then Shadow Step, it usually guarantees her to be insanely fast and immune to attacks, all physical attacks, for like 2 turns at least. I could keep going. Yeah. I'm not going to. But if I wanted to talk about critical chance stuff, I could talk about critical. My point is she's fucking indispensable. It's insane.
Incredible.
It's absolutely
this is so interesting because like I really spec'd her into crit chance. Like that was the number one thing where I got her to 100% crit chance by like the mid to late game. And then they give her all the really powerful agility skills. And then you can attack 5 times and crit on every single one.
Yes.
And it's incredible. She's goated. And like I think a lot of the characters are like this, where you can sort of see what their end game build would be or could be. And you need to take a lot of time and thought to get there. And like that's kind of the thing about like the crystals in particular is like you collect them in the overworld. It's a pain to do. It takes forever. There's a million of them. They're really hard to organize.
Oh my god, yeah.
But like the
you have
variety,
to combine them as well.
Yeah,
there's like a combination.
It's annoying. It's too convoluted even for me. But the idea is like you have all of these ways to make extremely specific optimizations, and the gate to doing that is like your own understanding of the mechanics. Is like it's not really even primarily like how far you are into the game. It is really like how much time and thought and energy are you willing to put into this.
Yeah, because you can get some pretty busted builds pretty early on as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I think like all of the equipment stuff is kind of like that, where like you will spend a long time in the equipment menus, like upgrading, customizing crystals, swapping out like all of your various abilities and like vectors on which you can improve attack by 10%. And like the playing around with all of those things across all of your characters is like, if you enjoy doing that, this game is like made for you.
Yeah, you can get into some like really, really technical stuff. The DLC came out last year. I will say, if you're somebody who is planning on playing the DLC really simplifies the crystal system. They totally overhaul the whole crystal system. It makes it way more accessible to like a regular player, but it does decrease some of the like build variety stuff that you can do, because like before you could like combine crystals to like make the most maximally effective build possible, and now it's sort of like if you find an attack crystal, you can just plug it into your sword, and that's pretty much it. And it's a way easier and more accessible system, which I think is good in some ways, but the DLC does simplify the system a lot.
I think my main beef with the crystals is actually not so much the menu, is collecting them. I very quickly ran into decision fatigue, because every time you like find a crystal in the overworld, you get to pick from 3 different options, and then again. And then by the time you get to the late game, you get to do it a 3rd time. So you're considering 9 different options every time you hit a crystal, which is like pretty frequently. Yeah, it'll happen like every couple minutes. And so there was a point where I was like, I'm just not going to do the crystals anymore. I'm not going to collect anymore. I can't do it. It's too many decisions. I have other things going on. Yeah. So I think that's the big stumbling block for me.
Yeah, that stuff is ridiculous. I mean, here's a little tip for someone who's playing Chained Echoes for the first time. You're going to find these little crystals that are out in the world. They're going to give you an option between 3 little crystal balls to choose from that you can insert into your weapons. You should always pick the one that has the highest purity and the lowest amount of slots that it takes to use. Yeah. That is just the best, because the purity thing is how many times it can be combined, and the slots is how many crystal slots it takes. It's sort of like materia in Final Fantasy VII, how many crystal slots it takes to insert it into your weapon. So the less slots and the more purity is generally better. You should just go for those. You're going to get so many crystals, you'll have everything you need anyway. Unless you see something that you really, really want, that's what you should keep in mind for those. And you should just always pick that, because it's going to make everything a lot easier. It's a little pro tip.
Pro tip from Kerry. Since we're talking about the mechanics of understanding how to build your characters, I think it's worth talking about like the difficulty of this game.
Yeah.
Which is heavily entwined with like enemy placement. This game is not a random encounters game.
Yeah, there are 0 random encounters.
There are 0 random encounters. You encounter every enemy on the overworld. You can see it first, and then you will do the fight. This is really effective in dungeons and new areas when they're teaching you like new mechanics that that your enemies are going to have. So often like your first fight in an area will be pretty easy, but it will teach you like the basic mechanic of what's going on. And then the second one will be a little harder. The third one will like put a little spin on it. The fourth one will like make it really difficult. And then you will have the boss fight. So there's like pretty few actual fights, but every one of them is teaching you something, and every one of them is hard. Every one of them is like making you think about what you need to do. You need to consider everything. There's no like just click A and win. And it is rewarding and also like tiring, I think, because the game like wants you to be extremely invested in the mechanics. It feels like Mario does that, of like, let's teach you how to use this new mechanic. Let's build on it. Let's test you. That kind of idea is like all over this game.
Yeah, very much so. I think that this is like what you were saying about the game asking you to like take part in a lot of complex battles, learn something, and invest and participate actively in all of them. I think that this, in combination with the length of the game, which is readers very long.
They will say it's 25 to 30 hours, and I think it's much longer than that. I think it's probably
closer to 60 for like a regular playthrough. Maybe a little less if you're like avoiding reward board stuff. But I think generally this is going to take like 50 to 60 hours to complete the game.
Yeah. If you're enjoying it and like doing a bunch of side stuff, in a very normal way, like not even like seeking out all the.
Yeah, exactly. Not as like a completionist. I think that fatigue is probably part of one of the weaker points of the game, is that like by the end of the like, and we mentioned earlier, like there's a lot of people who haven't finished this game, and I think that's part of it. It's a really long game. You're going to be doing these battles the whole time, and so you can get fatigued with it. Yeah. Especially like late in the game, when most battles, even like basic battles with like regular enemies in the last couple dungeons, are going to take like a decent chunk of time.
Yeah. Something I noticed is that very often I will try to listen to podcasts while I'm playing something, and in like non-story moments, if I'm just going through a dungeon, and that is not possible in this game. Like I tried so many times to like listen to a podcast and like go through a dungeon, and I couldn't do it. I had to like pause it every time and be like, no, I need to lock in. And it's not even so much that they're like super, super challenging. Some of the boss fights some of the fights are really challenging, but it's more that like you need to be engaged at all times, and like you need to demonstrate that like you are learning and understanding what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's really rewarding, but it is like you were saying, it's easy to see why people would drop off of this, because that kind of like necessity, that like the need to pay attention at all times, to be really engaged at all times, is it's tiring.
What were you saying about the difficulty? Did you have more difficulty thoughts?
I think so I was talking to my friend Mel, shout out Mel, and she's the one who one of the people I know who did not finish the game. And so I was talking to her about it, and I was like, why did you not like it? And forgive me if I bungle exactly what you were saying, but she was basically talking about how like I want to play the game that I want to play it. I want to like live in a world. I want to like zip through it. I want to like hang out with my friends that are my party. It doesn't have to be like a big challenge and like a really heady combat puzzle. I want it to be more, or she says, I want it to be more of a relief, like a relaxing thing. And I do think that this game is not relaxing. Like there is a kind of person that I would recommend this game to, and that's someone who like really Kerry is pointing at herself. Yeah. And that's someone who like enjoys like combat as a puzzle, and like really wants to like be challenged every time you pick it up. I found myself often, I would tell people a lot about this game, and I would be really excited about it. And like, if they would be at my house, I would like show it to them, and then they would be like, should I play it? And I would be like, no. And that's not because the game isn't good. It's just because like these are my friends, and I know like the kind of things that they like. And like, frankly, most people are like not sickos about this kind of thing, and like want to have a different experience. So I think like that kind of difficulty that is also sort of unavoidable with grinding, like we were talking about earlier with they're called grimoire shards, the like points that you use to level up. The lack of grinding also means that like if you're having a hard time, you can't go out and grind. Like you do just need to figure it out.
Yeah. That a lot of times like did you ever lower the difficulty at any point from like the basic thing?
I had it on normal. You can adjust a couple different difficulty settings. One of which is the size of the green in the overdrive bar, which I set to like small because I really enjoyed that mechanic. And I was like, I want to have the most challenge be like keeping it in the green. And then I left the like enemy stats on normal. And that was just like the difficulty setting that I found was like the most fun for me.
Yeah, there are some really cool difficulty settings. The only one that I ever changed was there was one fight in the DLC between the mechs. It was like a sky armor mech fight. A guy in the DLC, and it was the one I got stuck on him. I died like 6 times. It was the one fight in the entire game that I lowered the enemy stats difficulty, and then I turned it back up, and it was never a problem again. So I think maybe that was a skill issue for me.
Can you repeat which fight was that?
Oh, it was an enemy in the DLC. It was
okay.
It was a sky armor fight between my sky armor boys and one enemy who was in a very, very strong suit of sky armor, I guess.
Yeah.
And that was it must have been a skill issue for me, but it was the one time that I ever like went into the menu and was like, I need to turn down the difficulty because I need to get good, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. I did try turning up the sort of enemy stats difficulty, and I was just not good enough. Yeah, I couldn't take it.
I will say I also, after I finished the game recently, because we were going to record this show, I started replaying it. I don't plan on playing the whole game again. It's probably going to be a while before I want to do that. I replayed the game, and when you replay the game after defeating it, you can play on New Game Plus with a new difficulty called True King difficulty. This is almost impossible. I do not recommend this to basically anybody. Because it's recommended that the way you do it is you carry over your equipment and your stats for your characters. You can decide not to if you're an insane person. It's recommended that you carry over your equipments and your stats from your previous playthrough into the New Game Plus.
Yeah.
And I did that, but I can't really talk about this without spoilers. I'm going to say it, and I'm just going to, I don't know, I'll do with it in the edit, because I'm just talking about it with you. Yeah. But there is a character who does not appear in your party later in the game, but does appear in your party early on. But
I think that's fine.
Yeah. But later in the game, he isn't in your party, which makes him, if you're carrying over your stats and equipment, really underleveled. So for the True King difficulty, it was like this essential member of my party gets one-shotted by every single enemy because he isn't designed to be strong in the way that all of my other characters are strong. Yeah. And I thought that was really fucking annoying.
That is really funny. Yeah, there is definitely, like, in the final stages of the game, you can go out and sort of max everyone out. If you do all of the optional bosses and you explore all of the dungeons, you can get like the best weapons, the best armor. You can unlock every single skill in the game. And I would imagine that, like, if you're doing that, then restarting on the highest difficulty would be like you're sort of maxed out, and it becomes not about progression, just about like understanding the systems and speccing out for each battle.
Yeah, I think that the challenge is based off of the idea that you are already maximally upgraded and you have the best equipment in the game, which I didn't, because there was some side stuff that I didn't do.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's a pain to do all of it. I did all of it, and it's like, I don't know, it's fine. It's fine.
You're a true gamer.
You're not.
If you're a true gamer, unlike me, I recommend it. But
yeah, I'm a fake gamer. She comes in here. She's playing fake games like Planescape Torment.
Yeah, I'm a fake gamer girl.
There's some other aspects of difficulty too. Like, I bristled with more than I was expecting. So like, one of them is there are anvils and shops which you need to visit frequently to improve your armor and purchase new items and stuff. These are not marked on the map. There's also one guy in each area, like one NPC, who you need to talk to receive some important information about how to trigger optional boss battles. That guy is not marked on the map. And I think, like, in an easier game or in a game that did not demand so much of you, that kind of thing would be fine. But there is like, there's a feeling I got frequently of like, I'm going to spend the next hour going through all of my menus and upgrading all of my equipment and like optimizing and thinking about it. In order to do that, I need to go fly around the map for 6 minutes to like find the guy who has the right shop. And I'm like, oh, I know there's a shop somewhere in this area that I need to visit. I found that really frustrating. And that was a feeling I experienced often where, like, because it's tuned so deliberately and like because it's anticipating exactly how powerful you are, it is like giving you the exact amount of difficulty that it thinks you can handle. The stuff that is, I think, out of touch with the tuning, even extremely minor stuff like that, feels like really annoying, more than it would in a game where it was like, no, I'm just walking around and pressing A.
Like, especially late game, there are certain merchants that you really want to go to because they have the equipment that you need. And you just have to remember that those guys have the things that you want. There's like a floating island that shows up late in the game that sells some really valuable items for certain characters, and it does that aren't sold basically anywhere else. And it was really annoying to have to go back there and be like, oh, it's this one guy.
Yeah. There was a point in the middle of one of the dungeons where I was like, okay, in order to beat this boss, I was like losing against this boss. I was like, I need to go upgrade all of my equipment. And so I was like, I have no option but to teleport out in order to go to the various merchants that I need to go see. And then I realized that one of the merchants that I needed to visit was in that dungeon somewhere, but I didn't know where. So I had to go through the entire dungeon, do all of like the optional areas again in order to find this guy, to then teleport out again to go to the anvil to upgrade the equipment, and then when I needed to go back and finish the dungeon, I had to go through the dungeon a third time. And there's stuff like that where it's like, if it was easy and simple, it wouldn't be a problem. But every step of that plan requires a lot of time and thought and energy. And so the friction of it really adds up, which is like ultimately a compliment to the game, that it's like that happens pretty rarely. But I can see the frustration that one would experience.
That's the other end of this, is that like, because of all this, it's a very in-depth and complex and interesting game. And it's like, really, if you're somebody like me who is like really, really into the sort of like mechanical interactions in a battle system, as like a strategy, as like a sort of a strategy game, and how you interact with it in that way, both as like a mechanical thing where you're sort of approaching it like a puzzle or a tactical fight, and as a narrative thing where your characters all have these abilities which sort of say something about them. Then it's really good. You know, it's really, really satisfying. But I can see how for some people it is a bit much, because it is a bit much, you know, there's a lot going on.
It's a lot. There's some other aspects too, like all of your health and TP reset after every battle, which is a really nice touch, because like you don't have to use healing items and stuff. Like, you are giving your all every single fight. Usually you will have a character dead by the end of the fight. That's like extremely normal, which is like really nice design that it lets you do that.
It's designed, every battle is designed with the intention of you using all of your available resources.
Yeah.
Which is very cool. I think that that's sort of an ongoing little problem sometimes with a lot of like RPGs like this, where, you know, the challenge is about navigating a big area without having to reset and using your resources over the course of that traveling period. But it's really refreshing to play this game and just be like, every single battle, you're just like you're going all in, you know?
Yeah. I had a lot of boss battles where I would be like, 3 people would be dead. My last guy is on 2 HP. And I was like, I need this to work, this last move that I'm going to make to kill the boss, or else I will die and have to restart. And then I would attack and it would be the last one. Or like the game has been tuned such that like your last hit of your last available guy is the one that kills the boss. You played as well as you could and you barely did it. And that's just so satisfying.
Just barely scraping one out like that.
Yeah. There's one boss, I only have one written down here, but there's one that every time you hit it with a elemental weakness move, a move that like hits its weakness, it will change what that weakness is. So you like constantly have to keep mixing it up. And a lot of the boss designs are like that. Like they have like a little bit of a gimmick, but an interesting one, and a one that like you have to play around and think about.
My favorite boss fight in the game, or at least my favorite like sky armor based boss fight in the game, is really late in the game with these characters that I guess I won't describe just because of spoiler reasons, but they all have a move called Mirror Image, which they can use to stack up 5 mirror images of themselves.
Yes.
And as long as they have at least one of those, all of your attacks on them will miss. So what you have to do, or at least what I did, is I had one of my character's sky armors equipped with the skill Hornet Dance, which attacks 1 to 5 times in one turn, sort of like Sienna's ability. And so you can get rid of the mirrored images with that sky armor's turn, and then get everyone else to lay on damage heavy if you set them up correctly. And that was a really satisfying fight. That it took me a couple of tries, but it felt really good to figure out exactly how to go about that.
And I really enjoyed that fight too. And like there are like knock-on implications of that, because the character that I was using for Hornet Dance was primarily like a buffing and healing character. I had to like change who was doing the buffing and the healing to someone else in order to allow that person to attack with Hornet Dance every time. And so like that sort of gentle rearranging of responsibilities and roles in the party like often happens with boss fights. And it just like, it challenges you. It makes you reconsider the builds on all your characters. It allows you to like experiment with, or it forces you to experiment with new characters that you wouldn't otherwise if it was easier. We talked about combat in Skyrimer. What is the difference between Skyrimer combat and the one we've been talking about so far?
Yeah, they have different overdrive meters. That's like the big, I mean, there's a lot of differences. Generally, all of the numbers are way bigger, which is really fun. Like
it's really fun to see like you did 10,000 damage.
Yeah, all of the regular battles are dealing in the hundreds with damage numbers, and when you're in the Sky Armor, it's dealing in the thousands, which is it's just very cool. So that's one big difference. But the other thing is the overdrive meter is different.
So the overdrive meter looks different in Sky Armors. The sort of golden zone is in the center, and then you'll be punished if you go too far to the right or too far to the left.
Right. Yes.
The thing that really differentiates it though from the main battle is that instead of most of your attacks ticking up the overdrive meter a little, and then you have to bring it down a long way by using appropriate abilities or suboptimal ones when you need to, you can sort of set characters to either be ticking the meter up or ticking the meter down. But you cannot remain. Gears. Yeah, you shift gears is what it's called, which is such great flavor. It's so awesome. Yeah. Reminds me of Drill Dozer for the GBA. Did you ever play this?
No, I don't. I don't even know what that is.
Drill Dozer, I think it's a Game Freak game, actually. But it's like you have a drill and you're like, it's a 2D like platformer type of thing, and you have a drill and you're like drilling through the dirt, and it comes with a rumble pack. So you like feel the rumbling, and then when you switch gears, there's this like sick animation, and it's like up the gears, and then like the drill gets faster and like the rumble's more intense, and you're like, hell yeah, dude, this rocks. Feels like that. But with the Sky Armor, you can only spend so long in each gear. You will run out of TP if you spend too long in one gear. So you need to balance, like some of your characters need to be ticking up, some of them need to be ticking down, but then you always need to be changing all of them after a couple turns. So you need to like keep it all balanced. So in the same, it's also kind of a balancing act of like choosing which characters are most important, which things are essential, but like framed in a slightly different way. It's very cool.
Yeah. The other thing is that when because it's first gear and second gear is like the two main things that you'll be doing. There's also like a zero gear, which is like, I guess, it idling. That sort of makes it really easy to recover. The other thing is that if you're in second gear, which is the one where you push the overdrive bar backwards towards the center, if you're overheating towards the right side, you will take and deal a lot more damage. And so you also don't want to be idling in the second gear for too long, because you're going to start getting targeted with really strong attacks that are going to kill you in like 2 hits. So it's the gear stuff is really cool. It's very mechanical. Which works for me as like sort of representing a mecha in a turn-based RPG. It feels so sick to just be like, to have everybody like shifting gear. Like I imagine them like pulling the little gear pulley, in there.
It feels like you're doing that.
It's sick. Yeah.
Kerchunk is what it feels like.
Kerchunk.
Yeah.
It's definitely a Kerchunk vibe.
Yeah.
It's giving Kerchunk.
Yeah.
I'd say.
We're chunking it. So there's just a couple more things that I think we should talk about before we move on to like the story and characters and spoilers.
Yeah, totally.
One of them is, and they're small things. One of them is the UI. We've been pretty hot on this game. We really like it. And I even think that the UI like looks really good. Like it does this like realistic skeuomorphic thing where like things look like pages, and there's like a lot of leather. It feels like you're interacting with a physical object, which I really like. It suits the tone of the game really well. It's pretty to look at. Some of the interfaces, you mentioned the crystals earlier, are ass. Like so annoying to deal with.
Just doggy doo-doo.
The worst one, the one that I really am up in arms about, is the shop. Buying things from
yes.
a shop is nightmarish. I was hanging out with my friend. I was in the very end of the game, and I was sitting next to him. I arrived at the shop, and I handed him the controller, and I was like, I want you to purchase this item from the shop. I was already in the menu. It was hovered on. It was like selected the item that I wanted to purchase. And I told him, purchase one of these. And I would say it took 4 or 5 tries. Took like upwards of a minute for him to figure out how to purchase an item, which is less time than it took me the first time. It's like, it's completely deranged.
You have to select it and then select, like, if you're going to buy multiple items, you have to select everything that you're going to buy. And then you have to leave the menu, which prompts you, do you want to buy these items, and then quit?
Yes.
Which is really, it's just really strange.
It's really strange. Also, it's on a timer. So here's how it works. You hover over the item, you select it, you press A and select it. Then you need to like hit up and down with how many you want to purchase. You need to hit up and down within a few seconds, because if you don't, it will revert back to the list of items. So you better not spend too much time thinking about it, because you need to choose. And then once you've selected the right amount, you need to just wait for the timer to tick out, and then you will be returned to the main shop interface. Then, like you said, you need to close the shop, which is crazy. And then it will say, do you want to buy these items? And you have to say yes or no. It's Matthias, you've got to lock in on this, man. This cannot.
I don't
stand.
know why. I don't know why that was.
If I had to bet, I would guess there's some fuck ass PS1 game that does their shop like this. It's like, fucking Xenosaga or some shit. That's like, this is how they do the shops. Anyway, it's really dumb. But mostly it's fine. There's too many clicks is basically the main thing. The reward board, you mentioned it earlier, but like there's like all these optional achievements kind of thing that you can do. It's like defeat this many enemies, be like defeat this boss, explore this area, stuff like that. You will get material rewards for that. Upgrades, gold, usually small stuff. You have to manually go collect each one of them. It does not just, it says you did it. And then you have to go select it and be like, okay, I would like to acquire these items now.
For the first like fourth of the game, easily, I had not done that a single time.
Yes, I would say it took me 2/3 of the game to realize.
It took me a while to understand that I would have to go into the menu I just thought I was passively getting them. Yeah. Like it said like, reward board completed. And I was like, I must have gotten something. Yeah. And I just didn't think about it. Yeah. But it took me a while to understand that you have to go.
They do teach you it, but it's right at the beginning of the game when you're like, you don't even really know how the combat works yet. Like you only have like 2 party members, I think. It's like way too early. They need to put that tutorial much later. That's a pretty minor complaint in the grand scheme of things. The puzzles are awesome. The puzzles are so there's some sort of like environmental puzzles and like hidden paths and stuff, which are nice. But in the latter half of the game, they give you like real sort of like Pokemon gym style, like environmental
push block puzzles and
stuff. Yeah. And these are really good. When they first teach you the mechanics, they give you really easy puzzles. And I was like, oh, okay, we're going to do some light puzzling to proceed through the dungeon. But then like by the end, like there's some hard ones, man. There's some tricky ones. And I really enjoyed doing those. They were just really well designed. They're paced really well. Like they come at points where you're like, oh, I'm kind of tired of doing combat. And then you're like, oh, I get to solve some puzzles. And then it'll be like a boss fight or something. And you're like, oh yeah, here we go. I love the combat.
Yeah, it's really fun. I know the exact puzzles you're talking about. There's like a little ball that you push around and everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, these are the last dregs of my notes here. Something I noticed right at the beginning was, there's not a lot of interactable objects. Like in a lot of games, you'll be able to like go up to every bookshelf and it will like tell you something. You can look at all the trash cans.
Yes. There's very little of that.
Yeah, there is very little of that, even though the world is like very rich and beautiful. Like the art is unbelievably beautiful.
Very intricately designed.
I really could not believe that it was basically one person who did all that art, because it's like an enormous amount of art set.
Yeah.
But I feel like, and at first that bothered me, and eventually I realized like there are some things that happen that I think convey the same ideas when you are walking through the fields. Like a group of birds will like take off and like fly away in front of you. There will be like insects in the grass. There will be like sound cues for all of this. Like the frogs will burp.
Ribbit.
Exactly.
I'm doing a little Foley work.
Yeah, thank you. And so the world feels very alive. You also walk so fast, man.
Yeah. Oh my God. It's so awesome how. Yeah. Like, I feel like this is a problem with so many role-playing games, especially like this like top-down style of like JRPG, where you like never move as fast as you want to in this game. It's never a problem in Chained Echoes. Yeah. You're fucking hauling in Chained Echoes. It's crazy. Yeah. It's
you can
really
adjust
cool.
The speed, and I turned it all the way down, and you're even at the lowest speed that you can walk, you're moving.
And it feels good too. It's like kind of surprised because you're not doing anything. Like you're just kind of running around. But I think it does feel kind of satisfying, just like running through the world and make progression that way.
And it's sort of structured like a lot of JRPGs where there's sort of an overworld. You get to progress through like the various areas. You walk through most of the main ones in like the course of the story. And then you can go back and like explore them for other like secrets. And like there are really good reasons to go back to everywhere that you've been before. Yeah, so that's basically my thoughts.
Yeah, the last thing I wanted to talk about, just while we were talking about Sky Armor, because we talked about Sky Armor being different in the battle system, but you can actually, like, once you get the Sky Armor, you do also get the ability, and this is something that also I think is really cool, is that you don't get the Sky Armor until a decent chunk into the game. And it must have taken so much restraint to do that.
Yeah.
to like have you play through like a really significant chunk of the game before they're like, okay, now we're going to give you big weapons of destruction. I can think of some other games where they really just like Fallout 4, they give you like this big power armor mech that you can get into literally like right at the start of the game. It's very annoying. I always despise that because it's like, why are you giving me the most powerful weapon in the world?
Yeah,
that is reasonably available to me right at the beginning of the game. It must have taken a lot of restraint, I think, to be like, oh, we're gonna make you wait, and then eventually you're going to get this really cool thing. But the other thing about it is that it gives you a lot of traversal options. With the Sky Armor, you can fly into the air and over stuff. It changes the way that you interact with the world completely. There's certain areas where you can land and where you can't land, and all of the battles that you do in the Sky Armor are different. There are certain battles that are tuned for the Sky Armor and certain battles that are tuned for you to be on foot. And it makes like traversing the world really, really fun, especially like you can go back to an old area and suddenly it's so like places that you were, struggling to find the correct path and like trying to navigate and stuff. It's like suddenly you can just fly over everything. You can find all of the hidden secrets that you missed the first time if you go back. It's really cool. The Sky Armor stuff is just like really, really neat.
It also feels so good. Like the visual and audio cues of like ascending in the Sky Armor and stuff. It all feels so good. It's like there's that kind of clunking sound of like, it sounds like a big mech like sliding closed and taking off. And it's like, oh yeah. every time I do it, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm in a big mech. Watch out, everyone! I'm gonna get you.
Tess is in a mech.
I'm gonna get you with my big sword.
We should give Tess a Gundam. I think
I would like that. I've watched like one Gundam series. I watched I think it's called War in the Pocket. It was like a 6 episode.
I like that one. I'm a big Gundam head. We're gonna get into Gundam. There's gonna be a Gundam conversation coming up. Okay. Do you have anything else before we get into the spoiler stuff?
I think that's it for me. If you, the listener, want to play this game and not be spoiled for story, I would recommend you leave now because we're not holding back about anything, including the ending. And
pretty much the rest of this podcast is going to be like big time spoilers.
Yeah, it makes a big difference. Like, this is really a story game, and the characters are extremely important. So if you think if this all sounds fun to you and you want to play it, just leave. It's okay. I forgive you.
But come back.
Come back.
Come back. Come back.
I still love you.
You know, we're waiting. We'll welcome you with open arms.
I've changed. It'll be different this time.
We should become like an ASMR podcast. I think that'd be a really fun pivot for us. Okay. I have a mini game for us.
I would like to do a mini game.
You want to do the mini game now?
Okay. I want to do a mini game. That sounds fun.
You want to do a mini game?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do a mini game.
Yay. Yay. I'm so excited.
Let me get myself set up here. Hello, everybody in our live studio audience tonight, and welcome to Is It Woke? The only game show on TV that's by gamers and for gamers. This episode of Is It Woke is brought to you by the Women's Equality Party. We want to thank Andrew Cuomo for the generous donation.
Thank you.
Today,
that's my mayor.
Thank you, Andrew. That's our mayor. Oh, I just heard the news. I'm just hearing now. He's not our mayor. Tess, we are going to play a little game. Here we have our very first guest on Is It Woke. This is our DEI hire, Tess Shilapoti.
Hello.
Tess.
They hired me because I'm Italian.
Yeah. Tess, this is your first time on Is It Woke, so I'm going to give you the rules. Here's how this is going to work. I'm going to give you a game from this list that we've acquired, and you are going to tell me if it's woke or not. For the sake of the show, we're going to consider all options that are listed as slightly woke games as woke, but I will clarify when that happens. By the way, we are pulling from a list of games. There's a website. It's the woke content detector. You don't need to look at it.
You don't need to look at it. They're not doing it as a joke.
Yeah, it's something that I find personally very funny, but
it is extremely funny.
They're bad people. So, Tess, if you guess correctly on whether a game is woke, you will give yourself 1 point.
Okay.
If you get all 5 options correctly, I will dub you officially the wokest member of the Leaving the Party podcast.
Oh my God.
Or least woke. I don't know which one you prefer.
I've opened my counter app.
Oh, thank you.
It's for counting.
And then at the end of this...
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. You have an app for counting?
Yeah. I was going to tell you about why I have an app for counting, but go ahead.
Okay. At the end of this, we are going to do a lightning round where I'm going to throw names at you and you're going to have to try to guess as quickly as you can if they're woke as soon as you hear it. Okay?
Okay.
So, but first we're going to do the main game. I have 5 questions.
Okay.
All right. The first question, this is a little drum roll. Getting over it with Bennett Foddy. Is it woke?
Is it woke? This is interesting.
I know.
Most of what he's talking about in that game is like working on yourself and becoming a better person, which has shades of woke. I've perused his website before, and it's not like there's like women in the game, you know?
It's true.
So it's tough. This is a good choice. This is a tough one. I'm gonna say it's not woke.
That is correct.
Yes.
Getting over it with Bennett Foddy is not woke.
Okay. That's awesome. I've increased my counter by 1.
Thank you. Are you hearing my cool sound effect?
Yeah, I am. It's really good. I hope you put that in the final edit.
The next question is Call of Duty Black Ops 3. Is it woke?
Black Ops 3. I feel like Black Ops 3 might have still been the Obama years. It might have been. And I don't really keep a close eye on Call of Duty. I think there's a real chance they put a gay guy in Call of Duty. I'm going to say it's woke.
That is correct. Yeah. Call of Duty Black Ops 3 is woke. It contains overtly pro-DEI messaging. It features female frontline combatants, several of whom are special forces operators.
They put women in the game. I hate when they do that.
And of course, we hate women. And so Call of Duty Black Ops 3 is woke.
Yeah.
Next question.
Call of Duty loves women, as we all know.
Yeah, it's a really pro-woman series. Yeah. Next question is, Destroy All Humans 2 Reprobed. Is it woke?
I don't really know what this game is. I feel like I've heard of it. I feel like I remember Let's Plays of Destroy All Humans.
Sure.
On like YouTube years and years ago. I would guess that this is like a lightly satirical game where you play as like an alien, like killing people or something. I would say there is something woke in there. I would say they have like political satire or something, and it's woke. Yes! I'm so good at this game.
Destroy All Humans 2 Reprobed is slightly woke. It contains, this is really funny, it contains subtly anti-human messaging.
What is anti-human messaging?
It's subtle. It's subtle.
It's subtle.
Contains subtly pro-LGBTQ messaging. The remake removes a mission involving negative talk regarding sex changes and a man who ends up getting a sex change.
Thank God they take that out. They took that out.
Yeah, I
don't want that in. I don't want that in there.
All right, next game is Pajama Sam 3. You are what you eat from your head to your feet. Is it woke?
I do not know what this game is. Pajama Sam 3. You are what you eat
from your head to your feet. This is sort of like a putt-putt style adventure game.
Okay, yeah. I feel like I feel like you've talked about this before.
I think I mentioned it today.
Yeah, you did. You did. This is really tough.
This is a tough one.
I think if it's aimed at children, which it sounds like it is, probably is from the late 90s, probably doesn't have gay people in it, but it does have women. I would say it's not woke. Yes! Oh my God, I'm so good at this game.
Pajama Sam 3 contains no woke content. You're really crushing it.
Counter is at 4, baby. This is the one.
Okay, and then the last one here.
Okay.
This game is called Gay World. Is it woke?
Gay World. This is very interesting. Definitely leaning towards woke because of the name. But it also could be like a Newgrounds game from 2003 where you kill gay people. Could also be that. So I think I'm going to go with woke. I think I'm going to Occam's razor it. Yes.
Woo! Yes. Look at that.
5 for 5. Oh my God.
That was 5 for 5. Gay World is woke. It contains overtly pro-LGBTQ messaging and overtly anti-heterosexual messaging. Features a setting where straight people are arrested and forced to engage in homoerotic activity.
Oh my God. That sounds sick. Next episode of Leading the Party.
We're playing Gay World.
Gay World.
Okay, Tess, you have gotten all 5 answers correct. That makes you the wokest member of Leaving the Party. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We are going to move on to our bonus lightning round. I'm just going to lightning round, just like blast names at you. I want you to respond as fast as you can, whether this game is woke or not woke.
Okay.
Okay? And then I'll just tell you if it's correct. I'm not going to do the sound effects because it's a hassle. Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Super Bernie World.
Woke.
Correct. BeamNG.drive.
Not woke.
Correct. Super Lesbian Animal RPG.
Woke. That's crazy.
All right. That is correct. Zup.
Never heard of this.
Is it woke or not woke?
That's really tough. I've never heard of it. I have 3 letters to work with.
It's called Zup. Z-U-P.
I'm going to say not woke.
Correct. Zup 2.
Zup 2. Interesting.
Come on, we're on.
I'm going to say this one's woke. I think they put a woman in it.
Wrong. Zup 2, not woke. Zup 3.
Woke.
Wrong, not woke. Zup 4.
When will they put a woman in it? Woke.
Not woke. Zup 5.
There's 5 Zups? I've never heard of this and there's 5 of them? This one's woke. They put a woman in it.
Zup 5 is not woke. Zup 6.
This is the one. This is the one where they put a woman in it.
Wrong. Zup 6 is not woke.
I'm
Zup
so
0.
Zup 0. That one's gotta be woke.
Wrong. Zup 0 is not woke.
Fuck.
Assassin's Creed.
The first one? The original Assassin's Creed.
Assassin's Creed 1.
Woke. It thinks Middle Easterners are people.
Correct. Assassin's Creed is woke. Assassin's Creed 2.
I'm going to say woke.
Correct. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood.
Woke.
Assassin's Creed Revelations.
Woke.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And last one. I'm just, I was going to go on, but it's going to take too long. I was continuing to list all the Assassin's Creed games. They're all woke, by the way. Last one, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024.
That is tricky. That is tricky. What about that game could possibly be woke? They don't really have characters.
We're almost running out of time. The imaginary timer is going.
I'm going to say it's not woke.
Wrong. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 is woke. I think it's because you could choose a female pilot.
They put a woman. They put an option to have a woman in it. You're the only guy in there. You can choose to not have any women in your game.
I think I read the description. It was because it was like disproportionately there were like women and minorities that could be pilots, even though they say most pilots are white men. I don't know that that's true. I think that that's what they said on the website. So
okay. Well,
anyway,
I'm sure they did thorough statistical analysis.
Yeah, I'm sure. Anyway, thank you everyone for playing Is It Woke?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Tess, you got so many right. I didn't even get to use my booing sound effect.
That's really funny.
I have a couple more. I have this one. This is, I think, Yoda.
That is why you fail.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's our game. Is It Woke? Thank you very much, everyone. That does it for Is It Woke for today. We will be returning to Leaving the Party after this short commercial break.
That's really fun. That was really fun. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought that would be funny. Final Fantasy VII Remake is sick, by the way.
It's fucking awesome. I played like the first half hour with Mel. Cloud is so hot. Cloud is so
it's
hot.
ridiculous.
It's crazy how hot he is. Someone on that team gets
someone out there really loves him.
I'm really excited to read some fan fiction.
Oh yeah, the reason I brought up Baldur's Gate 3, I was thinking about one of the big reasons that I didn't download Baldur's Gate 3, I didn't relapse the other day, is because I was thinking about loading my save and swapping out my party members. And it sounded so unappealing and unappetizing to do all of that in comparison to Chained Echoes, which makes it so fucking easy to just like swap out your party composition literally whenever you want. Because when you do it in Baldur's Gate 3, it's like you have to call like an HR meeting.
People will get mad at you. Yeah.
Yeah, Lae'zel's like, I have fun dying without me. And Karlach's like, I guess I'll go fucking kick dirt at camp. It's like, chill, guys, chill out.
Guys.
We can still do polyamorous stuff later. It's like fine.
We're on a team.
And they don't know how good they have it because I've never used Egyl in my life in Chained Echoes, and it's easy to. So
I feel like I used him. There's like one mission where you have to.
Yo, Egyl sucks.
You know, like his bit where he says words twice?
There's a joke. You didn't play the DLC, but there's a joke in the DLC. The DLC thinks it's funnier than it actually is, which is one of my biggest strikes against it. And there's a joke in the DLC about where Egyl basically says like, "Oh, are you body shaming me?" or something like that. And it's like, come on, man. Come on, guys.
You're a bird.
You're a bird.
Relax.
Don't get your feathers fluffed. I don't know.
Don't get your talons in a twist. Okay. Are you ready to do the podcast?
Yeah. Don't embarrass me today. Let's do our podcast.
Did I embarrass you?
Funny thing to say.
Last time? That is funny.
Like a super judgmental
Daybert moment.
Yeah. podcast host. Don't fucking embarrass me. No, you've never embarrassed me.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
You make me proud every day.
Oh, thank you. All right, you want to do our silly little show? 3, 2, 1, podcast. That's it.
Welcome.
We're here.
Welcome back, and welcome back. It's been a couple days for us. To be frank, we got a little sleepy at the end of the last recording session. We talked a lot about a lot of things, and we wanted to come back with some fresh energy to talk about the plot and the characters.
Vigor.
I feel my vigor meter is full.
Let me tell you, I am vigorous. My meter is charged.
I'm always saying that about you.
What about my meter?
So vigorous, babe. Yeah. Here's a spoiler warning. This is a big spoiler warning. In like a minute, I'm going to spoil the entire game for you. So
and then from here on out, we're also going to be doing spoilers for the rest of the show.
It's pretty difficult to talk about any of the characters without talking about like where they end up in their arc. The sort of like plot stuff is, I guess, less consequential, but like we just don't want to beat around the bush. So if this game sounds interesting to you and you don't want to be spoiled, now is your chance. Go on.
However, you should listen to the show.
You should listen to the show.
If you decide to leave now because you don't want to be spoiled, just come back. Just come back later.
Okay, Kerry.
All right, Tess. So we've done it. Now we're in the spoiler section. We're free. We can talk about whatever we want.
Yeah, we will talk about the DLC. Kerry played the DLC and I did not.
I'll do a little DLC book report.
Yeah, okay, we'll do that. But first and foremost, we're going to do a summary. Is that right?
Yeah. Do you want to do ding, ding, ding? This is me ringing the bell, I guess. Do you want to do the 90-second summary?
The classic leaving the party segment, the 90-second summary.
We didn't do this last time.
Oh, yeah, I guess we didn't. It would be very hard to summarize Pokemon Lazarus. It's like you're a Pokemon trainer and you go through and then you beat the Elite Four. That's kind of it. That's kind of it. Okay, but this is a classic leaving the party segment.
I would love for you to do the 90-second summary.
I actually feel pretty good about this. I've just gone over the sequence of events. Because you've done more homework than I have in the past couple of days, I think. Yeah, I've done more homework yesterday and the day before, but that may also be a procrastination situation, not a net total of preparation situation.
So this is a 90-second summary. We summarize the game in 90 seconds, and here we go.
I'm going to start my timer in 3, 2, 1. Still know how to count backwards. 3, 2, 1, start. The game begins, and you are playing as Glenn and Kylian, and the two of them are mercenaries in the Band of the Iron something. I forget what it's called. The two of you are on a mission to Wernshire, which is a city in one of the countries on Volandis, which is the continent. You go there, you are told that you're supposed to destroy this crystal and everything's going to be fine, but then Glenn hits it and it blows up and it kills a bunch of people. Glenn feels very bad about this. Then you were introduced to a bunch of other characters, including Lenne, who is a princess of Taryn, which is one of the countries involved in the 150 Years' War, which has recently ended because of that explosion. After the explosion, the country's made peace and everything has been fine for a year. Some people are resentful, but whatever. There's a false flag attempt on an assassination of one of the nobles in order to restart the war. The war restarts. You, Glenn, Lenne, and a couple other party members that you meet go to the capital of Taryn to meet Lenne's brother, the prince, who has restarted the war. It is then revealed that the prince wants to restart the war and he's a bad guy, and so the bunch of you form a band called the Crimson Wings in order to prevent him from winning the war and restarting this whole conflict. There's a number of like gods who are like trying to sabotage the humanity by use of the weapon, the Grim Grimoire, that caused the explosion in the first place. You find them, you kill God.
Where's the timer? Where are we at?
90 seconds. That was
let's go. That was pretty good.
That was pretty good, right?
See, if I had done the 90 seconds thing, I would have gotten way too mixed up on the God stuff. I would have been like, okay, so these
there's
are
a reason I sort of breezed by that.
Yeah, these are the Vayne, and there's a Harbinger, and
yeah, I'll be honest with you, still don't fully understand it. So I'm looking forward to you explaining that to me. Thank you.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's pretty much that's how the sausage is made. You know,
that's pretty much what happens.
There's a crystal. We mentioned earlier the first mission where Glenn and Kylian are going to go destroy a crystal. The crystal is called the Grand Grimoire, and when they thought it was an opus stone, which I don't know what an opus stone is, but that's what they thought it was.
Yeah, I think it was just like some bullshit that they got fed.
Yeah, exactly. And when they destroyed it, it turns out it was actually a giant bomb, and it blows up 10,000 people. Yeah, and that's the start of the game. And
this is like also the beginning of Glenn's arc, where he is like racked by guilt,
right,
about this for basically the rest of the game. He comes to term with the fact that he didn't know this was going to happen, right? Like he has a conversation with Kylian pretty early on where they talk about this, and Kylian is like upset at him for being so paralyzed by this. So after this explosion, Kylian says to Glenn, "Almost a year has passed, and you sit idly by while I travel around to save what is left of the band of the Iron Bill." He says Glenn is not to blame, that you obeyed your orders as a soldier. You did not know what this stone was capable of. And then this is contrasted with Kylian's point of view. Kylian is Glenn's friend who is in the band of the Iron Bull with him. And Kylian is like, we need to change the world. And for that, we need power. The reputation of our gang was growing steadily. We will become more powerful than any army. So the two of them are sort of contrasted, where Glenn is like held back by his regret and fear, and Kylian is like extremely motivated to like do good things.
This is a great starting point, because Kylian, should we just get into it?
We're just going to do it. We're spoiling everything.
We're just getting into it. Kylian becomes one of the big antagonists of this game. At the end of Act 1, Kylian betrays your little team, sort of joins the church in order to get closer to power. Like I think the idea of the contrast between Glenn and Kylian's character is that, especially starting in Act 2, once they have, like you said, organize that group, the Crimson Wings, is that Glenn and Kylian have two different models for changing the world. And Glenn's model is through this organized resistance with this group, and Kylian's model is more like scheming and conniving and like trying to get closer to power in order to use it for his own gains. I think that this is like sort of a good starting point for the discussion, because Kylian he's Griffith. He's Griffith Berserk. He's doing Griffith Berserk things.
Have you read extremely Berserk? Doing. Yeah. I haven't read all of it, but I read through the stuff that Kylian is obviously modeled on.
Yeah. Kylian is always saying and doing Griffith things. He has a grand dream involving giving power to a band of mercenaries that he works with until they eventually form their own kingdom, where he can shape the world into something better. He's always scheming in order to gain power. The more he does this, he loses more of his humanity. He's willing to use basically any method in order to gain the power he desires. Mimicking a plot beat from Berserk, he sleeps with a high-ranking member of the church in order to gain their trust, just like Griffith does, and then seizes power and becomes unto a god at the end of the game. He's doing Griffith stuff like all the time. And I think that's like, it's pretty fair to make that comparison. And I think it's one of those things that's like, this game has a very wide like birth of inspirations.
Yeah.
A big well of stuff that it's inspired by. And this is definitely one of them.
There are definitely some characters, Kylian is one of them, that feel very directly inspired by someone in another game or story or something. Robb also feels like pretty heavily inspired by a character in Final Fantasy Tactics, Argath. I think Kylian does feel like he feels like a good person in comparison to Griffith. I think Griffith like really turns evil at one point, and I think Kylian, they go to pains to make sure you understand that he is trying to do the right thing the whole time. There's this moment where they're in a bar and Glenn and Kylian are talking, and Kylian says, "Women like Sienna are just my type, but unfortunately, she doesn't seem to have any interest. Remember, Glenn, it's important to recognize when your attempts are futile. Some men think that by being persistent, they're proving their love to the woman, but in reality, they're just creepy. Don't be creepy, Glenn."
It's like your big brother.
Yeah, he's like pointing at the camera and being like, "I'm a good guy. I want to teach my little brother Glenn how to be a good person, that like people are valuable, all these things that I think like Griffith Berserk wouldn't do that.
No. No, you could say he definitely wouldn't.
He definitely wouldn't. I think Kylian is a better antagonist because of that, because he's never really a villain. You do always understand where he's coming from. He participates in evil systems and then sort of realizes at the end that like, well, what does he realize? He does at the end of the game, Kylian takes the power that was intended for Glenn by Gwaine, who was man. Fucking Gwaine. So Gwaine is like this extremely powerful magical figure who's been in Glenn's mind through the whole game. You first see him as like he's speaking over like some white doors. Glenn is like, what are these visions?
Should we go back and do a little description of like the broader plot?
Yeah, we should. Sorry, I got lost in the weeds. It's so easy to get lost in the weeds of like what's going on.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay.
Take me back.
We did the 90-second summary. We should let's not summarize the whole game. This is a big fucking game. There's so much going on. It's ridiculous.
We were just talking about this. It's like, it's so hard to talk about the plot because there's just too much that happens where like we could not possibly go through every plot beat and like explain all of the characters and all of the things that are going on. It's impossible, even for this podcast. I think we said this in the first half of the podcast, but this game probably could have been finished way earlier. They didn't have to make it this long. There's some stuff in here. They could just said, you know what? We have a finished game here. We don't need to keep working, past the J. Yeah. Like, we can keep dreaming. Yeah. It's fine. I respect Matthias for that, though. I think that's like, it's you know what it is? It's extremely JRPG to be like, we made this way longer than we should have.
So here's my big breakdown. Everything in the 90-second summary happens. What we didn't get into detail about was a whole bunch of god business. So the situation is this. There is a big evil god-like monster that we call the Harbinger. And he is a really bad guy. Well, he's a creature of some sort. And it is generally accepted by people in the know that he is going to try very hard and probably succeed at destroying the world someday. We're together on this. This is the Harbinger.
Yeah.
There are also these guys called the Vain. That's spelled Vaen.
Could have been spelled Vain. They changed one letter. Right. And they were like, so this is these people's fatal flaw.
Right, exactly. So these guys, they were not always gods, but they became godlike creatures at some point. And they are, along with a couple of other organizations that existed long before the time that this game takes place in, were an organization of people, a species of people dedicated to destroying the Harbinger and saving the world. At some point, they felt that the best way to do this was, and I don't have the timeline on all of this extremely straightforward in my head, but at some point they decided that the best way to do this would be to seal the Harbinger, oh my god, in the Maelstrom.
Yeah. Oh, you got to explain the Maelstrom.
So there's this thing. So in Final Fantasy VII, there's this thing called the life stream.
I think there's something similar in Final Fantasy XIV too. I remember a beautiful woman explaining the lore of Final Fantasy XIV to me at one point, and there was something similar going on there.
So it's basically every living, and this is a thing, and so this is like really core to the Final Fantasy and like JRPGs and their metaphysics in general. But every living thing has a soul, all of them. And when a living being dies, their soul goes into, this is in Chained Echoes, it goes into the Maelstrom. And that is a collection of ether, which is like magical energy. When something dies, it returns to the Maelstrom. And when something is born, their soul comes from the Maelstrom.
Yes.
So the Harbinger, the Vain, sealed the Harbinger in the Maelstrom. Okay? Are we together on this?
Yes.
And then
it's dependent. It's the sealing of the Harbinger is dependent on the Maelstrom being big and full of energy,
full of magical energy.
Full of souls, which are called ether.
But the problem is when something is born, say a person, say a human is born, a little bit of that ether leaves the maelstrom and goes into the material world, inhabits that person as their soul. And so the more humans exist in the world, the less powerful the maelstrom becomes, the less magic is in the world, and the closer the Harbinger gets to escaping from the maelstrom. So the Vayne have this object. It's called the Grimoire. This is the thing that we were talking about.
The Grand Grimoire. I think there are other grimoires.
Okay.
The grand one is the
big grimoire, the Grand Grimoire. And it is a weapon. It is basically a nuclear bomb. It explodes really big. And it kills everything within a huge radius and absorbs their souls to power the Grand Grimoire. And the Vayne use this to thin the numbers of humanity in order to make sure that the maelstrom still has enough ether to keep the Harbinger sealed.
Yes.
Does this all make sense?
So they have to kill like 10,000 people every 100 years or whatever in order to keep populations under control so the Harbinger doesn't escape.
And we can't have the Harbinger escaping. It would be bad news for everyone.
That would be bad. Everyone agrees that this would be bad.
Sort of. Sort of everyone agrees. The church is weird about this.
One of the interesting things about this game is that everyone is kind of on the same page in terms of like what's going on, but there's multiple villains who all have different solutions to this. Like there's one guy who's like, we should just release the Harbinger and see what happens. We love him. There's some people who are like, the Vayne are doing a good job, and there's some people who are like the good guys, us, Glenn, who is like, we shouldn't be killing tens of thousands of people. That's bad.
I'm firmly on the side of we shouldn't be killing tens of thousands of people.
Yeah.
This is the question for the last like third of the game, right? Is the purpose of the group that the Crimson Wings, the group that they've organized, our protagonists have organized, is to destroy the Grand Grimoire. That's their stated purpose, so that nobody can use it anymore. And in doing so, it will take the power away from Taryn, who wants to use it for war. And hopefully it will be a step towards ending the war. And also,
Taryn is the country that's ruled by our hero Lenne's brother.
Yeah.
Who's the prince, who's bad, who's an antagonist, who's constantly doing bad things.
Yeah, he's like,
and saying things like, he's always saying things like, well, we have to kill this guy. We have to kill all these people it's for the best.
People.
He loves executing people. Does he? We'll come back to this.
Well, he does it, so
he does do it a lot.
So those are the sort of metaphysical stakes going on in Chained Echoes. It gets a little confusing for a girl like me.
This is a good point to bring up, and we're going to bring this up a lot, that this game is desperately in need of a codex. Yeah. And it's save that, a wiki, which it also doesn't have.
Yeah.
Trying to understand what is going on in this game, who all the characters are, what their various motivations are, all of the things going on in the world is like so difficult. I really tried to figure it out in prepping this episode, and there's still things I don't really understand.
It feels like this game was written as if there was a codex and then there isn't, you know?
Yes.
Like exactly. Mass Effect style. In Mass Effect, there's a codex in your menu, and you can go and you can read about all of the different races of people that you interact with, all the not countries, planets and whatever and stuff like that. Nothing like that in this game. Like want, and this is the thing, is like I want to read the page about the war that's been ravaging Volandis for the past 150 years. I want to read about Ascania and Gravos, and I'm the player taking interest in the world that they've created, but I don't feel like I have an avenue to do that, really.
Yes.
And there's also no good wiki.
Like the next time I play through this game, I will just make the wiki, because we can't have this anymore. It's untenable. There's this party at the beginning. There's this party that you go to. You play as Victor. We'll talk about him. At the beginning of the game, when you're already like not super, like you're still learning the combat, you're still learning who these characters are, you're meeting a lot of people. There's a party you go to where you learn a number of things. Here are the things that you learn at this party over the span of like a couple minutes. There is a monotheistic church which operates like a business, and there is a Sir Raphael who is a high inquisitor who never takes his helmet off. Someone explains the geography, that Taryn's capital is Torment, whose king fell ill and is now ruled by Prince Frederick, that Gravos is in the northeast, whose capital is Warrenshire and is ruled by Lady Parnella, and that she is a puppet of Taryn, and that we are in Farnsport, which is the capital of Escania, and Princess Amalia of Escania is too young to rule, so Chancellor Sigurd is regent, and that Nebrelia in the west has been caught in a civil war for the past few decades, and that Arnsreich's pacifistic king in the east does not come down from his mountains. And these are all like relevant and important pieces of information. Mm-hmm. Like this all matters.
All of that stuff comes up later and is really important.
Yes.
Amalia is a party character that you recruit in Act 2.
I did not realize until I went back and looked through my screenshots that we met her. I didn't realize this was the same person because it was just like all way over my head. It would have been so helpful to be able to like go back and be like, okay, who is this? Who is Amalia? And then just a page that says she's the princess of Escania.
Yes. When you meet Amalia, I kept having to ask myself, what is she the princess of again?
Me too. Because they told you one time 20 hours ago when you were like also inundated with 19 other proper nouns. Anyway.
And that's not even getting into like all of the stuff that is taking place outside of the world of this game.
Yes, that's what's happening in one city.
This game takes place on Volandis, right, which is a continent. It's a kind of a small continent.
Yeah,
and there's three kingdoms on this thing. Whatever. But something that's revealed and referred to by a lot of the deep lore is that this is a world which is seemingly perpetually at war and is almost defined by that. And there's like there's a book that you can find that like lays out so much of like all of the other continents in this world. It's like apparently like the continents are shaped in like a clock. You have the Do continent, or maybe Do continent, which is referred to here. It's pretty explicitly in a state of constant war. The war in Volandis has been going on for 150 years, and there are lots of references to Volandis being technologically behind other places in the world because its developmental process was slowed by the war. We have the Galtena Empire, which has seemingly eternally ruled their continent until it was overtaken by fungus. It's just something they mention. They just say that.
Yeah.
You have the Empire of Revolution doing whatever that is or whatever that means off somewhere else. There's in the 5th era, the War of the Thousand Kingdoms was fought. Don't know what that's about.
What does that mean?
This war involved apparently the entire world and only ended after Galtena used the Grand Grimoire, which ended the 5th era. Do you see what I mean? It's like the whole world is like this. It's largely culturally defined by the violence between its rulers. Someone in Torment, this is a really funny, someone in Torment says, Torment is the city of rain, they call it. It's in the northern part.
Which is the capital of Taryn.
The capital of Taryn. Are you following? Someone says there in Torment that they invented sky armor before they invented umbrellas, which is really funny, but it seems like maybe a bit of a stretch. But the idea is that like they're doing an excellent job of this as well. Is like the world is constantly at war. And that's what sort of this world building is for. But it would be a lot easier to keep track of if there was any mechanism at all for keeping track of it.
It's really hard to know, too, like what is relevant and what's not. Like,
yeah,
at the beginning of the game, it took me a very long time to understand that, like, the stuff that you read in the books is probably just flavor. The stuff that, like, characters say around town is, like, mediumly relevant. The stuff that your party says is the most relevant. You really need to pay attention to that stuff. But it's not obvious that that's the case. There's so many proper nouns and so many things that, like, when these things are explained initially, and they are interesting, it's hard to, like, triage what information you need to keep in your head and what you don't. And then there's also, like, stuff like, one of the things that really bothered me was Kylian a couple times references something called Alfred and the Band of the White Dragon, who was like, all he says about it was, like Alfred and the Band of the White Dragon 100 years ago, we will start revolutions and turn systems upside down. We will end the tyranny of kings and put the reins of power into the people's own hands. So this is like clearly some important historical event. I'm
This
like,
is
okay,
so
we'll learn
important
about this later.
that you fight them during the final boss fight.
Yes, the final boss fight with Kylian, he's like transforms into and named Alfred. And so clearly this is like, I want to understand who this is. Maybe they mentioned it at some point, but I didn't know this because like he brings it up one time and then like maybe it's explained somewhere else. And then at the final boss fight, it's like, Alfred in the band of the White Dragon. Didn't you write that down? I was like, just give me a codex, man. Just let me Google it. Just let me, please.
Or a journal
Matthias,
or
I'm
something.
begging you.
A journal.
I'm on my knees, Matthias.
I've been okay. I mentioned earlier that I've been playing Planescape Torment in the first half of this. Something that Planescape Torment has absolutely spoiled me on is like having an extremely detailed journal that goes where your player character will write down all of the important pieces of every major conversation that he ever has. Oh,
that's
my
so
God.
Awesome.
It's so awesome. He'll finish a conversation and then he'll say, updated my journal. And you can press J or whatever and look at your journal. And he'll have a very short paragraph detailing the important parts of the conversation that you just had. Oh, my God. Can you imagine if this game had something like that?
It was awesome.
Yeah.
Even with, because I brought this up in the first half, but Final Fantasy Tactics has a number of ways that they do this. There's like a list of characters and locations and like ideas that you need to be familiar with. There's another part of the codex that's like the series of events, and you can just like scroll through a map of the world in like over time, and it will just draw arrows and be like, these people went here, these people are looking for this, these people are doing this, and then you'll like advance one day and it will be like, and then this changed and here's what these people did. It's like a visual representation of everything that happens in the game, and it's a complicated game, so like it's helpful to go back and be like, okay, right, like especially if I haven't played in like a week, to be like, okay, I'm putting it all together, and that enables you when you start playing the game again to be like, okay, I know what's going on. I'm able to internalize the new things that are happening and like appreciate them for their full value. Like there's so much in this game that in Chained Echoes that like I only understood and appreciated once I went back and looked through my screenshots. I'd screenshotted something and been like, maybe this matters. And then I had taken 3 other screenshots that was like, far away in the city of Gronko, the Plubas are a nation of blogs, you know? And then like that was like 3/4 of them. And then a quarter of the screenshots were like, oh, this is really important and relevant information. And it's just not, I just don't know, you know? So it takes away from it, is what I'm saying.
And this is the thing about it, is that like they've done some really good fucking work creating this world.
It's really good. It's really interesting.
Like, it's really cool.
Yeah.
There's a lot like historically and like globally that is happening here that I think is really, really fascinating. I would like a way to keep track of it, but that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to talk about the White Rose Inn?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So there's a quest in this game is split up into acts. This is a 4-act structure game.
Yeah.
Act 1 has a really like interesting structure because it's much different from the structure of the rest of the game.
Yes.
Because you're traveling on foot across the country trying to get to Taryn to try to stop Prince Frederick or inform Prince Frederick that it was like there was a false flag operation situation, that we don't need to continue the war. This
is led by Lenne because she believes that she can tell the truth about what happened to her brother, Prince Frederick, right, and that he will be like, oh, okay, I won't start a war then.
And throughout Act 1, you have like a couple of like, not side quests because they are the main quest stuff, but it feels like they're sort of little side adventures that you get into along the way. And
they feel very Dragon Quest. Like, they're like, you arrive in a place and then there's a little story that plays out over an hour or two that has like some small like impact on like the greater story, but it's mostly like you meet these characters and they have an arc and then you move on.
Yeah.
And I think the White Rose Inn is the best one of these.
Yeah, it's really awesome. It's funny because I thought this was like a side quest that wasn't going to like come up very much throughout the rest of the game. But it turns out this quest with White Rose Inn and this character that you meet, his name is Dimebert. It turns out It's like sort of laying the foundation for a lot of the most important stuff in the game going forward.
Yes. Both like metaphysically and thematically.
Yes, because this is where they start laying out like a lot of the big metaphysics of the game. So you meet this guy.
Yeah.
His name is Dimebert. He is a evil person. He's sort of a minor.
Well, you meet him initially when you arrive at an inn. You've been split up and the party has had little episodes and you're having a very joyful moment. And you arrive at this inn and there's the landlord whose name is Dimebert and a girl, presumably his daughter is basically the vibe, whose name is Arlette. And while you're sitting there celebrating, having a drink, you hear a scream. And Dimebert comes in as like, is this something wrong? Victor already knows what it is, but you meet Dimebert and Arlette outside, and Dimebert explains that there's a soul in every living thing. And when any living thing dies, the soul leaves the body and flows into the maelstrom. This is what we were talking about earlier, which is where all of the ether of this world is united. It is an eternal cycle. And he says that the flowers outside have a special characteristic in that when it dies, you can see the soul leaving the body and disappearing into thin air. And there's like a little animation of like a ghost floating up in it, and a really terrifying scream.
Kind of shrill scream, yeah.
Yeah. It sounds like a human scream. And Lenne says this. Robb gets very drunk also that night, which is funny. Everyone meets outside in the morning, but Lenne is not there. And Dimebert tells them she left the inn with the first rays of the morning, seemed to be in a hurry. So the party enters like the next area, kind of a dungeon called the Fjord Woods, to chase after Lenne, and they fight monsters on the way there. And there's a merchant who says that he hasn't seen her. The party reaches a village called Iden, where a couple people tell you some rumors about Dimebert. One guy says that he used to be a scientist researching forbidden magic. He says, quote, "Now he is a simple innkeeper. Can people really change?" ? And the party Glenn realizes specifically that she might be still at the inn and that they should go back if the rumors are true. Victor is like, if she has left, she'll figure it out. But if she's still at the inn, she needs our help. And then Robb says we should go back, which is a nice like character. Like each character is contributing like part of their personality.
Right.
So everyone
Robb
goes back to the inn.
Robb has a personal connection with Lenne. Robb is her ward because he's from a house that was feuded by Taryn, which is the kingdom that Lenne is from. So Robb is a ward of that house. He's being sort of kept almost as a prisoner, but has grown very, very attached to Lenne and considers her family. So sort of a Theon Greyjoy.
Yeah, he does have kind of a Theon Greyjoy vibe. The party returns to the house and they find a secret door where there is a dungeon, and they find Lenne in the dungeon, but Dimebert appears and traps them in a cell. Robb says, "You lousy piece of shit, I'll kill you." Victor is the first to ask Arlette, "And are you involved in these things as well, child?" And she just does that ... And Dimebert explains that he is attempting to put several souls into one body in order to create a very powerful magic person. But they keep going insane with the mix of memories that they have, and that the flowers outside had human souls in them. Mm-hmm. And Victor says, a fully developed human mind can see, hear, and feel, trapped inside of a flower, deprived of everything. So Sienna picks the lock and they chase Dimebert and Arlette outside, where Arlette runs away. And the party catches up and Dimebert says, "Arlette, to me, what are you waiting for? Go, or you'll get a beating." And Arlette floats up, and then she has this really great animation where like all of this magic flows to her and she becomes like really powerful. And Dimebert says, "Arlette is the only one who survived the infusion of countless souls." And then you fight Arlette in a boss fight. And when she loses, she sort of collapses to the ground and she starts panting. And Dimebert says, "What is this, Arlette? That can't be all you've got." And she backs away. And Dimebert says, "You brat, you're useless." Arlette falls over and the flowers catch on fire. And Dimebert says, "What are you doing? Not the flowers. Stop it, my precious flowers." And he runs away. Victor runs to Arlette and says she needs a doctor. And then in like the sort of final, everyone is sort of talking about this around the campfire. Lenne says, "Even in times of peace, one is not spared from the cruelty of man. And Kylian says, if you think this was a particularly cruel example, then you haven't experienced much of the world yet. And Lenne says, are you telling me this is a common story to tell at a campfire? Kylian says, no, it's a common story to withhold at a campfire.
It's a great line.
What did you think of these, Kerry?
I think this is great. I love this quest. This is my favorite like part of Act 1 by far, because it's sort of like you don't realize how load bearing this stuff is until later, because a lot of this stuff is like, the idea is like you're taking these human souls and you're implanting them into one person, because souls contain ether. Ether is the magical power, and that theory is that the more ether a person has, the more magical power they will have. But the souls, this also is like setting up some stuff that's going to be really important, where like souls can contain somebody's memories or echoes of their life. That is going to be really important with Glenn and Lenne, who are two characters that will be revealed later on in the game, to have echoes from previous lives, to have lived several previous lives, and can to some extent or another recall memories from those times, and also have.
They can't yet recall their echoes.
Right.
They've sort of been chained.
You could say that. You could say that. I will say this quest did make me feel awful bad about running around and stepping on every flower, because I wanted to see what would happen.
Well, I feel like you release
them, they all go.
Yeah, it's really scary. When you kill them, you release their souls back to the maelstrom, so it's probably good. Like,
probably good for them. Probably for the best.
Yeah, they probably don't want to be trapped inside a flower. Yeah, I feel like this quest is like there's this great podcast called The Eye of the Duck.
Movies podcast.
It's a movies podcast. And the conceit is that there's a David Lynch quote about like there's a moment in a movie that like it represents the whole, like a synecdoche of the whole thing, and he calls it the Eye of the Duck. And I think this like chapter is like very much the Eye of the Duck of Chained Echoes. Like everything that is like really good about this game is sort of represented here, including the like metaphysical stuff. You get a lot of really good character moments. Like Victor, I think, really stands out here. He is always the one who asks about Arlette first. He is the one who runs to her. He is the one who asks her if she's involved. He treats her like a agentic person, even though like she's clearly like under the thumb of this man. We also see Robb like at the most emotional he's ever been, because like up until this point, Robb has been like a real asshole. Like he is always telling like commoners that they're trash. He's always putting people down. He's like killing people when he doesn't really have to. Mm-hmm. Like, and this is the first point where he is like, his anger is sort of justified. And he's also deprived of Lenne, who's like the person that he's supposed to protect. And so we get like shades of him where you're like, oh, I understand that like he is loyal. He does care about other people. It's just like his care is only reserved for some people. And then Glenn also, like this comes right after Glenn and Lenne have a character episode together where they're separated from the rest of the party. And they talk about like where they come from and like both of their desires for like freedom and like the ways that like they feel like they don't understand the world. And then Lenne is like taken away, and he has to become decisive, and he has to like take a little bit of a lead. This is like, I feel like the first moment where it feels like, oh, Glenn is like stepping up. I feel like that was really strong.
This is also when Glenn and Lenne have the scene that I had referenced where they keep talking and Glenn cannot stop apologizing for everything to Lenne, which at first is, you think, a response to his guilt that he carries all around from setting off the grimoire at the beginning of the game, but is later revealed to also be part of like a really deep set to the point that is like sort of part of his very soul being, of like something that he feels very, very guilty about, especially concerning Lenne, that is going to be a driving factor in how he interacts with the world for his whole life. So I think this stuff is like, the character interactions are like really, really good here. And also I think the character interactions in general throughout Act 1 are some of the best stuff throughout the game. I feel like this is sort of, I really like Octopath Traveler But this is sort of like the promise of Octopath Traveler that I don't think Octopath Traveler has ever realized, is like having this party of several of, in this case, 8+, in this case, fucking 13 or something ridiculous like that.
Is it
party
really?
members?
Yeah.
It's something like that, maybe 12.
At this point in the game, I think it's only 6 or 7.
Yeah,
maybe.
But you get more. But having all these party members that all have these different backgrounds, different lives that they come from, and in some cases want to return to, and seeing the ways they all interact with each other and the ways they like have to come together and stuff like that. Just something that is like sort of the promise of Octopath Traveler that like doesn't extremely get realized until the very end in the first game, but is like very baked into the structure of this entire game. It's like all of these characters are going to interact with each other, and it's really nice to see.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like, yeah, it feels like they feel like a party, like the same as like a really good D&D party, any RPG party, where it's like you want all of these people to have relationships with each other and like to grow and change because of the people they're around. There's one last thing about the White Rose Inn, about Dame Bert. I found this like really compelling, this portrayal of him. Like when you first meet him, he doesn't come off as a bad guy. Like he comes off as very normal. But like what's going on is he is using Arlette and Lenne and all of the people that he's like killed to put into flowers only to the extent that they are useful to him. And like his disregard for human life in his experiments is paralleled with his like treatment of Arlette, who is a person who is still alive. He does not see her as a person, let alone a child. And the thing that I think like really brings it home is when he calls her a brat, which is like, that is a word that you only hear about young girls who are defying the desires of older people. It's like, it's a very specific, very misogynistic word. And he uses it like to dehumanize her because she's a girl, because she's a child, to distance himself from like her humanity. And then immediately, like he says she's useless because like all of the care and regard that he does have for her is dependent on her use to him, which is her magic ability, which is something that he doesn't have. And so there's like that layer of like misogynistic like jealousy, I think. And yeah, like she will only be treated like a person if she's useful, not unconditionally, which contrasts directly to Victor's treatment of her, which is like he doesn't know her at all, and he cares about her just because he knows she's a person.
Victor is such a good guy. I think it's really lovely to like. And this is like, it's not uncommon that you'll have a character like this, but I'm charmed by it every single time when there's just a character who is like just a swell person. And it's like Victor has a really interesting backstory that I think we'll get into soon, probably when we talk more about the party members' histories and stuff like that. But I also think that he's just like very consistently like he just is a person who cares about people, and I really like that. I love seeing that in the game.
Yeah. One of the important things about Victor that you learn early is that he is an R, which is an extremely long-lived race, like upwards of 1,000 years, I think.
R spelled AAR, I think.
Who look exactly like humans. So he looks and operates like a human. Like really the only difference is that he lives for an extremely long time. And there's a couple moments in his story where something reminds him of the past, especially towards the end of the game. But there's a moment where they're walking by a giant pit where the city of Nissa used to be, where that fell into the earth 500 years ago. And he's talking about like, oh, I used to study at the University of Nissa, because he's like studied magic there. You already know this. But you're walking by it and he says, I lived in a village outside the city and walked the way down there to the university every single morning. The road turned right over there, but now, and the camera pans to show like the black void where the city used to be. And this is like this moment of sadness that we get a couple times. And you remember like he's a very old man. Like he has seen so much, he's lost so much, but he still like has that kindness and respect for everyone he meets. And he's such a nice, I love him so much.
He's also this is just like really great flavor for him. He's a bard. He's like basically Shakespeare.
Yeah, everyone knows who he is.
He's like famous. Like everyone's like, oh my god, it's Victor. You wrote this or that or whatever. And because he's like long lived, it's like kind of a question whether some of the things that he writes about are like stories that he has witnessed in his real life, which is really, yeah, it's cool.
And he's so nice to everyone he meets too. His fans. Yeah, he's nice awesome to his fans.
He's always nice to meet a fan.
he's been being nice to his fans for 1,000 years. Like,
but he's like a support character as well, which is great. Yeah. He can do buffs for the party and healing, other magical effects and stuff.
Yeah,
it's great.
This would be a good time to talk about. I think we should talk about what is revealed about the Echoes towards the end with Glenn and Lenne.
Yeah, I feel like this is probably we should do that and also talk about the party members generally.
Yeah, I would like to do that. The one character I have a lot to say about is Robb.
Really?
And then
you told me the other day you have a hot take about Sienna that I want to hear.
Oh, I do have a hot take about Sienna. We can do that. Do you want to do Sienna right now?
Yeah, sure. Let's start with Sienna then, and then after that we should do Glenn, Lenne, and Victor.
Okay. I wrote down all of their little character intros. Like there's sort of a spotlight that shines on them.
Yeah, when you introduce a new player character.
Sienna says, part thief, part con artist. She has broken the hearts of many men and women. With her red hair and red clothes, she is infamously known as the Red Succubus, a title that does not make her job particularly easy at times. She could dye her hair and change her clothes, but a narcissistic part of her seems rather proud of this fame.
Yeah.
What's her deal? What did you think of Sienna?
She's your rogue. She has probably the funniest character twist out of all of them, where she is revealed to have once been the High Inquisitor of the church. I don't know. It's just really funny to me. I don't have super strong feelings about her. I like her.
She's really fun. She has a lot of She has a lot of lines where she's like, cut the bullshit.
Yeah. I think she's sort of like, the joke's not on her, but I do think she's often like sort of a comic relief type of character. She has a lot of like funny little lines. Yeah. There's a really, really funny bit after your party gets separated in the mountain range. There are like Taryn soldiers who are looking for your party, and they're like, well, nobody survived, and if they did, we'll hang up wanted posters for them, but we don't remember what they all look like, do we? And Sienna, listening, is like to herself, like, oh, that's awesome, they're not going to be able to have a wanted poster for me. And then they go, I only remember the woman in the back. She had red hair, she carried a sword of the Suna, she wore a red dress, her eyes were green, and she had a birthmark under her left eye. And if I had to guess, I would say she's about 1.8 meters tall, weighed about 55 kilograms. That's just really funny.
It's so funny.
But she's I feel like she's one of the funnier sort of members of the party. How did you feel about Sienna? What's your
I liked
deal?
her. I was trying to I didn't write it down, but in that same section you arrive in Rock Bottom, and one of the people in the village says, I want to get it right because it's so funny. They say something like, welcome to Rock Bottom is what I would say if we didn't hate strangers here. It's so funny.
That's a great little bit. That's when you meet Bethraz as well, who I love.
Yeah, Bethraz you meet him there too. My hot take about Sienna is, so it's revealed towards the end of the game, around the same time that you learn that she used to be a High Inquisitor of the church. There are two other High Inquisitors that like she knows. One of them is Raphael. One of them is Ava, who you've seen kind of in a couple scenes throughout the game. Sienna and Raphael have like a really interesting relationship because they like both believe in like doing the right thing, but Raphael is sort of convinced himself that the church is like good and that like he is on the right path, and Sienna has sort of walked away from any kind of like trying to do the right thing. Like they've found different solutions for this. And then they have another character named Ava who I don't really know anything about except that she used to be married to Sienna and their like marriage broke up. My hot take is like Sienna should have used to be married to Raphael. Like it would be better. And I don't want to say on air that like I wish this woman wasn't gay, because that's a crazy thing to say. I don't know if I ever said that sentence in my life, but I do think it would be better if she was
as like a story. I think that it makes sense to not have two separate characters there.
Yeah, it would just it would add dimension to both of them. But
yeah, well, I
don't
also
cancel me.
Throwing your arms up. I also we said this before when we were talking about how it sucks when you get a party member right at the end of the game, but I wish we had more Raphael.
Yeah,
Raphael,
me too.
he's the High Inquisitor of the church, but he's like the Dark Knight character. And from the moment that you're introduced to Raphael in like the beginning of the game, I don't know if you picked up on this, but I felt very immediately like, oh, this guy's going to be a party member.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's pretty clear. He has a
clear.
fully illustrated portrait and
yeah, and also I've played Final Fantasy IV is the other thing, which is the one where you play
Final Fantasy IV,
as Cecil, the Black Knight from the whatever. And it's like, you don't make a super Final Fantasy inspired game and include a sympathetic Black Knight character without having like the heel turn. But I wish we had more Raphael in the game. This sort of plays into, I have lots of thoughts that I'm going to get into about Gundam and mecha stuff and whether how this game fits into mecha as a genre and as a type of story. I wish we had more Raphael, partly because I think it would have worked as a mecha thing. I think Raphael should have been more of a rival figure who reoccurs throughout the game more often. Because one, it would make him joining the party feel much cooler if you ended up fighting him more times and stuff like that. But it would also allow for the very Gundam style of storytelling where you have two pilots on opposite sides of a conflict who have sort of an intimate rivalry, which is what I really like about Gundam with Char and Amuro and their whole homoerotic relationship. And I don't want to backseat write the game, but it's also I can imagine a version of this where after we get the sky armor for the team, we end up fighting Raphael several times, and Sienna knows who he is by his sky armor, but he doesn't know who she is because she's wearing her sky armor. You know what I mean? And she can't reveal that she knows who he is because then she would reveal that she used to be involved with the church, and then she has to keep quiet, and Raphael doesn't recognize her. And he's like, who are these sky armor pilots that keep causing us trouble? I don't know. And I feel like that sort of thing is fun, and I wish he was a more central character.
The sort of big character chapter that you get with Raphael is also the return of Arlette.
Yes, that's right.
Where Raphael, do you remember what happens exactly? I didn't write it down, but Raphael, he is almost killed.
Raphael gets super duper depressed because the church explodes.
Yeah.
And so he goes into the woods to find a place to die. And then he sees Arlette, and Arlette is sort of, I forget if it's he's in danger. Well, I think Arlette is sort of taking care of him, and he's don't do that. Yeah. And then she's in danger, and he feels like he needs to save her. And that's when you first start playing as Raphael.
Yeah, Arlette is demonstrating and she doesn't really talk at all through the whole game.
No.
But she is demonstrating oh, she just found this person who needs help, who's a good person. And she's just taking him food. And he's stop it. I'm trying to die. And she won't let him. And I think it's not super complex, but it adds this a bunch of time has passed. You haven't seen Arlette in probably 20 or 30 hours. And then she reappears just doing a small kind thing. And you're oh, this girl is going to have a whole life. She disappears from the inn where she's staying, a different inn than the bad one. And everyone there is oh, she's been living here. We're worried about her. And it just implies all of these things about her life and what it's going to be that I think is really lovely.
Yeah. And it's also it's a good sense of the world existing when you're not looking,
Yes. Yeah.
The introduction of Raphael as a playable character is a side quest that happens really late in the game. But it's great because it's not only did Arlette keep existing after the end of her relevance to the main plot, but Raphael does as well, and so does this town that you went to, and there's a lot of stuff like that I think is really neat, the way that the world changes as the game continues.
Amalia is another example of that. You meet her initially at that party, and then she you have to rescue her, and then she joins your party, and you learn all of these things about her that you didn't know.
We should talk about Lenne, Glenn, and Victor.
Okay. Tell me about what happens with Lenne and Glenn.
Yeah, so
because I don't know if I could fully explain it.
So
I don't know if I fully know what's going on.
So here's the surface level explanation of Glenn, right? Glenn is found as a 12-year-old boy by Kylian. He is saved from a prison that the Band of the Iron Bull liberates, and he becomes a ace pilot for the Band of the Iron Bull when he goes with Kylian. That's like the very introduction that you have to Glenn's character when he is reintroduced after the introduction of the game. But there, it turns out Glenn and Lenne both are part of a much longer story, because it turns out that let me rewind just a little bit. Late in the game, you go to the church, and the church is like a big flying fortress, which is honestly really sick. It's called Mary Lee.
So sick.
It's
awesome.
Such a sick location.
It's like
a big floating cathedral.
So
yeah.
Cool.
And this is where you get a lot of lore about the church and its origins and what it is. It turns out the church is, I'm going to read just a line of dialogue from the city.
Please.
That is really interesting. The church is a part of a group called the Gandebrand Society. The Gandebrand Society consists of various departments that serve to improve the world through technological advancement. The church is called the cultivation department within the organization, but we rarely tell that to the outside world because it doesn't sound particularly religious. Although the society originated from the church, it is now an equal department. So it turns out that the church is, at least now, a department inside of like a company, like a big sci-fi company that is like transhumanist basically and doing a bunch of tech stuff. But on Mary Lee is when Glenn and Lenne start awakening to their echoes. And these are memories of their past lives.
They get like a headache and they like clutch their head, and then they have a vision, and that's a flashback. And then I think a dream. Yes. They have dreams about it once or twice too.
So Lenne, it turns out, is a reincarnation of a very important religious figure called the Holy Mother? ? Is that right?
That tracks.
And this is like a hugely important character throughout history, that the church has this process called the sending song. And when the Holy Mother is going to die, they send her echo using the sending song back into the maelstrom. With the sending song, it allows it to stay together so that her memories will persist to her next life. And therefore, she will be able to maintain living as the Holy Mother.
Yeah.
So Lenne, it turns out, was sent from a past life to be the Holy Mother. Glenn also was sent from a past life to be the sending song. We get a lot of memories from both Glenn and Lenna's perspective of their past life in the church as these three characters that you'll see. One also named Lenne, one named Timothy, and one named Van. And it's implied for most of this time that Glenn is Timothy. And Timothy is like this love interest that past life Lenne has.
The two of them are like in love. Like they have a relationship.
They're like in a relationship, and it's like
Timothy is a nice
boy. Supposed to be kind of. Timothy is a very sweet, nice boy. And there's this third character, Van, who is the person that Lenne is supposed to marry, but she doesn't want to. And Van is a huge asshole. And in this past life, sorry, I'm getting my thoughts straight.
Yeah.
In this past life, Van sees that Lenne is having a thing with Timothy and gets really mad and accidentally sort of kills her. He like stabs her or something. He tries to kill Timothy. He tries to kill Timothy and instead stabs Lenne. And so they're like, oh, we need to send Lenne and Timothy forward now using the sending song.
Yeah, the only way to save Lenne, because she is the Holy Mother many times reincarnated, is to send her soul back to the Maelstrom so she can be reborn, so she doesn't end the line.
Yes, she doesn't want to end.
And this is what Timothy realizes. And so Timothy runs to like a priest, and he's like, Lenne is about to die. We need to do the sending song to save the Holy Mother.
Yeah, and so they send her forward, and that's how Lenne becomes Lenne, the one we know with the orange hair. Timothy is like, okay, send me. I need to be with her. And they're like, okay. And so they start to send Timothy, and Van is like, wait, no, I need to be with her. I'm the bad guy. And he gets sent forward. And it turns out that Glenn is actually a reincarnation of this Van fella, this really bad guy. Glenn he is like the 6th in line of these reincarnations now, because what's actually happened is that Van was sent forward and became a guy named Bartholomew, and Bartholomew realized that Van was a really shitty person, and by extension, he was a really shitty person in a past life, and Bartholomew dedicated his life to making amends with Lenne and trying to apologize to her and make everything better. And he has also dedicated his life to being a good person and trying to undo all of the bad things that he did in a shitty previous life. Yeah. And so we get this
he becomes like a professor, and he like makes everyone's life better. He like invents all kinds of technology that's good, and helps.
You'll hear several times about Professor Bartholomew throughout the game. Victor studies under Professor Bartholomew, and
when he's a young man.
And this is how they continue to send Bartholomew / Glenn,
who is
Van, forward through multiple lives. And so it's revealed sort of that the real relationship between Glenn and Victor and Lenne is that Lenne is the Holy Mother who was killed by Van several lifetimes ago and was sent forward. Glenn is the guy who killed Lenne and has been being sent forward through several lifetimes over and over again by Victor, who has lived for a long time and who has learned the sending song and has been sending Glenn forward through all of his lives and has been a constant companion through all of his lives all that time. So Victor and Glenn, it turns out, are like super good homies from hanging out for 6 lifetimes.
Yeah.
Constant because Bartholomew / Glenn / Van really just wants to apologize. Does that make sense?
The sort of like, yes. The sort of like emotional journey of Glenn, like as this is all revealed in a very pivotal scene, is that like while these flashbacks are happening, you, the player, and also Glenn are thinking like, oh, Timothy is Glenn, like he's a good guy. Like there's this love interest thing that's going to happen. And then he sort of talks about this to Lenne, and there's a moment where Glenn is like, the two of us have to be in love. And Lenne is like, no. And Glenn is like, what? Why? And then like I think like right away or pretty soon after, like he has a flashback and remembers that he is actually Van, the bad guy.
Yeah.
And so he like the first thing that happens is like he relives the guilt of this. And like Glenn is this person who's like so defined by guilt of like blowing up the grimoire both times. I don't think we even talked about the second time he blew up the grimoire.
We'll get into it.
We'll get into it. He is like so racked with guilt for so long. And then what happens after is you realize, or he realizes, and you, the player, realize that he has been trying to make things right for hundreds of years. And that like, the guilt is still there. The guilt will always be present. It's just like, he just needs to do the right thing with the rest of his life. And he has been trying to do the right thing with the rest of his life for a long time. And so he still feels the guilt, but also like, he also feels the pride of like, or he has to learn to feel the pride for like, you also did a lot of good stuff.
But he has been on hundreds of years long quest to apologize basically to Lenne.
Yeah.
And it is just now that they have arrived in their current forms that he's able to actually talk to her and work this out with her. And this is why the game is called Chained Echoes, because the memories of your past life is your echo, right? And so Glenn's echo has been chained, so to speak. By this guilt for hundreds of years.
You do. One of the boss fights towards the end of the game is you fight a chained echo. And I'll be honest, I didn't fully understand what was going on with that, but it's a sick boss fight. It looks so cool. Yeah,
it's like a clock situation, right? Victor also, this is another reason why Victor is so great, is because Victor, through all of Glenn's lifetimes, inhabits different relationships to him, because there are times where, because Glenn, and you see several of his lifetimes, he it's ridiculous. He like invents the printing press. He's like the world's buffest firefighter in one of them. It's really silly. But Victor has different relationships to him every time. And so, at first Victor is a student of Bartholomew's, but then at one point he finds Glenn, not called Glenn, but finds Glenn as a child, and he raises him. And then also he's like, there are times where they are like best friends throughout their lives and stuff like that. And Victor, at some point in one of the best lines in the game, he says to Glenn, "You are my master, my son, and my closest friend. I repeat myself, but my life is yours." It's just like, it's so cute, their relationship, that they seem to, he's like, also, because it's also like he's his surrogate dad, Yeah. I don't know. It's so sweet. I love these two.
Yeah, because the reason they met in the first place is because Bartholomew, who is Glenn, took Victor in like off the street and taught him about magic at the University of Nisa. So like Bartholomew is responsible for Victor like having the life that he has. Yeah. Like knowing all of these things, like being a kind person, all of this stuff is like Victor's extremely grateful for that. And it's like Victor's living proof that like Glenn has redeemed himself, Yeah,
very much so. It's the power of being bros.
It's the power of love.
It's the power of love between men.
Yeah.
That's what the game's about, and that's kind of what our show is about too.
Oh, that's so true. That's so true. Do you want to take a little break and then we can talk about a couple other characters and then Gundam?
Yeah, I would love that.
Go piss squirrel. Welcome back, Kerry. I have some hot tea that's too hot to drink still.
That's great.
It's the curse of making tea in the podcast break, is that I have a lovely time making some tea and then it's like, I can't even drink it.
I have 2 bottles of cold water and I have half of it down east. So that's great. It's a little bit of
double watering it
for me. 2 waters, 1 cider. Great.
I wish I had it. I would have had a cold cider. The only cider they sell at the deli across the street is Angry Orchard, which is ass.
Angry Orchard sucks balls.
It gargles nards.
Yeah, for sure. Down East is a little better. Where do they make this? Where do they make this garbage? Is this?
I would imagine Down East.
Down East.
Probably Maine. If it's not Maine, I'm going to be peeved.
Down East Cider House in Boston, Massachusetts. So never mind. Down East is awesome.
Okay. Boston is not Down East. Come on, get it twisted.
Where is that? Where is Down East?
Down East is like northern coastal Maine and the Maritimes.
Okay, I agree.
PEI.
I think that's right.
Nova Scotia, northern coastal Maine.
I feel like that's up east geographically for me.
It's down east,
but
I don't know exactly why. It has something to do with like weather and wind patterns. It's like a sailing thing.
I associate Maine with the nor'easter train, which to me is nor'east.
Yeah, nor'east and down east are the same thing.
Gotcha. Understood.
A nor'easter is a storm that is down east. Oh, is that helpful?
Yeah, that cleared everything up for me. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Where is Vermont? Is that just over there?
Yeah, it's just over there. It's not on the water, so it doesn't count.
It's okay. Does New Hampshire count? Fuck New Hampshire. New Hampshire.
Well, you guys only have like 10 miles of coastline or something.
If you're in New Hampshire and listening to this, you gotta leave.
You gotta get out.
It's crazy.
You gotta get out. You could cross the border in any direction and you'll be better off.
It would probably take less than an hour.
Tell me about Bathraz.
So Bathraz, he is a lizard boy.
He's a Lisvan.
Yes, the species is called the Lisvan, maybe. And they are a race of lizard people. I wanted to mention this because I think it's interesting, the way that they categorize humans in this game, because all species of humanoids are called humans, almost all of them. The Lisvan are humans. The humans that we would recognize as humans are called Homs, I think.
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
Very silly.
I didn't realize that for a long time, and it would have been very useful if there was a codex in which
you could, yeah.
I 4 times in my notes, before even putting them together for this, just in when I was writing them down, I wrote, "We need a codex so bad," 4 times.
There's no Wikipedia.
Just on the playthrough.
It's fucked. But Bathraz is a summoner character. He's his sort of, that's what I consider his class at least. Bathraz summons weapons, like sort of from the ether, I guess. I don't know. He's really cool. He is a lizard boy. He's introduced as like a mercenary, and he's introduced like working briefly with Sienna, but he becomes one of the like more important characters in the game. He's a very close friend of Victor's. And he is way more clued in on everything going on in the world and like the bigger metaphysical picture than I at first suspected when you meet him, because you meet him as sort of a mercenary figure. But it turns out he comes from a order that's going to become sort of important called the Order of Leonar. And that is an order that is dedicated to destroying the Harbinger and the Vane, the two different godlike creatures that sort of are using humanity as playthings, and the Order of Leonar wants to destroy both of them. Bathraz is a warlock, sort of. He has taken on cursed magic, warlock style, in a deal with a masked god who seems so important and becomes only even more important in the DLC that I have to assume if there's going to be a sequel to Chained Echoes is going to be very involved in it. But this masked figure that gives everyone like cursed warlock style cursed powers seems really important, and that's where
this seems like
powers.
Something like everyone kind of knows about is like if you're about to die, you can make a pact with this guy will appear.
This masked
very scary god will appear, and you can make a pact with him where your life will be saved in exchange for some great cost. And this is called the curse. The pact and the curse are both proper nouns.
They have cursed magic.
They use both these words in the little paragraph that they give you when they introduce Bathraz. No idea what that means. Would have been very useful to consult that later.
Some sort of.
I've made my point. About the codex.
We've got to make our piece on this thing.
Yeah.
He's awesome. He has metal arms, and he introduces himself as we. He's always using we pronouns to refer to himself, which is a weird little linguistic perk that for a while I didn't think was going to be explored. I thought it was just like a weird quirk about him, but later on it's revealed that Bathraz has a son. His son is named Rayarim. Him and Bathraz were in the Order of Leonar, and they were attacked. Their encampment was attacked by bandits, and Rayarim was fatally injured. And just before he died, he made a pact with this weird little masked god in order to get cursed magic. And the cursed magic took his body as a sacrifice and gave him a metal body, which he used to fight off the bandits until he was defeated and once again started dying. And that's when Bathraz also made a pact with the same masked god and asked for the power to protect his son. And so the curse took his arms as a sacrifice, but Bathraz gained the power to control metal, which is funny because his son now has a metal body. So he used his son's dying body to give himself magical metal arms, and he gained the ability to summon weapons. And that's why he calls himself we, because his son is still living in the arms, in the metal, in his body. And he's ultimately like living with his son, saying that he can still feel his son's ether in there, which is just great. He's a dad. Bathraz is a dad. He is a part of a race of lizards called the Lisvan. And I don't know if we were talking about how we don't have a codex. One thing we do have is a bestiary. Have you been looking at the bestiary?
I did. I looked through, I found a couple of things of note, but I don't remember anything about the Lisvan.
So I found one entry about the Lisvan that I thought was really fun. There was an entry about a character that you fight in a boss fight called Bethesda. He's like one of the minor antagonists that are like the bandits that show up with Sienna a lot. But Bethesda is a Lisvan. I'm going to read this page here from Bethesda's entry in the bestiary. Of the Lisvan, there are only males, and the propagation of their species happens through self-fertilization. Biologically, this actually makes them all females, but social conventions make them see themselves as males. So
that's funny.
That's why all of the Lisvan in the game are men, is because they have a weird gender thing going on. They're all
women.
Yeah, they're all men because they're all women.
Yeah.
But I just thought that was an interesting little detail, is that's why he has a son. He didn't have a wife or a husband or whatever.
Yeah.
He just I guess got a child through parthenogenesis, I guess.
Yeah.
That's really funny. That's just a neat little detail about Bethraz.
Fun. I love when they do funny gender stuff in games.
I love when they do funny gender stuff.
It's shocking.
This is an infinitely this is a thing in Mass Effect. There's like a species called the Turians, and for the entirety of the first 3 games, you never meet a female Turian. They're like implied to exist, but they just never show up because I guess they didn't want to deal with it until like one of the Mass Effect 3 DLCs. This is a way better answer to that question than just like, we just haven't had them show up until a designer finally got around to it. It's a way better answer. It's like, oh, they're all men because they're all women. Because they're all self-fertilizing, I guess.
Yeah, that's cool. That's fun.
So that's Bethraz. I don't have a lot to say about him, but I do like him a lot. He's like ends up being really close with Victor, and as like a person who was in the Order of Leonar, he ends up being really clued in about a lot of the like metaphysical stakes of the world, which puts him in a really interesting position for most of the game. I ended up using him because of the summoning stuff, that he summons weapons. He has a really cool system there. Pretty sure it's like the more he uses his abilities, he gets like a passive like ticking up like status effect that shows up. It'll say like weapon summon ×1, ×2, ×3. There's a ability to use all of your summoned weapons at once and do more damage. So if you have him summoning weapons attacks for like 4 turns straight, you can really, really fuck someone up. He was my magical attacker for most of the game. He's really cool.
Me too. I think you can also use it for other stuff towards the end of the game. I think there's like a healing skill where you can use your summons for healing. I had sort of taken him out more and used Lenne more for magical DPS in Magnolia. So I didn't like really get into his later game stuff. But I think yeah, he has some really interesting like flexibility.
Lenne also is a magical attacker. She's a Valkyrie from Taryn. So she uses spears and she uses magic attacks with her spears. She's really cool.
Her animations are one of the coolest. They're so sick.
Fucking sick, dude.
Yeah.
Spinning the spear and shit, and like, yeah.
Yeah, she's spinning the spear. When she does the jumps, she like jumps up way in the air and then like plunges the spear down, and there's a big like explosion of like fire or wind or whatever. It's so cool.
Yeah, it's awesome. I really like the like flavor. I really like the flavor around Bethraz, like summoning all these weapons and everything. I think it's a really cool little gimmick. His main weapon is an amulet because he doesn't like have a weapon really because he summons them. And I also think that's neat. He's like an amulet guy. He's got a cool.
One of the first things you see him do when him and Sienna are hanging out, he like levitates armor down from a shelf for them to disguise themselves in. So it's immediately clear that like this is a guy who operates with telekinesis.
We have another character with cursed magic that we get in Act 2, Amalia, who we talked about briefly. But Princess Amalia is a healer. I really like using Amalia. She has a dog named Cres, and if you have Amalia in the front row, Cres will either heal Amalia every turn or attack an enemy every turn.
He also blocks. Really cute. Sometimes you can.
Yeah.
Which is helpful because Amalia is very fragile.
Cres is also a Shiba Inu. That's the type of dog that.
Oh my god!
And they're just really cute. They're
so cute. Yeah.
But Amalia is 14 years old. She's got light blue hair. She's a straight up child. She has made a pact to gain cursed powers. She has like a really grim backstory that's like introduced at some point.
Yeah, it's really dark.
She was part of this royal family, and she was in a huge like 29, I have written down 29 person succession dispute under the old king. where they were trying to figure out who would be the successor to the throne. And she's the only survivor of this dispute because they all poisoned each other and killed each other. But she used the curse to gain healing powers in order to survive. And she traded her life for this curse. Well, I think she technically tried to heal somebody else and then it didn't work, but whatever. She traded her life for this curse. She says to Bethraz when they're talking about the cursed magic that she is only going to live for another year, maybe 2 years longer before the end of her life, which is really, really grim. It's upsetting. Yeah. But she uses exclusively healing magic. She's very awkward. We get a lot of her internal dialogue about like how worried she is that she misspoke while she tries to sound like an adult and a princess. But she's very childish. She's like a fun element that gets added to the party. Really late in the game during Act 3, you get to play as her when you go around talking to all your friends in the island. Oh my God, there's an island, by the way. You get an island.
Oh my God.
This is a big Suikoden 2 situation. You get a castle. Well, you don't have a castle, but you have an island. And in Suikoden 2, you get a castle that you like your group is in, and you have all your recruitable characters and everything there. And it's sort of a similar idea, but you get an island called Hermit Island. And there's a scene with Amalia in Hermit Island where she tries to get ideas for a feast to surprise everyone with. And she just wants to make them all happy, but she's a really bad cook. And it's just a fun little cute scene with everyone together. I don't know what you did with Amalia, but I kept her in the back row all the time behind Glenn, because she has a ultra ability that is sort of like an in case of emergency break glass situation where her ultra move revives and fully heals all the characters in the front row. So anytime things are like looking really grim or we have like 2 people down, I could just swap out Amalia and she would revive everybody, fully heal all of them. And it was really fucking good. So
she's really good healer. Like, often with healers in RPGs, like the downside is like they are fragile and they can only like heal one person at a time to like a great extent, or like only revive one person for like a small amount of HP. Amalia like can do so much healing. Like she's so good at it. It is just like the combat is tuned such that even with that big advantage, like it's still really difficult because the enemies you go up against just do more damage. Like they just like will kill people so easily. They'll act 3 times on their turn, that kind of thing. So it feels really good to bring Amalia out and be like, everyone's revived, everything's going to be okay. But then like it doesn't make it easy. Like you just have to be doing that because the combat is like tuned to that. She reminded me a lot of Fire Emblem. The curse thing is reminiscent of something in Fire Emblem 3 Houses that I can't really talk about without spoiling it. But
I know who you're talking about.
She's reminiscent of one of those characters, and the way that she talks also is like, I think it implies like she was raised in this place that was like very cutthroat, this like noble family where like everyone was horrible, like literally cutthroat. They're cutting each other.
Yeah, they're all killing each other.
They're all killing each other. It's a horrible.
You do watch the scene where they poison like every single other person except her.
Yeah, she's there.
Yeah.
She witnesses like her whole family die. And I think it like the way that she talks, where she's like, she will say things like, well, I suppose you did well enough. And then it'll show you her internal dialogue and it'll say like, oh, I'm really grateful for my friends. And I think like that says something about her past. Like she grew up learning that this was the only way that she is allowed to speak, and she doesn't really know how to like be honest or vulnerable. There's also like some like autism coding, I think, going on here.
I think that's true.
And I appreciate that like everyone in the party like gives her a lot of grace and is like, we know you're trying your best and you're just like trying to communicate the way that you communicate. We care about you and value you. And like the feast part where she goes around and asks everyone for help putting together this feast is like a very good demonstration of that. She cannot always like say the appreciation that she has in a way that is received how it's intended, but she like wants to do kind things for her friends. It's nice. It's nice.
She's a nice girl.
Nice.
Who else we got? We got a couple other party members. We sort of talked about Raphael, but Raphael, he's the GOAT. I love him. He is,
we said this earlier, but he is a victim of joining the party very late. I don't really know what his machanic is, honestly.
He's a magic tank. So Egyl is one of the characters that you'll get throughout the main plot. Egyl is a physical damage tank. Both Egyl and Raphael have the ability to like attract attacks towards them. But Egyl has a lot of abilities around blocking physical damage, and Raphael has a lot of abilities around blocking magical damage. Raphael, I think, is way more useful if you actually get to use him than Egyl is. He suffers from, like you said, being added really late in the game.
The other character I really want to talk about is Robb. Robb is one of the earlier characters you meet. He and Lenne kind of go together. His little intro says, heir to the house of Rearmeyer, Robb grew up as a ward in the castle of Torment together with Lenne. Once he learned that she planned to flee the castle, he insisted on tagging along. Her well-being is his highest priority. And you talked about this a little earlier, but his father rebelled against Taryn and was defeated, and so Robb was sent to be a ward with Lenne and to like take care of her.
Theon Greyjoy.
Yeah, Theon Greyjoy.
He's also sort of like that character. I mean, Theon is a character in A Song of Ice and Fire / Game of Thrones.
Yes.
But Robb is sort of like, I'm not going to spoil A Song of Ice and Fire, but he's sort of like Theon Greyjoy in like book 1. He's kind of stuck up and full of himself and his nobility. He's very rude to people, but he also carries a sort of naivety about him. Like he loves knights and princes and princesses, and he's totally lost in that world of nobility. He was also the first member that I took off of the crew when I had the ability.
Yes, me too as well. Because he's such a dick. Like, there's this part at the beginning where you're trying to foil the false flag assassination plot, and there's this guy that says, this bandit that says, the new ward will bring true peace eventually for everyone. At birth, every man is equal. And then Robb interrupts him. Stop babbling. You are rats from the moment your mothers threw you into this world. Do not speak of equality. And then he kills him.
Yeah.
And then Lenne says, I forbid you to kill a helpless person in my presence ever again. It's this interesting dynamic where like Lenne is attached to him. Like they do care about each other. Robb like cares about her enormously. But Lenne does say, in my presence, like I feel like there's some part of her that understands that like the class of nobility like is her first loyalty. And I think this shows up also when she wants to return to Frederick and is like, I can convince him to do the right thing. Lenne has like left the castle to try to learn about the world, but and like she does believe that like all people are equal and she wants to be a good ruler. But I think Robb is sort of this foil to her where he is sort of, Robb believes that nobility are like inherently better than common people.
Yes.
And that's why they should rule. And Lenne believes that everyone is equal, but she still like acknowledges like she is going to be the ruler and her loyalty is first to like her family and the ruling class. And I feel like there's something about Robb that is more honest with himself about that. Mm-hmm. Like his sort of like conception of the world is like more concrete. I think that's interesting to have those two like be partners. He
goes on a journey as well.
Yes.
He has a side quest that's like sort of a character side quest for him later in the game where it's kind of an interesting setup because he is part of this new group, the Crimson Wings, which is this rebellious faction that is dedicated to defeating Taryn and ending the war. And Robb's house that he grew up in is allied with Taryn because they tried to rebel once and then were defeated and they gave Robb up as a ward and everything. So his house is now allied to Taryn. And so there becomes a time where Robb has to accept the fact that he is going to be on opposite sides of this new war with his father. And it's a fun little quest. And I think that it's sort of ties a knot on his character arc to becoming not necessarily a good person, but a person who is more merciful, who has better intentions for the world. I like Robb. I turned around on him towards the end of the game. I didn't like him a lot for most of the game, but I did a pivot on him. I turned 360 degrees and I continued walking towards him. He's that side quest that he does is one of my favorites, but he also later in the game, if you decide to like properly upgrade him and spec him out and stuff, he turns into a character that's really fucking good. He gets an ability that is incredible and carries him low-key called Nature's Mirror. And what it does is it gives a random buff to your entire party for every debuff that an enemy you choose has. So let's say, like, hypothetically, you have Robb poison someone, and then you use Glenn to lower their attack, defense, magic, and mind, and Victor lowers their elemental resistance or something, you know, and they're sitting there with 6 debuffs, and Robb can use Nature's Mirror on them while they have those 6 debuffs, and he gives 6 random buffs to every single party member currently in the front row. So you can just watch everyone, like, you can do this and then watch everyone go defense up, crit up, agility up, magic up, attack up, or whatever. And suddenly everybody, your whole party is like in beast mode for the next couple of turns. It's an incredibly super useful ability. And it has a great
cool. I never used
characters.
that. I should have done.
Oh, it's awesome. It's awesome. And it's like, it's one of those things like, it kind of rewards you for having Robb in your party at the end of the game, because it's really late in the game where you start getting stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah. You use a lot of debuffs towards the end of the game. It's pretty critical. Yeah. I one or two things I want to say about his character just before we move on. The first thing that you learn about him is that he is a ward of a disgraced house. So like he feels superior, but he is inherently inferior. And it's like this like bully psychology thing where he is always humiliated. Like he is always made lesser. He always has to prove himself. And so like he like is always trying to put other people down. And Lenne says this. Lenne says to Glenn about Robb after he says something horrible, "Do not speak ill of him. He has gone through much. He was the son of the Earl, but he was not treated any better than a court maid." And like Lenne saying that is like, she is saying like the court maids are treated poorly. Like that's sort of the way of the world. And Robb was treated like that, which is poorly. And so I think like Robb has like internalized a thing of like, the fact that I'm being treated bad means that like the lower classes should be treated poorly, and I'm just not, I shouldn't be a part of that. But like Lenne is the one who's like, oh, like Robb is a noble, he shouldn't be treated like that. It's not fair. And then like the class thing like doesn't really factor into it. I really like the sort of tension between the two of them. And then also he talks about his family when they're in the Fior Woods, I think, about when he was a kid, he trained in the woods as a ranger. And he tells this story about, "My ancestor was once chased from his castle by his enemy. He hid in the forest for a year and was declared dead. Secretly, however, he gathered a resistance that was able to reconquer Rearmire Castle." And Robb is like clearly proud of this. He's proud of his family. He's proud of his bloodline. He believes they're heroes, but that is the family that was humiliated and gave him up. And so like he has these great things to uphold, but his station in life doesn't enable him to do that. It's unfair.
This is also the reason why he is like the debuffs poison guy, because he's a ranger. He says him being a ranger is the reason that our bloodline still exists. Since then, his descendants have been trained as rangers. So that's sort of plays into who he is.
You meet this guy, Toma, who used to be a knight for Robb's father. And Robb says, after the war ended a year ago, he betrayed us. And Toma says, "We did not betray anyone. It was your father who could not pay us." And then you do a boss battle. And when you beat him, Robb says, "Just look at yourself and where your greed has driven you." And Toma says, "Greed? Quite the opposite. We did not fight for money or for land. We fought for our homeland and for our lord. We were loyal knights. Your father was unable to pay us, so for many years we fed our family on honor and the hope of victory alone. And we did so proudly. Don't you understand? We needed food to keep our families alive. We cannot live on hope and honor alone." And Victor asked Robb not to kill him and to have mercy. Robb scoffs. And then Toma says, and this is my favorite part of this, Toma says, "I spit on your pity." And there's this like complicated dynamic of like Toma as like a lesser knight, like has these very real material concerns and is like acting on them. Robb sees it as a betrayal, but the two of them are on the same page that like Robb should kill him. Like they both have this allegiance to honor the rightness of their stations in life. The thing that should have happened is Toma should have been respected and paid as a knight, and Robb's father's failure to be a good duke led him to being dishonored. And then the final thing, and we're gonna move on after this, I promise. But I really enjoyed Robb's thing. At the end of Robb's like side quest, we learn that his father like hates him.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He explicitly blames Robb for Robb's mother's death. He says, "You bear the guilt of the death of my beloved wife, and now you're to blame." And Robb gets very kind of quiet and like he's not his usual self. And he says, "Please, Father, just lay down your weapons." And then his father dies. There's this moment where like you understand like, oh, this is a kid who wants his father's love, who's like trying to feel like he has value and is worth something. He has spent his whole life putting other people down because he has been treated poorly, he's been unloved, he has been sent away and used as a tool. And then it's only once his father dies that he is able to be like, and he's talking to Toma, who's been similarly betrayed by the structures of the world, where he says, "It took years to build the hatred in me. It will take years to undo it. Until I get there, I will listen to reason and I will listen to my friends." So he's like, he's not redeemed exactly in that like, his bad deeds are still there. They still matter.
Yeah, he still killed that guy at the beginning of the game.
He did still kill that guy. But he's finally recognized that like his values and his emotions are out of touch with each other. His values have changed and his emotions are out of touch with it. And now he has to like start the process of becoming a good person. And that's like the thesis of the game, is that like it's never too late to do the right thing. But the mistakes that you make cannot be erased. We all just like do our best. Like this is the same arc that Glenn goes on. It's just like Robb is at the beginning of it.
Yeah, this is the common like reoccurring theme between all of the characters. And I feel like they hammer this home, is that like everyone makes mistakes. Lots of people do bad things. Lots of people, hurt other people really badly, kill people. But everyone is also capable of like great change within themselves and the world, if only they decide to like make themselves and the world better for everyone. Van kills Lenne out of the like misogynistic belief that he owns her, and then spends the next several lifetimes atoning for it and trying to be a better person so that he could one day find her again as Glenn and apologize. And Lenne forgives him. And Kylian spends all his life Griffith-like, chasing power, manipulating his way into it, backstabbing people along the way in service of a noble dream. And at the end of the game, Glenn, knowing what it's like to carry these chains of guilt, decides to forgive him. And it's in every case in this game, the thing that leads you toward becoming a better person is forgiveness of yourself and of others. And I think that's where it's trying to land. Especially Robb is a great example of that.
I think even like I have not finished Final Fantasy Tactics, so I don't know what happens with this character. But like at the very beginning of the game, there's a character named Argath who looks like Robb and speaks very similarly. And it feels, he's such an asshole. And it feels a little like Matthias Linda is asking, like, what would it take for Argath to be redeemed?
Right.
Why is this person this way? And this reminds me a lot of Fire Emblem 2, Three Houses, where like they're looking at a trope and they're saying like, okay, but why? And like, what would it take to make this person change? Yeah, I think that's really, I think it plays perfectly into like the forgiveness and redemption. And
also Robb is kind of baller. He gets bitches and a little bit of money too. So
does he get bitches?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I was being nice.
I missed that side plot.
No, he gets boys. He's a boy liker.
Boy kisser.
He's a boy kisser for sure. Look at him. His little cheeks. I want to pinch him. Is there any other people we can talk about? There's still a couple party members, mostly Tomke and Mikah and the other one.
We have not mentioned Magnolia. Yeah. I don't have a ton to say about any of them. I really like Magnolia.
I can talk about Tomke a little bit as well.
Yeah. Tell me about Tomke.
Yeah. Tomke's a silly guy. He's a goat. I don't even mean that like greatest. Like he's a goat boy. He's a goat man. He's an old guy. There's an airship called the Hooge, I think. Is that correct?
Hilarious name.
Yeah. It's owned by and run by, I think, exclusively women. Am I correct about this? He gets kicked off of the Hooge and falls from the sky into the sand. And he was thrown off the airship mid-flight and landed headfirst. And he doesn't remember anything. The only thing he does remember is eating. He loves to eat. His class sort of is the gourmand, sort of like Kina in Final Fantasy IX. He eats Blue Mage. Yes, exactly. He eats monsters by putting them in a can, and he has a big anchor as a weapon, which is awesome. Just kind of a sick thing to do is hold an anchor and swing it.
I don't know why that is, but it's sick. It's awesome.
It's cool as fuck. But yeah, he eats enemies and he learns their abilities like Kina, like a blue mage. You can go into the bestiary in your journal and you can see which monsters are edible and will teach Tomke new abilities. And so this is why I checked the bestiary so much. I got in the habit of checking every time I went into a new area and made an effort to get most of Tomke's active skills. I still missed a few. I sort of ended up building him as like a reserve hitter. I kept him in the back row and I gave him the warrior emblem. So he's like kind of a surprisingly tough physical attacker. His big anchor. His most useful skills were definitely one is called Sailor's Song, which increases the ultra move bar by like 50% once per battle, which is really good. It helps you get at least 2 ultra moves per major encounter. And Spinach is his other move, which casts a physical and magical shield on the entire party, which is fucking crazy. So he's like, I swap him out and he's like a physical attacker support guy for me. And I like Tomke a lot. He's really cool. The other character related to Tomke is Mikah, who is a monk. She is great. She's sick as hell. I kept her in my party for most of the game once I had her. She has a fun little side quest where she gets eaten by a giant worm. Tomke is like her adopted grandfather. Her actual parents were devoured by the megaloworm. I'm going to read this here. It says, Mikah's parent, this is the text introduction to Mikah. It says, Mikah's parents traveled the world on behalf of the Adventurers Guild in search of new recipes and ingredients. Since they were always on the road, they had their daughter Mikah with them. They were accompanied by their friend, Tomke, who became something like a grandfather to the little girl. When they were looking for the ingredients for the great gratine, Mikah's parents were eaten by the megaloworm. So we discover that her parents are actually still alive inside the megaloworm. And they have like a worm community of people who were devoured by the megaloworm and just live there.
They hang out in
it's
there
like a sandworm.
And they slice pieces off of the inside of the worm and then cook it and eat it, which is crazy.
Yeah. And also Tomke is very afraid of the worm, which is funny. Yeah. He's like terrified of it. This is all very silly.
That quest is weird because it ends and you don't fight the worm. There's like not a boss fight at the end of it.
No, it just dies like off screen. Yeah, like you kill it.
Yeah,
they don't show it.
It genuinely feels like they just forgot. Like put the fight in, which is funny. It's not a big deal.
They get to the end of the quest and they save Mikah's parents and everything, and Tomke overcomes his fear of the worm so he can protect Mikah. It's I don't know, it's funny. And then it's just like, well, we killed the worm, and it's like it cuts to them off screen having, I guess, killed the worm from the inside. I don't know, but it's funny. But Mikah's a monk. She's awesome. Her playstyle revolves around stacking buffs and effects and doing like 2-turn combo moves in order to do a bunch of damage. So she has like an ability that will be like, this does a small amount of physical damage. And then another ability that's like intended to be a follow-up to the first one that does a bunch more damage if used after the first one. And then she also has she has a move that increases agility for the entire party, which works really well with Sienna.
I use that a lot. The all party agility buff is really strong.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, and she's just fun. She can wipe like a group of enemies all at once when it works out really well. But sometimes it takes a little too long to set up all of her buffs and everything, and the battle ends before she really gets to wallop people, which is kind of anticlimactic.
I didn't end up using Tomke very much because it took me a very long time to realize how the canning mechanic worked, because they do explain it and I just did not internalize it. Like learning a skill is called canning. And so on every enemy you will fight, there's a little indicator by like, do they have an item you can steal? There's the thing that just says canned. And then there's either a check mark or not. And I didn't know what that meant. And what it means is Tomke can eat this guy and learn their skills. So I was going around not paying attention to that marker and just like trying to eat random guys, and usually it wouldn't work, and I got annoyed. And then like 2/3 of the game, I figured out that that's what it was. That's the idea, and it like.
But at that point, it's kind of late.
Yeah, it's too late. Like it plays the animation of him like putting the enemy into a can and then eating it. It's hilarious. It's a good joke.
Yeah,
he's the blue mage character who puts enemies in a can and eats them, and then that's how he learns his skills. But
I think there's a very direct line of inspiration from Kina in Final Fantasy IX, who eats enemies and learns their abilities, to this guy. And then the last party members are Egyl and Magnolia. You have any thoughts about either of these two? Egyl has the weirdest plot line in the whole game.
Yeah, Egyl's story did not really speak to me. It's really depressing, but he's also like extremely upbeat. I didn't really.
Yeah, Egyl, he's a bird person. Looks cool. He's from an island of bird people. It's like, okay, so their whole group is like, they're very honorable, I suppose. They don't like go back on things that they say. They've pledged themselves to help the church with something, but the church turns out to be really evil. It turns out, they are intentionally creating monsters and spreading them around the world. And they're doing this to suck ether out of the maelstrom so that they can get the Harbinger to come to the world faster. And so they are creating monsters to awaken the Harbinger. They're doing this on Egyl's Island with all these bird people, but they can't do anything about it because they've pledged themselves to help them. And so they sort of have you stop them, and then they all kill themselves because they've dishonored themselves by saying that, by going back on their pledge to the church.
I thought they got killed by the church people.
I thought the implication that I thought was that they all killed themselves, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe because that's
maybe I'm wrong.
I thought it was insane. I was like, this is crazy, guys. This is really crazy. And then they kind of just move on.
I had thought that the church people came and killed them because they found out about the monster making, but I don't know.
Yeah. Well, Egyl is a tank.
Yeah, he's a tank. The last character is Magnolia. She's really fun. She's probably the last one you will get. She's the last one I got. And you meet her very early in the game for the first time, and she's like this very quirky like witch lady who's like trying to help people out in the slums in the first city where you go. So you're already like kind of endeared to her, and you meet her again when Glenn is sort of realizing his history. She has this ability to like go into people's minds, and like you do a bunch of puzzles there, and you sort of like Psychonaut style, like fight the demon inside them, or Persona 5 style.
Yeah.
So she clearly has like very strong magic powers. She's really interesting. And then like at the end of the game, you get a side quest with her. Some bandits are breaking into what's called the Inner Sanctum, which is where like the fairies live. This is not allowed, but they think they can get some treasure. It's very strange that Glenn and crew go along with this. I don't buy this, that like they would go into the fairy domain just for money. It feels weird, but whatever. And so you go to the fairy domain.
All the notes about this side quest.
Yeah,
I did this side quest.
I'm just going off the dome.
Literally nothing down. This is at the point in the game where I was like, I gotta finish this game.
Yeah. So you go to the fairy realm. All the fairies are pissed at you because they're like, you broke the ancient pact that no humans are allowed to come to the fairy realm. And Glenn is like, whoops. And all the bandits are like, you signed up for this, man. Like we knew this was what we were doing, which is what I was thinking. So I don't know. and so you go through the fairy realm, you like fight a bunch of people. The fairy queen shows up and she's like, you guys are dicks. You broke in here. We told you not to. We told you we'd kill you if you came here. So now we're going to kill you. And then you have a choice that's like, do you want to let the fairy queen kill the bandits or not? And I was like, kind of feels like you should just kill them. Kind of feels like this is like we all knew where this was going from day one. This is where you signed up for. And then Magnolia shows up and all the fairies are like, this woman again. And it turns out that Magnolia is the old queen of the fairies. She used to be the queen of the fairies, and she like came to our world to like help out, which is lovely. And so you leave and you have Magnolia in your party, and her sort of gimmick is that first she can transform into a fairy queen. And so she like turns into a fairy. She gets a very cool animation. She gets like her powers buffed. And then also her gimmick is that she can do like her attacks will either randomly be really bad or really good. So roll the dice. And she has ways to sort of manipulate that of various elemental magical attacks.
Her weapons are cards. She has she's like a magical card based system. Yeah. And so every time you do a attack, rolls a number 1 through 10 to determine the strength of the attack.
And it does a little animation where it reveals what the number on the card was.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is fun every time. Yeah.
It's so cool.
She feels like a good late addition because she doesn't have like a super in-depth character, but she is just like a delight to be around. She
has a big crush on Glenn. She calls Glenn her beloved all the time, which is really cute. Yeah, I like Magnolia. She has an ability that she gets pretty late on where she has a magic ability that automatically targets an enemy's weakness. So it's not like fire magic spell or a water magic spell. It's like whatever the enemy's weakness is, it will target that, which is really, really useful, like late game. And the trade-off is like it's slightly less damage, but it's fine. Yeah.
I think Lenne gets something similar. Do you want to take a break and then come back and talk about Gundams?
Yeah, I want to talk about the mechs so bad. Okay. I want to talk about Sky Armor like crazy.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. But we'll do that in a few minutes.
And go pee.
Bye. Love you.
What did you say?
I said I love you.
I love you too.
Thank you.
Bye, Kerry. I went through my notes again. I have 1 or 2 more things that I just forgot to bring up that I want to. We did not talk about Frederick, who is Lenne's brother. At the very end of the game, he has been like doing bad things the whole game. He is orchestrating war. He is killing people with a grimoire. At the very end of the game, he says, I did all of this so that everyone in the continent would unite and have a villain to fight. And so they would all be united. And I did it because I care. This is crazy. Reason. That's crazy. There's something about this where
what we needed was a Hitler.
Yeah, exactly. No one else is willing to be Hitler, so I have to do it, even though I'm a good guy.
Yeah.
I don't buy this at all. I guess it's a twist, but I don't know. Did you have feelings?
They do a little bit of rehabilitating Frederick that I don't necessarily fuck with. There's a big dungeon, Ramina Tower, and at the end of it you fight Frederick and everything, and Lenne is like, I'm not gonna forgive you for what you did, and he kills himself like seppuku style, like with a sword, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He stab himself
because it's sort of set up to be like you're about to do a boss battle, and then
exactly himself. Lenne's like, I'm not going to forgive you. He does the thing where he's like, oh, I did it all for a noble cause, to bring peace to Volandis and unite Volandis against me, which is, it's lame. Lenne doesn't forgive him, rightfully. And he has a monologue about his sort of perception of the world, a dream that he has, a recurring dream. He says, every single night I dream I'm in a cave because I'm the only one with a torch. Hundreds of people follow me. They press down on me and push me forward, but even though I'm carrying a torch, I can't see anything. They push me step by step, and with each step, I'm afraid. I'm afraid of falling into an abyss. I hope these dreams are over. Celestia, by the way, dead naming Lenne, by the way, forgive me. I could draw the hatred of the entire world. That did not affect me so much, but your hate, it hurts. And I do like this image. It's clear that he has a very distorted view of what's going on here, and I think the game recognizes that as well. He believes himself to be, like you said, doing this to unite everybody, but he also feels like he has to. He feels like he's being pushed into it, and I think that it's very, I don't know. It doesn't extremely work for me, and I like him as a villain for most of the game, but yeah, it's not a great justification for his stuff. And I think they do a little bit of rehabilitating for him that is not the best.
Yeah, one of his strengths as a villain is that he's very pragmatic. Like his sort of grand designs are not like, I want to destroy the world. His grand designs are like, I want to win this war. I want my people to like do better. I want to defend this continent against like outside threats. these are like very grounded problems that he's trying to solve. He's just doing it with like extreme violence and by killing people that he doesn't need to. Yeah, and I think like the final thing where he's like, actually, this was all a ploy to make people hate me feels very strange.
I don't know that they knew where to go.
Yeah,
with all that.
Yeah. The other thing that I wanted to bring up, and then I swear to God we're going to talk about Gundams, is about Lenne. Early in the game in Farnsport, where you start, we meet this guy named Ro, who is the greatest pilot in all of Iskania. And he tells us about, he's very excited to see us. He's like, oh my God, our baby has just been born, Lenne. My wife and I, we just had a baby. Her name is Thorelia, which is a word for peace. And he's very excited about the peace. And then he's called away.
I have feelings about this related to Gundam.
Yes. Okay. Well, this will be a good transition in.
Yes. Yeah. Please continue.
Okay. Later in the game, he appears again while Lenne and the party are on their way to Torment to try to convince Frederick not to start this war. Rose says he's in a mech suit. He says, "You are coming with me. This war must be stopped. I can't have my newborn daughter experience any more bloodshed and hunger." And Lenne begs him to let her go so that she can go to Torment to convince her brother to end the war. And Ro insists that Frederick wants this war. And he's right. Lenne doesn't know that, but he's right. And Rose says, your love for your brother blinds you and leads us to ruin. Your brother's love for you, on the other hand, might give us an advantage. If you really care about Iskania, come with me, Lenne. I beg you. So he's like trying to do like a consensual kidnapping to keep his city safe and his country safe.
Yeah, he wants to use Lenne as a bargaining chip, sort of.
Yes.
To say, like,
he's trying to convince Lenne.
We can end this war. You can have Lenne back, sort of as a hostage, so that we can end the war.
Yeah. And Lenne refuses to do this. So you fight and he dies. You kill him. And I think like this is one of the things I found interesting about like Lenne and her relation to Robb and to royalty, that like she is refusing to face reality, that like the other members of her class, Robb and Frederick primarily, are loyal to one another and loyal to their class more than they are loyal to like doing the right thing and to goodness. And even though she believes that like doing the right thing and goodness is more important, she like is not able to understand that like that is not how the world is structured, and the other people that she is surrounded with do not think that way, and it leads to like this man's death. I thought it was very powerful.
Yes, I have feelings about this because I wrote down at the time when this happened that this is like, it's great stuff. It's really good. It's a time where this game remembers that it's doing like Gundam, like tragedy of war type shit. Really, like every now and then, you know, it introduces these like tragic social entanglements and rivalries into the war, which is a big aspect of Gundam. Yeah, so I love Gundam. Here's the thing with me, I love Gundam. I love mechs. I'm a big mecha head. I'm sort of a Gundam sicko. If I had more money and time, I would be building Gunpla in my house a lot. It's just one of those hobbies that it's like, it seems really cool. I just haven't committed myself to it. But I've been like a Gundam fan and a mecha genre fan since I was like 14 years old. I've watched several of these series by now. I'm not like an expert or Gundam historian or whatever, but I do like it very much. I think it's good. And it was one of the big reasons that I wanted to play this game, because I saw what it was doing. I thought it was like Final Fantasy with mechs. I was like, all right, sold, let me get at it. But I think the way that the mechs are used as a narrative device in this game is kind of underwhelming for me. I expected them to be a bigger element in the game than they actually are or ended up being. Because Gundam, to me, what is interesting and most important about Gundam is that it's about war and bodies and the self and the relationship between these three. Gundam is all about like child soldiers being made implicitly by circumstance or explicitly through control to use machinery of war that makes them look bigger, stronger, and older than they are. It's about, you know, Char Aznavour killing a barely adult member of the royal family, someone he's known since they were both in the military academy. And the last thing he says to him is, blame this on the misfortune of your birth. It's about Amuro Ray standing in the Gundam with his sights locked on soldiers, Zeon soldiers, outside of their mobile suits, and not being able to pull the trigger, exclaiming how much easier it is when they're in the mobile suit. And that's like, it's about that, like dehumanizing distance between the self and the body when the body is a weapon of war. And this is all the stuff that I think is most interesting, narratively speaking, about Gundam. What it's also about is like the personal and the political, right? The relationships and rivalries between these people and pilots and soldiers, sometimes on opposite sides of a battle. And also the like begrudging respect you begin to feel with people who are your enemies, this like intimacy of battle. Do I think that Gundam is like the most intelligent, awesome series ever? Like, no, but these are the things it's interested in and always has been interested in since the very beginning in 1979. The other fun tension about Gundam is that they're trying to do this war story and they're telling it straight, but they're also trying to sell toys about it. And in order to do that, they have to make war cool. And it is cool. I think it's interested in that aspect of war too, that the fact that war can feel good and for a certain type of person often does. Chained Echoes, I think, is not, for the most part, interested in this sort of questions, and it flirts with it a lot at the beginning, but as the game goes on, as the stakes change to like the big metaphysical threat of the Vane and the Harbinger, and the game's sights narrow on the structure of like the traditional JRPG, I think it loses what had excited me a lot about the concept. And I think Row is one interesting part of that, right? Because Row is, like you said, one of these important Sky Armor pilots in Farnsport and Escania and whatever. And he's like, he has this personal relationship with Lenne. Lenne like saved his kid, I guess, with medicine. And he is his whole, I mean, we don't know a lot about him, but you know, he says he's excited for his daughter to be raised in a world without war. And then like later on in Act 1, we have this fight with Row where you have to kill him, which is fine. I think it's a great beat. It's really awesome. It's this moment where like Row's national allegiance and his hope to prevent the war supersedes his personal relationship with Lenne. And so we fight him, even though we would traditionally think of him as an ally, which is, it's really great. What troubles me about this, and this is, I think, sort of a bigger issue with this game, is that Row never comes up again. Like this happens and Row dies, and I don't think we hear his name ever again for the rest of the game at that point. It would be like a great emotional beat if it had an impact on the world or our characters at all. But Row dies and we kind of instantly forget him. Lenne, who like apparently has this personal relationship with him, doesn't seem bothered by this pretty much at all, despite the fact that she allegedly like saved the lives of his wife and child with this medication. And I don't know, I think if you're going to have a moment like this, you should pay it off. I would like, part of me wants to see the daughter and that wife like grieving at some point. But at the end of the battle, his Sky Armor explodes and kills him and, you know, destroys the bridge and whatever, separates the party. And that's kind of it. And the only real remainder of this aspect of the game is this. There's in the bestiary, Row has an entry that says, a kind-hearted father who wanted to protect his family. His actions got in the way of the group, so fighting ensued. He leaves behind a wife and 2 children. And that's like kind of all he gets. And I think that he's an interesting character. I think he's really cool. I would have liked to see more stuff like this. And I would have liked to see this type of thing matter to the characters in the world. But they set up this plot line and then kind of just use it as a boss fight, which I find kind of anticlimactic.
Yeah.
And I think it shows a disinterest in the things that I find most interesting about the mecha genre.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we know that from what you had mentioned in the first half of this show, that the point of inspiration really is for this is not really with Gundam, it's with Escaflowne. And I haven't seen Escaflowne. I don't know a whole lot about all of that. I don't know necessarily if they have this expectation of what mecha should be the way that I do, you know? I don't know that Matthias Linda and all of them have the relationship with Gundam that I feel about Gundam, where they have like these feelings about 8th MS Team and the original Gundam and I don't know, Iron-Blooded Orphans and whatever, that they feel that this is this series that is about the political and personal entanglements that happen within war, and also your separation and attachment to those as related to your relationship to yourself and your body as a weapon of war. Yeah, I don't know. So I was kind of underwhelmed by this. I think it's a cool beat. His mech is sick, by the way. He's got it's really cool. He's like a ball. I don't know how to describe it. He's like it's like the top half of a torso. And then on the bottom half, it's like a big orb. and he has like
Yeah.
a kind of a staff situation.
He looks like
anyway.
those dwarven like mechanical things in Skyrim.
Yeah, the Dwemer or whatever.
One of the
Yeah,
Dwemer
he does. That's right.
mechanical beasts. I don't have a very close relationship with Gundam or Mecha, and so this did not really strike me, or I didn't think about it much when I was playing. I did read a lot of reviews that brought up Xenogears, which I don't think you've played. I haven't played.
I have not.
So I think like along with Escaflowne, like there's clearly inspiration from somewhere that like I'm not familiar with. So I don't know.
I think that's true for me as well. Because I don't know a lot about Xenogears. I don't know a lot about Escaflowne. Yeah, like I said, I think that there's probably an expectation that I go into mecha genre stuff expecting that I don't see here. And I guess that's fine. I mean, I do think that they handle the mecha combat in a really interesting way, because there is that separation between mecha combat and, on foot human combat, the changing of scale and the like separation from the human body. It's much more mechanical, the way that the sky armor battles work and everything. And I think that stuff is really cool.
Sometimes you will, while you're in sky armor, end up in a fight that was balanced for being on foot. And when you like hit a strong enemy with like 10,000 damage and they're instantly destroyed in like a fight that like you really struggled with when you were on foot,
it's pretty crazy.
That feeling is kind of crazy. Like you get a sense for like the difference in power.
And that stuff's really cool. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
I do wish that there was more stuff about, let me think about how I want to word this. Because this is a game about war, fundamentally. This is like this is what is going on here. What is most important in the plot is this war and the consequences of it. And I do wish that there was more about that. Because I think later in the game, as we change, like I said, I think as we change the scope of the game to be this more metaphysical JRPG style plot where you're focused on the gods who are toying with humanity, that we lose some of the more human aspects of what is going on with the plot in this game. And I think when I was most invested in the game was before that stuff happened, in like Act 1 and Act 2.
Yeah, I feel like most of the commentary, like when you're talking to people in Fern Sport, they give like pretty mixed opinions on like the new piece.
Yeah. Oh, I love
Some people
that.
are like, some people are like, this is great, finally the war is over. Some people are like, there's an old man in particular who says something like, forgiveness is a high price to pay for like all of the death that has happened. Mm-hmm. There's some people who are like, my husbands and brothers died for this, like, and now we're welcoming these people into our city. They're murderers. Mm-hmm. And I feel like a diversity of opinion on like what is happening and what should be done is like basically always good. But it does feel like that kind of thing peters out towards the end. It becomes much more like plot focused.
Yeah. This also happens with the grimoire, in my opinion, because the grimoire is a huge, it's a weapon of mass destruction is what it is. It's, I think the like closest analog that we have for it is the nuclear bomb. And I think that's kind of pretty explicit. Like the game opens with this incredible scene where Glenn destroys the crystal and the screen turns white. And then we see this like giant white orb of white light spreading across the country from the point where Glenn and Kylian were. And the ground is tearing itself apart. And later Glenn describes like walking through the aftermath of it and the smell of the destroyed melted bodies and everything. And it's pretty clear like what they're going for here is that. And I think that sticks for most of the game. We even see this area that I think is really cool, the Fields of Perpetua. That is where the Perpetua Fields are, where the bomb, the grimoire, exploded in the beginning of the game. And it's like deeply mutated and like gray. It's covered in like white pollen and fungus. Everything is doing like poisoning and paralyzing damage here. It's like a deeply affected by this event. And it's like a terrible swamp now that nobody goes into because it's dangerous. And I think that as the game goes on, it kind of forgets that it's a weapon of mass destruction.
Yeah.
It kind of forgets about the human cost of this sort of thing.
It's also like, I think Frederick says something about using it as like a threat and a deterrent in the same way that like nuclear weapons are.
Yeah.
You know, like a lot of the reason that he wants to control the grimoire is like so that he feels like his national security is secured.
Yeah.
Which is like such an American thing to do.
And then at the end of Act 1, the grimoire goes off again, and it's pretty explicitly like it is pretty explicitly framed as like humanity has stolen this like divine fire from the gods.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, it's a really common framing for the way people think about nuclear weapons. And at the end of Act 1, through a series of circumstances, it goes off again. Glenn, of course, obviously blames himself for this. And we see that same white light, this orb of white light spreading through the country. And as it does, we see like dozens and dozens of sets of eyes open up in the dark clouds above it, looking down for the person who stole the weapon from the gods and everything. And it's a really striking image. And it's great when the game remembers that it's a weapon of mass destruction and like a horrible thing to do to the world, you know?
Yeah.
But I think at the end of the game, they sort of forget that because they start using it. They're like, this thing is awesome. We should start killing the bad guys with it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny too, like this is a game that is like very explicitly indebted to Japanese games. And like I appreciate the fact that it's like saying pretty explicitly like this is wrong, you shouldn't do this. I think like, you know, we're American, there's like a guilt that I think a lot of people have about like either like trying to recognize like the American military and government, as they are wont to do, did something absolutely horrible that then like has been justified by like all sorts of people here for a long time. And I do appreciate that like Matthias Linde, he's German, I guess, but is saying like, no, this is wrong. Like you just can't kill people. Like it's wrong and you shouldn't do it. And like the sort of like pragmatic, like, oh, we need to like just secure this kind of argument is like cruel and doomed. So that's worth.
I mean, that's the argument that Kylian has. Kylian wants it because he wants to use it as a deterrent as well. And Glenn is the one who is saying, no, we have to destroy it. We can't use this. And that's why I think the metaphor sort of falls apart at the end of the game, because there's a segment. It's right after Frederick's whole dramatic exit. Vis-a-vis sword. When they find the grimoire and they get it, it like alerts the Vayne to their presence, and the Vayne, the big god guys, they summon a champion to go and kill. Oh my god, we haven't even talked about Gawain. They summon a champion to go and kill Gawain. Jesus,
I don't know if we
Don't
really
worry
need to talk about Gawain.
He's the antagonist. Like he's Sephiroth. He's the bad guy. We can get into it, I guess, but whatever.
I don't really have anything to say about him, honestly.
They summon this champion, and our party decides to use the grimoire to kill the champion, to kill this giant monster, sort of this Godzilla-like monster in the water. And I think that's sort of where the metaphor begins to fall apart, because they use the grimoire on purpose, and it's good, and nothing bad happens, and there's no consequences. And
it's very weird that nothing bad happens.
I don't know where I land on that. It's like, I think when we have our protagonists intentionally use a weapon of mass destruction that we have spent the whole game seeking to destroy, I feel like you have to pay strict and close attention, you know? Yeah. And as cool as this moment is, and it is cool, the moment they do this, it's worth reckoning with the fact that our characters are giving something up. And I don't think the game does that. I think the angle they're instead going for is much like it's more like they'll sell us the rope with which we hang them, you know, which is, instead of the capitalists selling us the rope, it's a powerful godlike creatures who destroy all of humanity to contain the Harbinger. And instead of a rope, it's a bomb made of magical energy of the souls whose lives have been destroyed by a weapon of mass. And it's just, I don't know. That's where the metaphor really begins to fall apart for me, I guess.
Yeah, I agree.
But they do it again. They use it on the Vayne too.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. If I were there, I would have handled it is all I'm saying.
I
taking care of it.
I think like so much of the writing and like the plotting in this game is so strong. Like there is stuff like that doesn't pan out. I do think on the whole it is really ambitious and it hits and it follows through on most of those ambitions. And that's really I think it's so admirable. Like obviously like I think all of these like criticisms are all the things we said are true. But like if I was to come up with like a net, how do I feel about it? It's like very positive. I think this outcome is better than like reducing ambition in your discussion of themes, Matthias.
Yeah, Matthias.
Yeah, Matthias.
We're talking to you directly now.
Yeah. Okay, Miss Kerry.
That's me.
Do you have anything to say about the downloadable content?
Yeah, I can do a little book report here.
Okay.
I played the DLC. That. I played the DLC.
Yeah.
Tess has not, but I have.
I haven't.
You know what it is more Chained Echoes. And if you finish Chained Echoes and you say, wow, I would love to play more of that, I think that you should play the DLC. But I don't think it's necessary entirely to understand the world. It does give a lot of... Okay, so here's the premise, right? Our party is hired by a scientist. Like a sort of Einstein character, except maybe a little is he a little evil? I don't know. He hires you to go to this village which had evacuated but had a small remainder of Taryn troops, and you're supposed to get the troops. But when you get there are a bunch of enemies labeled villagers, and they start attacking you, which is a crazy way to start the DLC. You're like immediately killing civilians. So that's a weird thing. You kill them all, and their ether is sucked up into a giant portal in the sky, which opens up and it sucks you in. And it turns out this portal is leading to what the characters at first assume to be the very distant past, where the Order of Leonar is still around, and you're in a city called Rant. It's the birthplace of the Holy Mother, where Lenne's sort of holy line is from. Rant is led by Leonar himself, the guy from the Order of Leonar.
Mr. Leonar.
He is called the White Wolf in most promotional stuff to hide the twist, but he becomes one of your party members. He's fucking awesome. He's really sick. He's like a physical attacker. He's a big Bara Yowie wolf. He's sexy. Yeah, big time. He's so sexy. But he has a really fun kit. He has a move that does 3 times damage if he uses it as his first move, which is a really fun little thing. So he has like an opener attack. Then he has a sort of bite system. So he'll bite enemies and it'll leave like a bite status effect on them. And if you stack up enough of those, like I think one move does like 5 bite marks. If you stack up like 10, he has another move that attacks them. And the more bite marks that they do, the more physical damage he does. So he can really fuck people up with that. He's like the best physical attacker in the game, I think. His kit reminds me of a game that I don't care for, but did like this character. His kit reminds me of Seal from Expedition 33, who has a really similar card gimmick where she like stacks cards on enemies and can do more damage by using those. So that's really similar, but he's like he stayed in my team the whole DLC. He's super strong. But basically the premise is that you all go to Elrant, this old city, and the church has a little fellow named Endart who comes in with you, and he brings a big machine called the Mana Machine into Elrond. And Elrond is now, it's no longer just a city. You're not traveling back in time. What you're actually doing is traveling to the Maelstrom. And Elrond is a city within the Maelstrom, where all of the people there live there to guard against the return of the Harbinger. And so nobody ages. They don't die of old age or anything. This is why Leonar is still alive. They're all just like living there in like an eternal quest to stop the Harbinger. So the Harbinger is imprisoned in the Maelstrom. You can actually see his outline in the like clouds of the Maelstrom in a certain part of the DLC. It looks really fucking sick.
That's cool.
Yeah, and they brought the church, and Endart, who's the antagonist of this DLC, brought this giant mana machine because the mana machine is designed to suck the ether out of the Maelstrom and free the Harbinger. And it's doing so very quickly. And so the objective of the DLC sort of is to destroy it, destroy the mana machine. In doing so, like loose all of the ether in the mana machine that it sucked up and reinforce the bars in the Harbinger's cage again. It's all right. It's cool. There's a couple things I really like about it. That I think I mentioned before that there's a simplification to the crystal system. It's generally kind of good for quality of life stuff, even though it takes away like build complexity. There's some streamlining things that I think are great. Because you play this at the end of the base game, you're already busted. And so instead of scaling with additional levels, the game scales with like you find fountains around the world. It's exactly like the Elden Ring DLC where you find like items that increases your health and attack power and everything. It's a similar thing. So it's a cool little great progression mechanic. There's also a new system called party points where you can upgrade your whole party. So that's fun.
Joke about party points. No, I was something.
You love PP?
Yeah, no, I have a lot of party points. We've been recording for a while. Keep going.
I used Raphael a lot here.
Okay,
and I really enjoyed doing that because he has an ability that like he's great to use here. He has an ability that completely negates the damage from the next magic attack on your party, but can only use once per battle. And I used that quite a lot, and I thought that was really good. And I actually used him in the DLC's final boss to completely absorb when they attacked with a spell called Ultima, which is like an ultimate magic attack. That felt really good. It's fucking satisfying. So he's a great tank if you find opportunities to use him like one. You just don't find a lot of those in the base game. Yeah, I don't know that I want to get into all of the like stuff that happens plot wise, really.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
At the end of it, you break the mana machine, seal the Harbinger back, but the basic outcome is the Harbinger gets closer to escaping. Can I ask you a question, actually, related to this?
Yeah.
So if I say the phrase Pandora's box, does that mean anything to you in the context of the base game?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. Lenne uses, because she remembers that she's like the Holy Mother or whatever, she uses it says that she uses Pandora's box and releases a bunch of ether back into the maelstrom at towards the end of the game. And I don't feel like they set that up at all, but they might have in the DLC and I wasn't paying attention. I don't know.
No, I don't remember.
But it's cool. There's a really bad side quest in this DLC that I hated. Yeah. There's a long ass side quest. There's this whole conflict where one of Leonar's generals keeps finding and executing rebels. And for some reason, Leonar like allows this to happen because he's like, well, let's just see what's going on here. And it becomes this thing about how like, oh, violence causes violence. And we're all politically divided because some of us, there's people who are possessed by the Harbinger, and Magnolia reveals this and fixes everyone's possession. And I don't know. It's like at the end of it, it's like the world is a complicated place. So let's just try to help everyone. It's like, I don't know, whatever. To me, it's insufficient cause for all the civilian killing that happens because they're doing like we're guys, stop being so divisive. And we're here at the end of it and everybody's in the wrong, but we all forgive each other. And it's like, I don't know. To me, it's like we're not getting out of this without emotional flute. It's not working for me. And I think what it really demonstrates to me is that like Chained Echoes has a good story, but it isn't telling a story of like political and personal intrigue and nuance, especially once we roll around to the DLC. Yeah, it's fine. But.
Yeah, I feel like it is like trying to say something about like forgiveness and like doing the right thing and that sort of thing. It's not really interested in like how politics and like systemic violence and wars like really like happen in the real world. Yeah, it's more interested in like the characters' individual like journeys with themselves, with what they've done and what they're going to do. Yeah, definitely. It's much less. It's like not that kind of Game of Thrones, like how do societies function and use violence and that kind of thing.
No, it's not like historically, materially interested in the world like that.
Yeah,
but yeah, I don't know. That's my thoughts on the DLC. I really like the DLC. Big Barra Wolf. I would.
Yeah, he sounds hot
a lot.
Yeah,
he is hot. Like and cool. He's big. He has a baddie that follows him around with like glasses.
Really?
Yeah, her name is Yowl, I think. Yaol.
Her name is Kerry.
Yeah, her name is Kerry. She's a sexy, beautiful woman, and she follows around her wolf boyfriend.
Anyway. That's cute.
But there is the last thing about the DLC is there's also some interesting stuff with Lenne, because Lenne, she's like, there's a whole thing where there are certain people. she remembers that she is the Holy Mother, and she like remembers her like first incarnation while she's here. And most people do not recognize her as that, but Leonard is like, oh my god, it's you, because she smells the same. I think, I don't know. It's funny.
Oh, because he's a wolf.
I might be misremembering the smell thing. Whatever. But that's the DLC. Yeah. That's my feelings about it. That's fine. Cute. It's more Chained Echoes.
Okay, so we're wrapping up, but we got a couple questions. Thank you, everyone who sent in a question. If you want to send a question, you can email leavingthepartypod@gmail.com. You can DM the Instagram account, which is, I think, Leaving the Party Pod.
You can also,
I think,
do the same thing on Blue Sky.
Yeah.
Or you can
Leaving the Party Pod. Or you can find leavingtheparty.bluesky.social. Yeah. You could find Kerry in real life and ask her.
Yeah. Just find me.
Don't find me in real life and ask me. I won't answer you. Cody asks the question, quote, "It has been a few years, so my memories of the specifics are hazy, but I ended up dropping Chained Echoes at the start of Act 2 because I found the game to be less inspired by SNES RPGs and more a patchwork of cut and pasted plot beats lifted straight from those games. The tipping point was at the start of Act 2 when one of the main characters had a crisis of conscience and refused to rejoin the party, instead opting to run an orphanage a la a character that will remain unnamed in a Final Fantasy game that will remain unnamed for spoiler reasons. I remember feeling like I could point to something like that for just about every moment in the game. I guess the question would be, is there a point where something can take too much inspiration? Obviously, very little is truly original, and I'm not above playing, reading, watching derivative works. Something about this one, though, crossed a line, and I'm not sure why."
Yeah, I have a thought about this.
Yeah, tell me your thought about this.
I think that this... Thank you, Cody, for emailing us.
Thank you, Cody.
I think that this specific plot beat is some of the weakest writing in the entire game. To me. This is because what happens is like Glenn, after the grimoire goes off the second time, Glenn, he does exactly what is described. He sort of isolates himself and then becomes he doesn't start an orphanage necessarily, but he does have he moves into a creepy abandoned mansion and starts taking care of a bunch of children.
Yeah.
And then it's also implied that the children aren't real. They're hallucinations. But Victor sees one of them. It's kind of creepy. It's are they ghosts or are they Glenn's hallucinations thing going on? But either way, it's really weak. I think it's not.
Yeah, I don't think it works.
It's like the plot and Glenn's, when the bomb explodes at the end of Act 1, it's great. It's like the plot and Glenn's character arc coinciding in this way that is really simple and very elegant. And it sort of here it feels as though the plot is sort of reaching and pulling Glenn into it. Glenn is because Glenn is this character who at this point is giving up, Yeah, I don't know. It's whatever. I think that this is some of the weakest writing in the game. And I do think that this is sort of a tasteless reference to the Final Fantasy game that you're talking about here.
Yeah, I think something interesting is there are plot beats and aspects of this game that I have read other people say are directly pulled from other things, but I, for the most part, haven't played those things. Xenogears is one of these things that I've read it more than one review that was this aspect of the game is exactly like Xenogears. I don't have a good way to evaluate that claim for myself because I haven't played the game, but I do think if something is good and it works in the game, then it's fine to put it there. I think with the orphanage and Glenn, it doesn't really work in the context of the game. I think that's the primary reason it's distasteful. And so it feels like the only reason it's there is to reference Final Fantasy. Yeah. Whereas some of the other aspects of the game, like the Robb stuff, which is parallel to Argath and Final Fantasy Tactics, feels like it's taking this idea and incorporating it into this world and these themes in a really effective way. And that does not rub me the wrong way.
Yeah, I agree. I think that this is bad, not because it's from a different Final Fantasy game, but because it's not very good.
Yeah.
And I do think that there are times where this stuff is a bit much, even the introduction to the game where Glenn is waking up and seeing his mom. It's a fake out on the introduction to Chrono Trigger and everything. Yeah. It's cute, but it's also come on now,
Yeah.
Because it is starting the game off from a point that is wholly kind of unoriginal, you know?
Yeah. It also, like, it doesn't really have any real meaning. Like, it's
No, it
just
doesn't
a
have
joke
any
for the
bearing
player.
on-
And I think it's a weird way to start the game because, like, well, it is, like, I think if it was elsewhere in the game, it would be fine. It lasts, like, 10 seconds, you know? There is something strange about, like, however you begin the game, you're telling the player this is what the game is. And I don't, I think the way it presents itself in that way is, like, just not accurate.
It also sets up a false expectation of what Glenn's life was like, because Glenn explicitly did not ever have a bedroom that he grew up in a regular life with his mother. He did grow up with his mother, but he was in a prison camp for all of his life. He didn't have Gunpla on the shelves like he does. So it's confusing.
There's a related question asked by Noah. Thank you, Noah. I'm curious how you feel Chain to Echoes compares to some of the other nostalgic SNES style RPGs of the last few years. I know this one came out around the time Sea of Stars did, and I feel like Sea of Stars ate up all the attention. Have you played Sea of Stars?
I have not played Sea of Stars. Thank you.
I have not either.
Noah. Shout out Noah. Shout out Press Start Pod.
Shout out Press Start.
I have not played Sea of Stars. I don't generally care for the nostalgia RPG sort of style. I feel like there's like a, and I don't mind like a pixelated little nostalgia RPG or nostalgia game. Like for example, I really liked Shovel Knight, you know? That's not necessarily an RPG, but it is like a big nostalgic sort of SNES inspired pixel art type game in the same way that Chained Echoes and Sea of Stars is. I don't really care for that as an aesthetic, and part of that is because I don't feel a big nostalgia towards this era of games really. But I think that Chained Echoes succeeds sort of independent of that, which I think is great about it. Like, I don't think you need to feel that nostalgia for this era of games to have a good time with Chained Echoes, which is, you know, it's something that I appreciated about it.
Yeah.
I can't say the same about Sea of Stars. I haven't played Sea of Stars.
I haven't played it either. I played the demo. I thought it was fine. It did not move me, but that's like 2 hours. So I don't know. Yeah, I've heard some people talk about it. I've heard the writing is not really there, but that's just word on the street. Perhaps one day. I do think Chained Echoes feels like a little bit of an underdog compared to that, which was like sold as like it's Nobuo Uematsu, right? Who did the music for Sea of Stars?
Really?
Yeah, I think so. I think this is a big selling point. It was a Final Fantasy composer. Fact check me on that. Yeah, I think like Chained Echoes is a really great example because the Eddie Marianukroh, who did the music for Chained Echoes, did an incredible job. He hasn't made music for any Final Fantasy game, and the music that he made is not like all callbacks as far as I can tell. Yeah, so I think like I haven't played enough of the other nostalgic SNES style SNES style RPGs to like make a judgment among them, but I do feel confident saying like the quality of Chained Echoes is not dependent on whether you enjoyed and liked those games. And if I were to play Sea of Stars, I don't think I would judge it differently than that. If it's a good game, it's a good game. I sort of feel like.
For Sea of Stars, Yasunori Mitsuda was a guest composer on the game, not the main composer, but a guest composer. One of 4 composers that worked on the soundtrack. He is the guy that did the Chrono Trigger soundtrack, among others.
The Chrono Trigger guy.
Yeah.
I fucked up.
I was surprised. I felt like I would have known if it was Nobuo Uematsu.
Yeah.
He's the real one.
Yeah. He's a real one. Shout out Nobuo Uematsu.
That's my goat for real.
That's my goat. The very last thing I have in my notes, this is really funny because it's not relevant at all. I played this on the Nintendo OLED Switch. It looks unbelievable. The OLED Switch. I've been resenting getting a Switch 2. I don't want to, even though I want to play the new Fire Emblem that comes out later this year. So I will need to purchase one, but I'm not looking forward to it because the OLED Switch is so beautiful. Like this game looks outstanding on it. Every game looks outstanding on it. Shout out the OLED Switch. A while ago, I was like FaceTiming with you, Kerry, or we were on Discord or something. And I was like playing on my OLED Switch and I was like, this looks so good. And then I held it up to the camera so you could see. And you were like, I can't tell. I'm not there. And I was like, oh, yeah, right. I forgot. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure it's awesome. I'll have to take your word for it. I like my Switch too, but it was not a wise investment.
If they ever come out with one that doesn't look really lame, maybe I'll feel differently.
Period.
That's my opinion, though. I think they should put colors on it. That's just me, though. I don't know.
How do you feel about the ending
Of Chained Echoes?
of Chained Echoes, the video game?
I remember watching the ending and being like, that's nice. And I didn't really feel emotional at all. But it was like, this all like wraps up. I like the way this ends. I really liked Kylian starting his journey to like try to be a force for good in the world. And
Yes.
Glenn, after this long arc of like redeeming himself, gets to be the bird that he always wanted to be. Kylian takes on like the echo of Glenn. Is this right?
Yeah, so one of the final bosses, Kylian through, oh my god, there's a whole thing. There's true kings. You don't even know.
Oh, the fucking true king. It's not important. It doesn't matter.
It does. Gwaine is one of these guys. Gwaine is the antagonist, sort of. Kylian absorbs all the true king power. Fight him, and the Vayne take control of his power. Then we fight the Vayne. Kylian, in the final battle against the Vayne, saves our lives several times and then allows us to continue fighting, which is a cool effect. It's like it happens in the battle screen, which is cool. After the Vayne are defeated, Glenn gains the power of the true king that Kylian was trying to steal. But then Glenn decides to sacrifice his life and power to give that power to Kylian, choosing to believe in his friend. And this belief in redemption that Glenn has is his final moments. Glenn sacrifices himself to do that. Kylian, this is a weird sort of wrinkle about the ending. Kylian, for some reason, pretends to be Glenn for a couple months, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I don't know why he did that either.
It's kind of a fun bit, I guess.
Yeah. If I could, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah.
It's just weird.
I don't know. Kylian's he's kind of hot with it.
He is.
Yeah.
He's a little sexy. So is Ewan McGregor, and Kylian is sort of an Obi-Wan style look.
He is an extremely, But
yeah, Glenn sacrifices himself because he has a line here. He says, well, he talks about how he's lived for a very long time, which he has. It's like at this point, Glenn has been alive for several.
He now remembers all of his previous lives, and he's like, geez, I feel tired.
And this is something, I think I might have mentioned this before, but this is something I really like, is the way that Glenn changes throughout the game. Glenn is so like anxious all the time and so guilty and sad and a little bashful. And now at the end of the game, he's like really wise and eloquent, sort of an old head about everything. And he still looks exactly like the little boyish redhead.
Yeah. He looks like maybe 17. Like he's funny.
But the change in character is like really slow over the course of the 50 hours or so we spend with him. But it's especially accelerated by him remembering all his previous lives in the third act. And the moment he awakens to his echo, it's like something shifts in him. And he's still Glenn, but he's also the wizard Professor Bartholomew. And he's also the big buff Bara firefighter. And he's also an eloquent writer who invented the printing press and etc. And he's so mature and serious at the end. And it's a fun, cool little effect. And a similar thing happens with Lenne as she sort of becomes much more serious and much more like historically concerned with the world and more like deliberate and well spoken.
They say
I think it's fun.
They say that Lenne gets elected queen, which is very funny. That's very like, we need to have a good ending. So everyone, they invented democracy and they had a big vote, and they all love Lenne and they want to make her the queen.
I don't like this for her.
Come on,
in the
man.
Credits, in the credits, Lenne has children, or she's taking care of a bunch of babies. And I don't care for that, because first of all, who's the other mom? And second of all, are these even Lenna's children? Like, I don't know. I don't care for her. I think she should be doing prophecy shit instead of being elected. Like, what's up with that? Let's see the representative democracy. I want to see the voting booths.
Yeah.
I just feel like they put in elected because it feels nicer.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what happened. They invented a new institution from whole cloth in 1 year.
But I also like about this ending that they're deciding to make Kylian like a really good guy at the end. Like he's learned his lesson. He's like, okay.
I like that.
It's a very funny move. It is fun. I like it. I do think it's interesting because it's like what Glenn is doing fundamentally is he's like passing this responsibility on to Kylian. It's sort of like, I don't know. If it were me, I would feel like it would sort of be like a curse. It's like a power, but it's also a huge responsibility. And Glenn obviously is a good person who fundamentally likes Kylian and doesn't think of that as what's happening. But it's sort of like this is the burden that Kylian has to carry now. Like Glenn is a person who once upon a time, after making terrible decisions and hurting people very badly, he gave himself an eternal mission to make things right. And he spent several lifetimes trying to do it. And he's sort of passing that role on to Kylian. Kylian has hurt some people he loves and cares for very badly. And Glenn is saying, it's your turn, man. You know, I'm out. I'm on parole. You got to take your lumps. That's 35 to life of making up for it, I guess.
Yeah.
The vibe at the end of the game is Kylian is sort of being like, well, here we go. I'm on my new eternal mission.
Yeah. They're like going to figure out the Harbinger, I think is what he's going to try to do.
Yeah, he wants to. He's got to deal with the Harbinger situation now.
Yeah, I'm with Glenn. Like I'd dip. Yeah,
I'd dip too if I had the choice to be done with it and then become a really cool bird. He gets resurrected as a bird, sort of.
Yeah, it's cute. There's a cute scene with him going over to Lenne and flying over, and Lenne's like, "Hey, Glenn," and the bird flies off. It's nice.
Yeah. It's
and
freedom.
Then the bird
he's flying away. He's free.
Yeah, the bird like flies over all these different places, and you get like a "Where are they now?" which is cute.
And that's Chained Echoes.
And that's Chained Echoes, baby.
Graphics 8 out of 10. The soundtrack 10 out of 10. Gameplay 8 out of 10. 9 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
Woke 10. The woke mind virus is 10.
I'll give it a 9. The Kylian Berserk thing is still, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Griffith was up to some bad stuff.
Well, that's like one of the things, like that question that Cody asked. Like the Kylian Berserk thing is very much like we took this from Berserk and it doesn't work here.
Right. Yeah.
I think it just reads as like, wouldn't it be so crazy if there was an evil gay guy who liked boys? Like it's just like it's just like kind of a homophobic thing that gets like invoked and then not like really used for anything interesting. Anyway.
Cool. Wow.
You want to do...
We did it.
We did the damn thing.
The next game that we are playing is Parasite Eve. So Parasite Eve, 1998 horror JRPG with a lot of similarities in style to something like Resident Evil. It's actually the sequel to a novel of the same name, a novel called Parasite Eve. I read the novel. The novel's not required for playing the game or for the episode, but I am going to give you a little book report next episode. So if you haven't read the novel, you're going to know about it.
I haven't. I will watch the movie, I think.
Oh, that's right. I haven't seen the movie. That'll be a cool little... Okay.
Yeah, I'll watch the movie.
Next game, if you're playing along, is Parasite Eve.
I have a couple recommendations. We like to end with a recommendation. I would like to recommend every Final Fantasy game ranked, which is a YouTube video by Tom Lozon. Kerry recommended this video to me. It's really good. The video opens, this is my favorite part. The video opens with him being like, all these other people on YouTube who make every Final Fantasy game ranked videos are clowns and liars. And I am the only one who has actually played all 60 something Final Fantasy games. We played all of them. Dissidia, Crystal Chronicles 10, all of the mainline ones, all of 11, every expansion of 14, all of them. And he ranks them all and talks about all of them, and it's awesome. It's really sick.
Yeah.
It made me get excited about Final Fantasy.
I respect someone dedicating 4 years of their life to playing all of the games, including all the bad ones and the stupid ones and games that are barely playable. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah. He also, it's great. He ranks them as games. Like he talks about them as if he played them, but it also includes like anime and movies and books.
All of the Final Fantasy 15 like ephemera.
That's a cool video.
I also want to recommend a book called Rebecca by Daphne du Maurier that I've been reading. It's really good. It's like very Hitchcockian romance mystery. It's really beautiful. And I also finally, there's a podcast called .zip that shouted us out. I love .zip and I like period. One of the first video game podcasts I ever listened to was called Asynchronous, which two of the hosts of .zip hosted about Fire Emblem Three Houses. Because I was playing Fire Emblem Three Houses and I Googled podcast about Fire Emblem Three Houses. And I listened to that and I was like, this rocks. Anyway, so check those out.
I have some recommendations. I also, just since we were talking about other podcasts, I also want to shout out TSTV. It's a Twin Peaks podcast done by our friends Lily and Sadie.
Shout out.
They do a great show. I really like TSTV. I think that they basically watch every episode of Twin Peaks and they have a little discussion about it afterwards. It's really great. Two lovely, beautiful women who I respect. So shout out TSTV.
Normally, Kerry doesn't respect women, so.
Yeah, exactly. Big misogynist. I also recommend a video since, here, I'm going to match your swag a little bit since we're doing a video, a podcast, and a book.
Okay.
I recommend a video. This is a video Tess recommended to me. It's called Advice for Time Traveling to Medieval Europe. That's
such a good video.
Certified classic. It's by a YouTuber called Pre-Modernist. He just what he does is he takes the premise of okay, so you're going to time travel to medieval Europe, and he takes it completely seriously, and he talks about all of the historical considerations that you would have to think about if you were going to time travel to medieval Europe. And through doing that, gives a really interesting lesson about what life is like in a town in medieval Europe, in a town or a city. So it's really interesting. It's a great video. I recommend that video. And the last thing that I'm going to recommend is a book. I have been reading Night of the Seven Kingdoms because of the show, the new Game of Thrones show that came out. I've read all of the A Song of Ice and Fire books. I'm a huge A Song of Ice and Fire loser. And so but I still haven't read Night of the Seven Kingdoms, so I started that recently. I really like it. I love Egg. Egg is a great little guy. Those are my recommendations.
Where can we find you, Kerry?
You can find me at leavingtheparty.blog. That's the website. That's our website. I sometimes post blogs there. There will be a blog for this episode, and I post all of our episodes there. It's great. Good little website. Looks cool.
Check it out.
You can also find me on Blue Sky, I guess. I'm leavingtheparty.blog on Blue Sky. So whatever. And on David, you can find me at Kerry.
Cool. We will not be explaining further.
Tess, what about you?
You can find me on tesschilapoti.com. You can find me on Blue Sky and Instagram at tesschilapoti. I think that's it.
Cool. I'm going to do the outro. Thanks for listening to Leaving the Party. Leaving the Party is everyone's favorite. Fuck, I can't talk. Everyone's favorite transgender podcast blog. You can read or listen to more of it by going to leavingtheparty.blog. Leaving the Party is produced by yours truly, Kerry, and the podcast art is illustrated by the lovely Tess Shilapoti. Thanks for listening again, and remember, it's Be Yourself Friday. Don't forget to be yourself today. Yay.
I love you.
I love you.
All around me are familiar mouses, friendly louses, friendly grouses. Bright and early in the me houses, making breakfast. And I find it kind of lovely. It kinda makes me glad. The dreams in which I'm smiling are the best I've ever had.